I call to order the regular session of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs on Tuesday, February 28th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. Roll call, please.
Mayor Vaticiotis?
Here.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Here.
Commissioner Carr?
Here.
Commissioner Eisner?
Here.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Here.
Okay, this evening we'll have the invocation given by Major Ted Morse of the Salvation Army. If we can all stand for that, and at the end of the invocation, turn and pledge allegiance to the flag.
Let's bow for prayer. Our Father, we thank you for our mayor and for those who've been elected by the people to serve this community, for those in this room who are on the staff who support the commission in so many different ways. We thank you for those who are responsible for public safety, the fire and police, and community citizens here. We pray that this time here will be a productive time. You will oversee the proceedings tonight and bless us each one as we serve you through being involved in the city government. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, there's nothing that we're going to defer tonight. The first order of business is a special presentation by the Army Corps of Engineers, and I'm going to turn the introduction over to City Manager LaCourse.
Yes, and I'm going to have Nick Macris in place of Bob Robertson to come make our introduction for tonight.
Good evening. Nick Macris, Project Administration Assistant Director. I had the pleasure tonight to introduce Christopher Wren, who's the Senior Project Manager in the Water Resources Branch of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers out of the Jacksonville District. Tonight he'll provide a brief update on the Anklet River channel realignment and future dredging, what we know as the outer cuts, and he'll be available possibly to answer some questions on the current effort, which is the federal channel of the Anklet River, the intercuts.
Thank you.
Here's Chris Wren.
Well, welcome to Tarpon Springs.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I appreciate that. It's been about a year and a half since I was here last time, so appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. With me today is also Mr. Andy Cummings. He's our project engineer responsible for the day-to-day dredging project of the current working on Anklet River. So if we go to the next slide, there's two things I want to give you all a quick update on, because I know there's a long list of agenda today items, so I want to get through them quickly. So first off is the realignment efforts of the federal channel. Really, for the local mariners users, it's not going to have any noticeable difference. What we are recorded as the official federal channel doesn't reflect what actually the boaters are using, what's been marked by the Coast Guard. So it is us really codifying what is reality, for that matter. If I can get this to work, maybe not, we'll just go manually. So what on paper officially the channel is the blue lines, and then it is that red and white segment that cuts across Anklet Key, the old channel, before it turns west out in the Gulf. That's technically officially the channel, so we're realigning it on paper to match what is reality. Again, no real change to what the users will be seeing, but just want to let you all know for awareness that is one of the efforts we're going through. Okay, if there's no questions on that, I'll move to
What we'll do is we'll let you finish your presentation, and then we'll go to questions, and then if you could answer those as we go, if that's okay. And then after that, after the public has their questions, then we'll get the City Commission to see if they've got any questions.
Okay, absolutely, yes, sir. Next point is, so for the next dredging of the Anklet River, what we're looking at is what's called the outer cuts, specifically what we call Cut 1. That is the very westernmost portion of the channel. There's a shoaling area that we've identified as problematic that through the city managers, through Bob Robertson, we identified as a priority for dredging. We've looked at it. We are planning to have it dredged about this time next year. We're using core dredging plant, the Murden in particular. We're still working through disposal. Right now the intent is to dispose of that shoaled material within deeper parts of the channel, further west where the water is deeper. We're also looking at potential near-shore placement, either alongside Anklet Key or to the further south of the Three Rookers Island. So still working through where we would place the material. But bottom line is the channel, this part of the channel will be cut to 9 foot plus 1, so 10 foot deep throughout this entire portion of the channel. One thing that we did recently identify is there are seagrasses growing within the federal channel at this portion. You can see on the map the yellow is the seagrasses, red is areas that are shallower than the authorized depth, i.e. shallower than 9 feet. There's about 3 acres of what is discontinuous, patchy seagrasses within the dredging footprint. So we're going to start some coordinations with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection to understand what's going to be required or what needed to address the seagrasses that are growing in the federal channel there. So more to follow on that as we work through it. And I believe that is the end. Yeah, so that's my presentation, ladies and gentlemen. If you have any questions, happy to answer.
Okay. What we're going to do is I know there's several people that are here that are boatmen. If they have any questions for the Army Corps, if you can come forward with any questions that you may have.
I was a little sketchy. I couldn't quite hear. You were saying Athena Sardulius, 634 East Orange. I don't have a boat, but I do sell sponges from guys who do have boats. So you're hoping for this time next year for this work to be done?
This is for the outer cuts.
The outer cuts?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What do we have to do to make that happen sooner? Is there anything at all we can do as a community to make that happen sooner, to help you?
Yeah, so part of the action that the board is working on right now is a city resolution to help address the importance of this dredging, help us describe to the Florida Department of Environmental Protection why is dredging of this area needed. There could be some compliance actions we need to go through for that. Part of it was also the timing is there's another part of the Gulf Intercoastal Waterway that's going to be dredged in the January, February time next year. So we were hoping to tag on this portion with that work while the dredge is out here anyways. It could be brought out sooner. It might be more expensive since they're coming out here just for that. But we're really looking to combine dredging different areas to help save some money.
Okay, so hopefully January 24? Because we've been working on this for 8 years, so you have to excuse my little impatience. So you also mentioned a seagrass situation and redirecting the channel. Is there one concern that I've had as a lay person, because I'm not in your field, of course. So I've heard it mentioned that that would be redirecting the channel to where it's deeper, which makes sense, of course. And is there a vehicle within your organization, the Army Corps of Engineers, that now describes that as the legal channel? So the next time it needs to be dredged, I mean, how is that handled? Is a concern that some of us have had.
If I'm understanding the question, yeah, we have our internal documentation that will say officially, here's the new channel. We'll communicate that with the Coast Guard. They already have this area marked, so there's no issue there. We'll communicate that with NOAA, the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, and they will codify it in the NOAA maps as well to show here's the actual official federal channel.
Okay, and how long does that take? Say after, is this happening in conjunction with the work, or as soon as it's certified finished, or how does that work?
The realignment should be done well in advance of the actual dredging.
I see.
Keeping in mind that we're not dredging any parts of the channel that are being realigned. So
Right.
they're two separate efforts, but the realignment's pretty straightforward. We're actually working on the paperwork right now, and that should be done here, I would imagine, by the summer of this year.
Okay, so that's not a big deal. It doesn't require an act of Congress or
No, ma'am.
anything like that?
Nope.
Wonderful. Okay, those were my main concerns. And I guess you're going to speak to the river dredging. We are a little concerned about the timeline. It seems to be dragging on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Is there anyone else that, Mr. Delakis?
Well, thank you, Peter Lax, 514 Ashland Avenue. Can you go back to the other slide where you show the environmental something? No, one more there. And then you mentioned something about the red areas being seagrass.
The red areas are shoaling, that's basically the channel is shallower than 9 foot, the authorized depth. The yellow is the seagrasses. It doesn't show all the seagrasses, but where it overlaps the.
All right, so in essence, you're saying at those points, what type of, is that mangroves? What is it that's filling in that area besides silt building up?
The silt and then the seagrass, that
They're
particular
submerged
species of-
seagrasses, not mangroves.
Okay,
Yeah, what's in the picture there on the right, that particular species of seagrass.
all right, so this is an area now that Ms. Athena was mentioning is now going to be part of the main channel?
It still is part of the channel. We're not realigning the part that we're planning to dredge next year is not part of the realignment. That's staying as is. Realignment is purely, I'll go back, what you see
So
in red
this-
and white, deleting that and then making the yellow portion.
So
The
that
geometry.
point on the other map, where is it in perspective on this map?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right there. Where's,
All the way in the very western end of cut one, that's that bottom blue line. You see the bottom left corner of that blue line?
Down here?
All the way to the very, yep, all the way to the very bottom left corner of this picture, more or less.
all right, and then you mentioned something about Rooker Island. Are you going to be pumping dredge out to there?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
You mentioned something earlier about Rooker Island. Are you pumping dredge fill to there?
Potentially. We're looking into placement. It depends on the capacity, well, how much room there is in the cut, in the deeper parts of the channel, how much room there is to place
Okay.
the material. If
These
there's
are
not
just
enough
kind of
room, we'll-
free-form questions from what you said, but if you can maybe elaborate on some of those points, that would be helpful.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, so absolutely. So the plan right now is to dredge the outer cuts, take that material and put it in the deeper parts of the channel, maintaining at least 10-foot depths. If there's not sufficient room within the deeper parts of the channel to put that material, we may have to place some of it either near shore by Anklo Key or maybe by Three Rookers Island or somewhere else. We're still looking through the calculations and understanding what limitations we'll have on, can we fit all that material in the deeper parts of the channel?
Okay, is that it, Mr. Delakis? Okay. Any other public comments of anybody in attendance? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay, now you've got another portion of your presentation that are,
Not in slides, but happy to answer any questions about the
okay.
current.
So let's go to the
effort.
commission with the current dredging in the intercuts, okay. Ms. Sardulius, did you have any other questions concerning the intercuts? Okay, that's fine. Maybe we'll get some additional information from the commissioners. Vice Mayor Lunt.
I'm just glad to see the realignment for Cut 1. It's, I don't know, I'm a local, I boat out there. That's the direction we all go in these days anyway because of the shoaling that's in the current cut. So I'm glad to see it's going to be finally become official. It gets a little bit dicey in the middle of the night sometimes when you're looking for markers that aren't there anymore. Are we allowed, so are we on time, I heard, between March 3rd and March 8th for the pipeline to be finished or whatever for the dredging and the intercuts?
Right now, the latest is we're looking at Tuesday or Wednesday of next week, 7th or 8th, for the pipeline being placed and submerged.
Okay, thank you. That's all the comments I have.
Commissioner Carr?
I don't have any questions.
Commissioner Eisner?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. On this Cut 1, is there no way that we could move that up in time, or is that, what is actually holding that up?
Right now, there would be the seagrasses would be the main consideration, main concern we have to work through. Once we get through that, there could be a possibility of moving the timeline up. Again, we were trying to take advantage of some cost savings because the core dredge would be out here dredging other.
Dredge site, correct? This is something that you want to try to replace somewhere else.
Correct, yeah.
Are you looking to replace it only in places that are deeper, or are you able to create a shoal out there and mark it?
If I understand the question, we wouldn't be.
Could
we
you make
wouldn't
a
be-
sandbar?
Yeah, no, we would not be increasing we wouldn't be making the channel worse than it is. The intent is to keep.
No, I don't mean the channel. I mean taking what you, in the channel and moving it elsewhere so that we don't have to move it far, saving in cost, saving in time, not having to deal with any other issues. There's lots of shoals and sandbars out there. It's just adding to it and marking it.
Right, yeah, we are looking into other alternate placement sites that are also, not in seagrass beds, so that's where the 3 workers potentially came up, maybe Anclote Key. We did do surveys of all those areas to understand what the bathymetry is and if there were seagrasses growing there. There weren't any seagrasses in the immediate area west of 3 workers, so that seems like a potential lead if we could not place it within deeper parts of the channel.
Okay. When you do dredge this, just give me somewhat of an idea of, is it just to take the depth, or do you feather the sides down? Because, as you would know, with boat traffic, as a boat goes by at a velocity, it's just going to pull the sand right back in.
Yeah, we would account for the slide slopes. I'm not sure offhand what the ratio is of vertical to horizontal on the side slopes, but we would look to restore the channel to full depth and width.
Okay. Also, on that, is there any sort of an allowance for the Anclote, that point, that southern point? Because the sand tends to go down the Anclote and come in and around. That whole area there is one huge sandbar. So is there any allowance for that where you could layer that or remove some of the extra sand there? So it gives us more time.
So we'd be limited to dredging only within the federal channel itself, the 120 foot wide by 9 foot deep. We couldn't dredge outside of that area.
Okay. Because I would believe that lighthouse was once the end, and it just tended to move further and further out with, as time goes on. That's what happens at all these points. So you cannot do anything that's not within that channel.
Correct. We're limited to the federal channel, and after we realign it, then we'll be limited to that geometry that you see in blue and yellow.
Right. I mean, for me, it's just thinking of preventive, into the future so that it gives us time to deal with it. But would you be doing this at all at night?
The future dredging, yeah, so.
Any of the dredging?
Not the current dredging. The current dredging is planned for daylight hours only, and the future dredging, we haven't really determined day or night, but I think we'll look into that for considerations for marine traffic and safety.
Okay. Commissioner Kulyas.
I just want to thank you for the presentation and just thank past commissions and city staff and community volunteers to help get us to this point. It's a big deal for our community, and we're getting there, so thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm a little familiar with the dredging effort that's gone into it. The new route that I know part of it's along the Intercoastal Waterway, and then that additional new cut was specifically selected for a deeper water to minimize any dredging that would have to be done. And with minimizing the dredging, there's a greater chance it's going to remain navigable at the project depth than what we have it right now. So I want to get that out there. I wanted to go back to our intercuts in the channel, and specifically, I'm hoping you can answer the questions, but if not, there may be the other gentleman here. The extended turning basin, that is, we've got the federal turning basin, and then we've got the extended turning basin. As far as the length of the dredging that is going to be going on, do we have a time frame for that as far as the amount of time? Let's say we get started March 10th. Are we looking at 60 days, 90 days, or?
Yeah, Andy, maybe you can back me up. I think we're looking at roughly 2 months total dredging, both federal and non-federal combined.
And the extended turning basin as well?
Yes, sir, correct.
And that would all be with a clamshell?
Yes, that would all be with the same equipment.
Hi, I'm Andy Cummings. I'm the project engineer with the Corps from the Tampa office. Yeah, I'm running the contract right now. And yeah, if we get started next week, which is what it's looking like, I think it would be probably around 45 days to do all of the dredging, including the turning basin, the non-fed portion, or sorry, the federal portion, our portion. And then your non-fed portion, the extended turning basin, that's probably going to be just under a month for them to finish that. So doing the math here, but I think we're looking at probably 75 days maybe to do everything.
Okay, and are you going to be overseeing both parts of that, the federal channel as well as the additional channel, the dredging that we're doing, the city itself is sponsoring?
No, I mean, that's going to be run by the city. Basically, what we're thinking is we're going to do all the federal dredging, including cuts 3 and cuts 5, and then the federal portion of the turning basin. And then our contractor will basically go over to do the extending turning basin, the non-fed portion for the city, and dredge that.
So the Army Corps will not be involved in that part at any kind of a management or confirmation that it was done?
Not really. I mean, what's going to happen is, because we've already got the pipeline in, under the road, along the roads, under the road, and we've built the DMMA, they're basically going to do our dredging first, then go to your dredging. And then once they're done with your dredging, the demobilization of the pipeline will occur under our contract.
Okay.
Which will take, maybe 2 to 3 weeks to demob everything.
And then the thought I had was the bathymetry. I know you're going to do some depth sounding as far as to confirm that it was done within the federal channel. Our portion, is that going to have to be done separately, or is that going to be done by the Army Corps as well?
As far as I know, I think that's being done separately, because, I'm the person requesting the surveys for the federal government, and no one's mentioned to me that we would be surveying the extended turning basin.
Okay.
Yet. So I know the city has a consultant, a dredging consultant, and I presume the city's probably made those arrangements with that consultant to arrange for the surveys. We have overlapped into that area with our pre-dredge survey, so I kind of know a little bit what it looks like. I'm not sure if we covered your whole shoal, the whole area that is your non-federal portion.
I guess my concern is that we want to make sure what we had contracted and what was approved as far as permitting and depths and that sort of thing is actually what is done. And so it sounds like we've got a little bit of internal work that we need to do ourselves for making sure we cross those Ts, and I'm sure we'll be coordinating with the Tampa office as well on that. As far as the restoration of the disposal site, once that's done, because at 45 days, 75 days is going to come very quickly around here. That's the contractor's responsibility as well? Or I know it's the city's responsibility to move the material, is that correct? To a different location, but then is it the city's responsibility, or is it the contractor's responsibility to restore the site to the pre-construction conditions?
That's not part of our contract, so I'm pretty sure it's probably a city responsibility to restore the site.
Okay.
Because the last part of the demobilization he's going to do after, I presume he finishes your dredging and he comes back on our contract time, is he's going to remove the return water pipeline that flows water from the DMMA down to the marsh. And he's also going to remove his pipeline, his dredge discharge pipeline, which is along Anclo Road and Eleanor Boulevard, and remove that and do some cleanup around the DMMA site, and he'll be done under the core contract.
All right.
So I don't believe we're restoring the site, removing the material or.
I'm not for the purpose of this meeting, but it sounds like we've got to do some coordination with you to iron out some details on all of this, how it's supposed to work. I've looked at the permit that DEP had issued for restoring the site. I know that there's responsibility on our, and that went back and forth. One time it was the contractors. I think the initial bid, it involved the contractor doing the work. And then I think in order to get the price down on the dredging, they were taken out of the equation in order to reduce their risk of restoring the site. So we're fine as far as the presentation tonight. I see a green light. And thank you both for being here. I'm going to ask Commissioner Eisner if he's got some additional comments.
Yes, I do. Will there be any markers removed or moved?
So far, the contractor, I've been asking that, and we do have a contract submittal for relocation of nav aids, and they've indicated they're not going to be removing any markers or moving any. I will say there, I mentioned 75 days. That's kind of like the outside time frame to get everything done. But we have located some other material and other cuts of the channel. We did an exam survey last month, and we checked other cuts between cuts 3 and 14, all the way from cut 3 into the turning basin. And there are areas where there is some shoaling that, you know, we're potentially going to add to the contract. So that could increase the time maybe a little bit more. But, and that also might come into play where the contractor might not have, you know, planned to locate aids from that area, get with the Coast Guard and get them to relocate those aids. So once we give him what we call an RFP, request for proposal, for this additional dredging, he'll have to look at it in relation to where the aids to navigations are located now, and then decide if he needs any relocated, and work with the Coast Guard on that too. So far, inside the existing contract, which is cuts 3, cuts 5, and the turning basin, they've told me that they don't plan on relocating any nav aids, any markers.
But what is the timeline between something having to be done and the Coast Guard being able to respond to moving a nav?
It's usually within 30 days. I mean, the Coast Guard usually tells us to notify them at least 30 days in advance. So, yeah, you know, I mean, that's the other thing. The timing of this additional dredging that we might end up doing, it comes into play with that whole scenario I just gave you about doing our dredging first, the federal portion, and then doing the non-fed turning basin portion last. It might work out that they do our dredging in the federal channel, then go to yours in the non-fed portion, and then these additional areas, which are between cuts 3 and 14, we could have them come do that at the very end of the job. It's all got to do with the contracting time required, because we might have to negotiate that with them up front. We can't issue it unilaterally where they have to go and do the dredging. You know, we tell them to do it at existing unit price, and they can come back with a request for adjustment on the price, but they still have to dredge it up front. But this additional dredging we're talking about, it could be done at the very end of the contract. Right now, it's undetermined. We haven't issued an RFP to them for that work, so.
We have to be on top of this, yep.
Yeah, I mean, the timing, I understand it. You know, we need to get the advance notice out to the Coast Guard, and any aids that have to be relocated, you know, have to be done through the Coast Guard. Our contractor's not allowed to touch any nav aids.
Right, I understand that. That's why I asked the question.
Right.
Because there's parts of this job you're doing and parts of this job you're not. So, that leaves us with an empty space. Who does take charge?
Well, I'm sure the city has a consultant, an engineer, who's, you know, working the dredging probably with Bob and Nick. And, you know, I'm sure he's doing the same thing we're doing on our side, making sure if there's any markers, or coordinating with the Coast Guard ahead of time for moving those. So.
Mr. Macris, do you want to address that at all? Do we have a consultant that's working on all of this as far as bathymetry and coordinating with the contractor?
As far as the bathymetric follow-ups, you know, survey, I think in our portion of the extended turning basin, we definitely do have a contractor or a consultant that could perform those services. I think we recently did a citywide survey for bathymetric surveys. Excuse me. As far as the ongoing continuing coordination for possible relocation, you know, of nav aids, that I can't answer with certainty at this point.
Well, I think the ones in the turning basin are gone right now. It's completely not navigable. They used to be there, and I would suspect once it's restored to depth, the nav aids will be put back in there. So I think we're okay on that.
Yep.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you. If there's no further questions from the commission, then I'm going to end this item. Okay, thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to go to public comments now. No, Ms. Sardulius, it's your turn. We're going into public comments, and then anyone wishing to have a public comment, please come forward and state your name and address.
Well, I'd like Mr. Wren to hear this. I'm so sorry, I didn't think of it when you made your presentation, but I appreciate the Army Corps' need to conserve their financial resources. We all do, but this city is losing money, millions of dollars every year that this project isn't done. So as a citizens group, grassroots, we started this effort 8 years ago, and we've been waiting patiently for 8 years for this to get done. And the most important thing to us is those outer cuts. So if you can advocate for us, we would really appreciate it greatly. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sardulis. Are there any other public comments on anything that's not on the agenda? I know Ms. Sardulis wanted to thank everybody, but these are for anything that is not on the agenda.
My name is Debbie McKinney, and I live at 1021 Rose Tree Lane, and I have two topics. One, I'm a Girl Scout leader, and every year the Girl Scouts sell cookies and take donations for hometown heroes. And my troop is a group of freshmen in high school, too embarrassed to be here. And in the past, we've given our donated hometown hero cookies to the police, the fire, library, nursing homes, and teachers. And this year, they decided that they wanted to make the Board of Commissioner city staff their hometown heroes. So if I could bring up...
Please. Yeah.
So this is from Troop 720.
Are these all for me, or does the commissioner?
Share.
Mayor, I think the Thin Mints are for me.
Actually, I want to let the city clerk take them, and she's the only fair person in this group up here,
Okay.
so I'll let her handle it. Thank you, Ms. McKinney.
You're welcome. My other topic tonight is block parties, which I had given you a heads up I was coming about that. Currently, the city has a 34-page application and a 22-page application for special events. That's not what we're asking for. Special events, you have to be not-for-profit, you have to have police security, you have to have insurance, you have to have vendor stuff. There's all kinds of things that you need in these 34, 22 pages. What we're asking for is a simple event application. Let us block off our street and bond and make community, and maybe one time a year we can come up with the rules. And there's other cities around us that do it. Clearwater allows them, Safety Harbor allows them, St. Petersburg allows them. And then I went even further out, Palmetto Bay, Coral Springs, Deltona, and even Fort Lauderdale has a little how to do a block party kit safely. And none of these require liability insurance or police hiring off-duty police or any of that. And so that's what we're asking for, a simple application where we could just close off our street. We even came up with some, maybe one time a year. Residents have to agree and sign off on it. One lane kept open for emergency vehicles, not open to the public, only for the residents and their families. There'd be no sales. You could set hours for them. The children would be supervised. No fireworks, no noise control things, and we would make sure that our street was cleaned up when we were done. What block parties do, they create community, they create memories for children, and they help people get to know each other. There's 20% of Americans, only 1 out of 3 Americans say that they've never interacted with their neighbors. Only 20% of Americans report spending time with the people living next door. That's not what Tarpon is. Tarpon is community. We like to know each other. We like to help each other. I remember about 10 years ago, I had woke up and my water filtration system under my sink had burst. My house was flooded. I was panicked. I didn't know what to do. 7 o'clock in the morning, I'm knocking on my neighbor's door saying, do you have shop vacs? What do? I don't even know what to do. And so they all came over and they helped me. They turned off my electricity. They got everything safe. They helped calm me down and get me through that disaster. If it wasn't for my neighbors, what would I have done as a single mom all by myself? So things like that is what block parties do, and I would just like to see them happen in Tarpon Springs. I have talked to but I've communicated with the city manager, who referred me to Major Trill, who called me and told me what the special event rules were. And then I got a call from Chief Young. And I didn't get any answers of why they're not allowed, other than in the past we've had some issues.
Okay.
Well, I've been here for 23 years, and when I first moved here, I went to the city hall and asked for a block party permit, and they said, we don't do block parties. So as an average citizen, I would just like to know, what is our next step to have this talked about and discussed? I know this is public comment and we don't discuss it now, but.
Right. And is that have you wrapped up?
Yes.
Okay. I know you've spoken to the police chief and Major Trill, and the city manager, I think, has been involved in this. I think, and I've also watched some of the communications on social media as well, and the responses. I think one approach might be to go through the Recreational Advisory Board. We rely on them on a lot of these things as far as extracurriculars, and they set up the city's events, and perhaps they can shed some light of how to approach it. Whatever you would have in mind would have to be commemorated in a city ordinance. We wouldn't be able to just say, sure, go ahead and have a block party,
Right.
Through a
That's
resolution.
what my question is, how do
Right.
we?
So that would be the next step, and I'll check with the city manager tomorrow to see how we can get the two of you together and go from there.
Okay.
I'm sure the police department's going to weigh in on that at some point, but that's the process we would go to ultimately create some policy which would be, again, commemorated in or memorialized in an ordinance.
Okay, so
Okay.
Mayor?
it's Parks and Rec.
There is an abbreviated policy. We already have one on there. In your further conversation on it, there is, besides that 20-page, there is an abbreviated one, and there's a brief that was put on hold because of the issue. It's there, it's available. The police have also told me there's other methods they can give to you to do that, but there is a policy in place that's in place, and I can tell you, most of the things that you were saying is in that policy. But one thing that there's not going to be a compromise from the police or myself, and I wouldn't think of any board that would compromise on it, is safety. There's going to have to be some kind of safety institution to it, but there is an abbreviated policy. It's very short, but it's got some things laid out. It was put on hold to maybe make it more firmer, but we do have one in place that we got to operate to do yours along with another variation police. So I suggest you sit down with them because that's already in place. It's already been in place. It was put on hold because of some of the issues and we haven't been done it. So, but we can work with that policy for you, but there's not going to be a case, and I've seen those, but some of the cities that you gave examples of do require liability or do require police. I can tell you in these days and times on these streets, as these commissions can attest to, the safety and just giving you barricades to block off a street and leave you alone, that's not going to happen. But there's ways we can make it happen, and I'll have the police get with them in their neighborhood and work with the rules that we do have under now, and we'll try to work out a situation for them to be able to do that.
Okay, well, let me ask the commission. What I'd like is still to see the Recreation Advisory Board take that policy and review it and come back with any recommended
fine,
changes or anything. Would that be acceptable to the commission?
Sure.
Commissioner Carr? That's okay, yeah. Why don't we do that?
That's good
All
too.
right, and then come back, and if there's any changes that we need to do, we'll make them, and then you can weigh in on it at that time.
Sure.
Okay? All right. Thank you, Ms. McKinney.
I appreciate your time. Will somebody contact me, or should I contact somebody?
We'll contact you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKinney. Are there any other public comments?
Chris Roboski, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, 34689. So I'd hope to give you the the update on Clay Colson's lawsuit against the city, the one that endeavors to protect the 74 acres on the Anclote River, currently owned by Walmart, and will someday soon be a park. Maybe some of you know by now that Mr. Colson has passed away. There are many things I could say about Clay. I've known him for more than 25 years. He's been fighting these sort of battles the whole time I've known him and way before I've known him. One thing I can say is he was a master chess player alongside being a master environmental activist, and he could see many, many moves down the board. And no matter how many times people told me that his lawsuit was over, he rallied and came back. And I assure you that will happen here as well. This thing's not over. It's going to continue. I don't know what form exactly yet, but I am assured that that's the case. So this thing goes on. Mr. Colson's legacy goes on, and all of us that have been fighting with him will continue to fight for him and for the environment, and we will protect and preserve the 74 acres and make it a park. I wish I had enough time to explain the man that Clay Colson was, but that can't be done here in 4 minutes, and it can't be done by one man. Nobody could know somebody that well. So there will be a celebration of Clay Colson's life at Hungry Harry's Barbecue in Land O'Lakes this Sunday at 1:30 p.m. for anybody who would like to attend. A developer recently ran Mr. Colson off the road in an attempt to kill him. And wasn't anybody developing here in Tarpon Springs, to my knowledge. It was up in Pasco. And in the course of that accident, it was discovered about Mr. Colson's health concerns. Whether they were brought on by that accident or just discovered because of it, I don't know. But there's nothing that any developer can do to stop what he has done. And it's ironic the Army Corps spoke here tonight because Mr. Colson and Leslie Blackner sued the Army Corps of Engineers for handing out nationwide permits like candy. They were handing them out like beads at the Pirate Festival. And they stopped that. And that's how I know the Army Corps will no longer hand out permits like that. And this property will not be developed in that way. It's not going to happen because of the work that he has done and the work that we continue to do. It's a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roboski.
Good evening. My name is Anna Saker, and I'm at 1013 Peninsula Avenue. I come to you today with a concern of a flag that's flying 2 blocks away from the middle school on Florida and Poinsettia, and it says F-U-C-K Biden. Now, our children see that every day, and there lies my concern. There's a push to help students understand what citizenship is and be proud of their country. And when they see something like that day in and day out, they don't know any better, and we as adults need to protect them. And I was wondering, are there any statutes on the law how big a flag can be that you can fly next to your neighbors, or what it can say? There lies my question.
That particular flag that you're talking about has been a topic a couple of times, and the former city attorney wrote a memorandum addressing that as far as not being able to do anything about that. What we could do is I could turn that memorandum or have the city manager turn that over to our current city attorney, have him take a look at it, and then give us another confirmation on that one way or the other, and then we'll get in touch with you and give you that information. But as of right now, that particular flag has been up there for a while, and you're not the first person that's commented on it.
And being that I was an administrator in a school district, when we had something related to freedom of speech, if it was a detriment to the educational process, then we could stop it. I don't know if there's something, is it a detriment to our children to see that? Because, I mean, we don't say those words around our kids, and then we have it flying. And I'm not saying that's, I mean, if it said something about the other side, I'd be here today too. I mean, it's just disgraceful.
I understand.
Thank you.
If you've got your name and address, and we have that, Ms. Jacobs down there.
I didn't get her first name, but I have her last name and her address.
Anna Saker,
Your address again was on Peninsula Avenue.
1013.
Okay. We'll get in touch with you. Thank you. Are there any other public comments? Please come forward and state your name and address, please.
My name is Frank Perry, 1676 Seabreeze Drive. I am commenting about the never-ending sewer project on Seabreeze Drive. I attended
Let me interrupt you a second. We're going to be talking about that this evening. Is this going to be specifically to the contract and the contractor? If so, then if we can wait until we get to that agenda item. This is for any comment that's not on the agenda.
Well, is just Seabreeze is one blanket statement there. We can't say anything about it unless it's comes up in this agenda.
Go ahead.
I don't
Go
know.
ahead and make your comment.
Yeah, okay. I believe you asked the city engineer, I was at a meeting, maybe two meetings ago, and you asked him, do we know this contractor? Something to that effect. And he said, well, he submitted a bid once. There was a mistake on it, so he withdrew it. Well, that didn't fill me with confidence. And I'm wondering, did this contractor have experience with these infrastructure projects? This is a big project. It's not for, newbies doing this kind of thing. What did we know about him? And laser proximity testing at the end of it. This is supposed to be done about 28 days after the project is complete. So we know if there's sags in the pipe, leaks, whatever. I believe they use cameras and a laser. And I would hope that you had planned for that at the end of it. This is serious because we've already had one problem with the pipe sinking, and they were digging forever, and they're trying to cure that. And people are afraid to get rid of their septic systems and have this sewer system come in. Then what happens if the sewer system goes down? So it's a big concern on the street. So I guess that's about it.
Okay.
Thank
you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Robert Rockline, 755 North Lake Boulevard here in Tarpon Springs. First, I'd like to say it was a real pleasant experience and give thanks to all those involved with this past weekend's Touch a Truck event. A lot of the city staff and department people were out there. A lot of information was exchanged. I got a couple of trees to donate to my HOA, which was nice. A lot of surveys, a lot of great information. So I really want to give a round of applause to the city staff that was there. They spent their Saturday and in continuing public service and getting out information and facts to the public. It was really nice. Another quick topic. I know parking is an everlasting concern here in Tarpon. It's an everlasting concern every place I've ever lived or worked in my life. It's just growing, exponentially. But I think the sooner we try to address the problem, the sooner we mitigate, they may come up later this evening with concerns. there is parking on and off. It waxes and wanes, it crests, you have to be the first one there to be close, and, if not, prepare to walk or bicycle or whatever you need to do. But it's not inherent to just Tarpon itself. It's all over. The block party subject brought tonight, I know it's probably a gray area in the city code and some of the statutes and such. We did this in Manhattan, took in blocks at a time. So emergency vehicles and things like that, all the notifications can be mitigated. There's all alternatives planned, fire department, ambulance, police department. This was every weekend, spring and fall, in probably one of the busiest places on the planet. It can be done. It's great for the communities. It builds bridges instead of building walls, gets people together that normally just wave hi and bye. There are some detriments that are possible. One is noise. Sometimes these things go on a little late. Sometimes outsiders migrate because they have friends there or want to see how the girls on that block are or something like that. There are things to be aware of, and I trust that the city staff and the rec committee will address that and take a look at what you had before. Like everything else, compromise. Everybody's a little happy, everybody's a little unhappy, and something happens. And then one quick burb, I know a lot of things are coming up about pickleball. It's the new craze in life. But being that Greece is very close to Italy and separated only by a little stretch of water, bocce courts have been catching on all over. And 2 bocce courts, 50 by 100. Oldsmar has great ones. Clearwater has a terrible one. It's something else recreation-wise for diversity and increase of family, children, seniors, a very low-impact sport, even though pickleball is better than tennis, bocce is better than bowling or anything else. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rockland.
Peter Lacus, 514 Ashland Avenue. Isaiah 32. See, a king will reign in righteousness, and rulers will rule with justice. Each man will be like a shelter from the wind and a refuge from the storm, like streams of water in the desert, and the shadow of a great rock and thirsty land. Then the eyes of those who see will no longer be closed, and the ears of those who hear will listen. The mind of the rash will know and understand, and the stammering tongue will be fluent and clear. No longer will the fool be called noble, nor the scoundrel be highly respected. For the fool speaks folly, his mind is busy with evil. He practices ungodliness and spreads error concerning the Lord. The hungry he leaves empty. And from the thirsty he withholds water. The scoundrel's methods are wicked. He makes up evil schemes. He destroys the poor with lies, even when the plea of the needy is just. But the noble man makes noble plans, and by noble deeds he stands. Now, that'll have relevance maybe a little bit later. Congratulations to Needham in the paper. Finally, Gladys Douglas night open. People who stood together and fought to preserve their land. Ironic. I got a minute, a little something. Going through some boxes the other day, cleaning out. I found this little pamphlet. I guess I got it when I was a commissioner. Return to nature in Tarpon Springs, Florida. Explore the Gulf, bayous, Anclote River, and the old Florida landscape. Picture from Chris Stills. First page, in the past. The archaeological history. The archaeological history. You promoted it. Early settlers in the environment. What to do in Tarpon Springs on the water. The Anclote River, how much money are we spending? Nature can come one day, just like Ian, wipe out all our plans, millions of dollars down the drain. We have no control of nature, we're seeing that. But I want to go back to this. What to do in Tarpon Springs on the land. Then interesting, there's even a picture here of different fish, so you can go around. Run out of time on this one. Bird watching guide. I'm sure the city paid for part of this. Sunset Beach, Fred Howard Park, Anclote Key State Park, Anclote Nature Park, Highland Nature Park, Brooker Creek Preserve. Sponsored by FloridasBeach.com, St. Pete, Clearwater Area Convention and Visitors Bureau. Has useful numbers, Anclote Key, Anderson Park, Brooker Creek, Fred Howard Park, Bunnell's Trail, even the number for the Tarpon Springs Park and Recreation Department through the main city number. We always look at Dunedin. People compare, try to look at Dunedin. They're ahead of us in the downtown, the economic development. They're ahead of the preservation. Let's do the right thing and catch up.
Thank you, Mr. Delakis. Are there any other public comments? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to speak, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Jacobs, we have one.
We do have
email.
one. This is from David White, 730 North Old Coachman Road, Clearwater, Florida. I propose the city of Tarpon Springs hire musician Cal Morris as an honorary diplomat to market the history and traditions of this great town. The story of a talented violinist who has fought cancer speaks to the way this town has fought to maintain its traditional Greek heritage. Cal has performed all over the country and has chosen to make Tarpon Springs his home. His music has attracted visitors to shops that many don't even know are there. His music has probably generated $1 million of revenue for the shops and restaurants of Tarpon Springs. For his faithful dedication to the city, I believe the Commerce Division of the Tarpon Springs government should offer Cal Morris the official title of honorary diplomat, affording him the ability to perform anywhere in the city that he thinks would attract visitors to the shops and restaurants of Tarpon Springs.
Okay, thank you. We have our rules of procedure that at 7:30 we have to move on to our resolutions and ordinances. We have two brief resolutions this evening, and it's 7:29. So what we're going to do is just wait for about a minute. We have to by law, and then move into the ordinances and resolutions, get those done, and then come back to the regular agenda, which we would be picking up with the consent agenda. Mr. Salzman, we're going to move on to agenda item 18, resolution 2023-10, supporting the dredge of the Anclote River. If you could read the resolution by title, please.
Resolution 2023-10, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, supporting the dredge of the outer cuts of the Anclote River Federal Channel.
Okay. I'm going to go to the commission of whether you have any questions concerning this resolution. Vice Mayor Lunt,
I have none.
Commissioner Carr, Commissioner Eisner, Commissioner Kulyas.
No, sir.
Okay, I'm fine with it. Let me go to public comments. Are there any public comments concerning this resolution? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access public comments?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jump. Okay, I'm going to ask for a motion and a second.
Motion to approve Resolution 2023-10.
Second.
Okay, are there any further comments from the commission?
Yes, I did. I did want to just say something. You know, I noticed that every 11 to 14 years, we had, they widened the basin. That hasn't been addressed in 75 years. Is that 850 feet, does that take up the entire basin? Is that what that is?
That's the length of it.
Okay, so there's no...
We're going to go beyond that.
There's nothing further that we have to add to that. It doesn't have to be addressed anymore after that.
Well, no, that was established by Congress, and it's been modified by Congress over the years, so it's basically, we have no say over the size of that.
Okay.
But we are increasing the depth of the extended turning basin, which is going to go beyond that, 850 feet.
That was my only question.
Okay.
Thank you.
No other comments. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. We have an addendum, Resolution 2023-11, supporting an individual seat for Tarpon Springs on the Forward Pinellas Council. Mr. Salzman, could you read that by title, please?
Resolution 2023-11, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, strongly supports recommendations made that Tarpon Springs receives an individual seat and that the cities of Oldsmar and Safety Harbor share one seat on Forward Pinellas and providing for an effective date hereof.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to public comments, or I'm sorry, let me go to commission. Does the commission have any questions on any of that? Vice Mayor Lunt, questions?
No questions. I have a comment, though.
Okay, we'll do that after the motion second. Commissioner Carr, Commissioner Eisner, Commissioner Kulyas.
When will we be selecting an individual from the board?
It's in the memorandum. The last information is going to go to consideration or approval to Forward Pinellas Council, this first meeting in March. That's from the Vice Mayor of Oldsmar, who is the person representing us in that three-city seat right now. I don't know whether that's still the case, but we felt it would be important to do this resolution, submit it to those that need it ahead of time, just in case it does get done this early. So after that, if they go ahead and approve it, to answer your question, when we have the swearing in of the new commission, we'll be reassigning seats at that time.
Thank you.
Okay. Public comments. Are there any public comments on this item? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Thank you. Let's have a motion and a second, please, for this approving the resolution.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Okay. Vice Mayor Lunt, you had a comment.
Yeah, I want to say first that this is a good thing that we finally get a seat at the table. I wanted to set people's expectations, though, as far as the timing of this, although it's going to be discussed at the March 8th meeting. It has to be, if it's agreed upon, then it has to be ratified by all MPO members, which means everybody that's a member of Forward Pinellas has to ratify this individually. That could take some time. I checked on this. It's expected to take until August for that to occur. Sometime around September, October is when the final action is going to be taken by the FP board. And then it has to go to the governor for signature. So
To
it's.
change the seats.
Pardon me?
To change the seats?
Yes, to
The allocation.
reapportion is what they call it. And so my guess is maybe early next year. I just wanted to set
Not to
people's
the next
expectations.
election though, right?
Right. This is not going
right.
to be something that's going to occur in March or in August
All right.
or in October. It's going to take the balance of, probably the balance of the calendar year.
All right. Thank you
Get
for looking
resolved.
into that. Are there any other comments? Commissioner Carr?
Yeah, this is, I would like to just reiterate, this is a great appointment for the city. It was a rotating seat before. Ford Pinellas has a lot of grant money that's available for planning and also doing brick and mortar projects. The city has received a significant amount of money from a grant standpoint for planning purposes, not receiving anything for brick and mortar that I'm aware of yet, for like roads or complete streets yet. But this is a great opportunity for the city of Tarpon Springs to have a voice in this board, and I hope this board takes that into consideration moving forward and really takes advantage of the funding opportunity with Ford Pinellas for many years. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Eisner?
Well, Vice Mayor, you did a great job at presenting the value of this, hopefully when we get it passed, but it is a great value to have a seat on this and to make decisions for what's best for us. I was enthused to see it, so that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Kulyas?
No comment.
The process for obtaining the seat is going to take some time, but if the commission would like maybe some consideration in April or May to appoint one commissioner to sit in and get familiar as far as being the, if we do get passed and get the seat, perhaps sit in on some of the meetings for Pinellas and get used to what goes on so they can step right in when they're ready, when that seat becomes available. So if there are any further comments, then let's have a roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Okay, that ends the ordinances and resolutions. Let's go back to the consent agenda. We have 10 items on this. Are any commissioners wishing to pull any of them?
Number 4 and 9.
4 and 9. Anybody on my right side? You good? Okay. So what I'd like to do is have a motion and a second. Actually, yes, a motion and a second for items 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 10.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Okay. Are there any just general comments from the commission on this? Okay, any public comments, general comments? Mr. Jump, are there any comments concerning any of this remote access?
If anyone online would like to make any comments on these, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay, if there's no further commission comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Item 4, Commissioner Eisner, if you'd like to start that one off.
Yes, thank you. I did want to pull this on just to let the residents know that I had spoken with the city manager regarding this. We need to be a little bit more proactive, and he agreed with me on this. We have this item, it's a front loader, and it's been a 20-year-old unit, and at a certain point, it just becomes obsolete, and we should be looking into removing it before we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars into it and have to do another $100,000 to repair it when it has really no value. I think that all of these items, as I've been speaking about, needs to be looked at. And we just agreed that there was no need to have it, to spend $25,000 in rental until we can get a contract and, get this piece replaced. So I would, we're in agreement, so I just wanted you to know that we do need to look at these items and just proactively replace before they're garbage, that's it. So,
Okay.
thank you.
I have a question. Did we ever get a list of vehicles? You asked for a list of vehicles at one
Yes.
time, right? Did we ever
Yes.
get that list?
I have a list of all the vehicles, but Mike Vecchio is looking into exactly this particular item, hopefully, so that we don't get this again, because the unit cost $200,000. We actually lost $25,000 just on rental. To me, it's a loss. So, I don't know.
Yes, we did have a list, and I know two of us, the vice mayor and Commissioner Eisner, took a tour with Mike
The motor
to
pool.
talk about him. We have got the right person in place to do it. This has been needed for some time. We haven't had, but now we have the right person to do exactly what he's been saying, and we're going to be working, and he is working. It's a big task for everything that we've had in the city, but he's working on it. We recognize it, and again, we have the man in place now that can do the job and do this.
I mean, it was a great deal. We have a good price on it. We have, we got a good, resale for the old unit, but we can't wait 20 years for a valuable piece of equipment like that, so.
All right, Vice Mayor Lunt, do you have anything?
Yeah, I agree. I spent some time with Mike. We went over it. He's very diligent. He's very much on the idea that we have a managed fleet program that adheres to, latent value and when we should be transferring things. And he's, as far as I'm concerned, he's set up to do a great job. So.
Okay. Commissioner Carr, nothing. Commissioner Kulian, nothing. Okay, any public comments on this item? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access items concerning the purchase of the front loader?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay. May I get a motion and a second, please?
Motion to approve award 230123 CJL purchase of John Deere 544P front loader.
Second.
Okay, second. If there are no further commission comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Okay, item 9, increase file numbers, supervisory control and data acquisition system, programming, preventive maintenance, and repair. Commissioner Eisner.
This was more so a comment than anything else, just pretty much like number 4. We've adjusted and keep increasing the amounts, and you have to take that into consideration when we're looking at millage rates and reducing millage rates. And these are the type of things that by acquiring the right security, we're being fiscally responsible. So that's pretty much what I wanted to say. I approve this, and I like to see stuff like this where we're proactive, opposite to what number 4 was. So,
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Lunt, anything?
This is obviously the end of a 5-year contract that terminates on 5/31. The agreed upon value in the initiation was $90,000 a year per se, so it's not untoward for us to do this. My big question is, what do we do after 5/31? Have we taken steps to replace this contract?
Paul Smith, you want to come up there?
Paul Smith, Public Services Director. I'm going to ask Assistant Director Tommy Kiger to answer. He's really involved in this more in depth than I am.
Thank you. Thomas Kiger, Assistant Public Services Director. Yes, we do have plans for this contract. We're trying to move this forward right now for this specific project. We're trying to keep some of our capital projects on track. That's why we're proceeding with the scope of work in this item. But we're also currently working with procurement to develop updated bid documents to put this back on the street in the near future so that we don't have any lapses in coverage for these services.
Okay, so we're going to get an updated scope of work put together and have it brought out to the street again?
Yes, we were working with procurement on that last week. It should be going out relatively soon.
All right, thank you.
I've got a question, Tommy.
Okay. Commissioner.
Yeah, the funding is wastewater treatment facility and RO water treatment facility. Is that paid from water bills?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not ad valorem taxes or property taxes?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Eisner, you started it. Commissioner Kulyas?
No comment.
Okay, I'm fine. Are there any public comments concerning this item? Mr. Jump, are there any public remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Thank you. May I have a motion and a second, please?
Motion to approve increase file number 180089-5-RS.
Second.
If there's no further commission comments, roll call.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Okay, that ends the consent agenda. We're going to move on to the special consent. Item 11, discussion direction on project Refuge. I'm going to go ahead and make a couple of comments unless you want to. Okay. This is something that I've been involved in, the city manager has been involved in, the police chief has been involved in, along with Ms. Ada Del Geis, who's the executive director of the Shepherd Center. And we also have with us this evening John Consolino, who's the president of the Shepherd Center. And as many of you know, we've had issues, not so much with the idea of feeding people, that's a good thing, but what happens after the people leave the location of the Shepherd Center, we've had some issues with that. And the activity at the Shepherd Center is probably increased to the point where there needs to be a discussion and a plan for relocating those services elsewhere, simply because there's no real estate at that location to accommodate continuing to increase the number of people that are fed there. And Mrs. Del Geis, with her board, came up with an idea referred to as Project Refuge. I'm hoping she'll be able to say a few things tonight. And the idea is to relocate the feeding program and the Hope Center to a different location somewhere north of the Anclote River to get it out of the heart of Tarpon Springs, the downtown area. And so we are also going to continue on with our river dredging effort in trying to find a disposal pond site to accommodate future dredgings. And we thought it might be a good fit to include perhaps a dormitory or campus location for the Shepherd Center, new location actually, as part of that effort. So we have a letter from Ms. Del Geis, and that was approved by her board, and asking to confirm whether we would participate in this as I had just described. And so tonight, there's two parts to this. One is for the commission to discuss, and if it so chooses, to confirm participating in this matter from the standpoint of looking for property. And then it would also give the Shepherd Center the ability to begin fundraising for constructing the facility. So the idea would be that we would provide a portion of the land, of the total land that we would purchase for the disposal site, have utilities at that location, and then everything else that would be needed for the Shepherd Center operations would be built by the Shepherd Center itself. As far as the disposal site, it would just be, it has to fit certain characteristics. It doesn't have to be, it doesn't need to be on the river. In fact, it's probably preferable that it not be on the river, but it's got to be close enough to where we can get the effluent back to the river in a reasonable way. So the second part of that would be to authorize the city manager to seek the services of a real estate consultant for that purpose of identifying a large enough parcel to accommodate both the Shepherd Center facility, Project Refuge, and also for the disposal pond of future dredgings of the Anclote River. The total size would be about 10 acres plus, not necessarily minus, but that's something that we would kind of learn more as we go into it. And again, it's just looking into this at this point and committing to the process. I just want to make it clear to everybody that's here and everybody that's watching, there's little doubt in my mind that whatever is identified as far as a solution that is going to require the purchase of property, given the amount of the property, it's going to exceed the threshold of $350,000, which means that the residents are going to have to approve it as at a vote or referendum, and it's going to be probably the entire concept that would be on the referendum, not just simply the purchase of the property. So that's how we're going to move forward, and it's a long process. It's not anything that's going to happen overnight, but again, I just wanted to make sure that we share this information with you this evening and get the thoughts of the commission and the residents that are here this evening. So what I'm going to do is go to the residents first, and then we'll have questions and comments by the commission. Ms. Delgais, do you have anything that you'd like to offer, or Mr. Consolino, if you'd like to offer anything?
I'd just like to. Hi, everybody. I just want to explain to our residents and our businesses what project Refuge would entail. I've heard a lot of comments about the homeless and about taking them away from the heart of, like you said, Tarpon Springs. And what I am looking for, and with the grace of God, because this is only through Him that this will be possible, is to be able to have a place where the homeless can go to, sleep if they want. We're hoping to have dormitories. We're hoping to have actual beds instead of mats, but somewhere where they can sleep or just, you know, be able to eat, and we can create, you know, programs and do, I'm hoping to do OJT projects, et cetera, to give them that, you know, dignity that they do deserve. A lot of these people are residents of Tarpon Springs. They either lived here many years ago and something happened in their lives and they were somewhere else and they came back home. Now, I understand that we have a lot of homeless people coming from St. Petersburg or Clearwater, and they come for the meals. But the majority of them, I can attest to that because I see it and I'm there, is that they, once they finish their meals, they take that bus and they go and they go wherever they're coming from. But another thing that I wanted to include in this project is not just about the homeless people that we serve. It's also about the pantry. Before COVID, we used to serve probably about 100, 150 people that we would provide food for. And now we've had days where we have 300, and this is the underprivileged. This is people that have homes, but that they don't have enough money to pay for the food, etc. And of course, we are blessed. We are blessed immensely that we are able to get a lot of food donated, you know, from Feeding America, you know, the Publixes, the Winn-Dixie, etc., that we're able to provide, and we have been serving everyone in Pinellas County. So whereas at one time we only served 7 cities, now we're serving the whole county of Pinellas. We also serve Holiday because it's right across the street from us. Now, what the issues that have come up is that we have a problem with parking. When you have 300 people trying to find parking in the heart of Tarpon Springs, which is downtown Tarpon, it becomes very difficult. I feel that if we had the opportunity to have this property that people can just park and not take away the residents or the businesses parking, if we can do that, that is one of the things that I am willing to do to move our pantry to move our outreach, and to move the Hope Center to that property, to be able to create more programs for our homeless, to be able to serve the underprivileged much faster and better without having to deal with the fact that, thank God for our police department, because, I don't know what I would do without them, because they help us a lot. But, they have to come down sometimes because they're parking, places where they're not supposed to park. And this is an opportunity for us to be able to take that away from downtown Tarpon and to put it somewhere else. Of course, our thrift store is our main source of income. We don't get grants or anything like that. We get from the thrift store and from generous donors. So, of course, the thrift store would remain at 304 South Pinellas. But I just came to the city and we discussed this program because I would like it to be a city, the entire city planning for this. This is not going to be, and I repeat, this is not a state shelter. This will only be for the people in Tarpon up to maybe Palm Harbor and a few of those that come from Holiday. That is it. We don't want people coming from St. Petersburg or anywhere else. We're not going to be on that list that we're a shelter. This is a community project that I would like us all to work on, to help raise the money if we can, to do, get grants, to do whatever we have to do in order to make our community, that people will feel safer, that people will not feel intimidated, that it'll be something that it was the city of Tarpon Springs. This is what they did for their homeless community, for the underprivileged, and that is what my desire and my intent is. Not only for our people that we serve, my children, which are the homeless, because they have nobody, okay? But also for everyone in the community, that we can just all work together in order to get this, this project accomplished. And if you ever have any questions, anything, please contact me. Please come to the Shepherd Center. I am willing to sit down with you, explain how things work, give you a tour of what we do. Because I'm going to tell you something. People have been shocked when they have gone to the Hope Center and they see all those homeless people in our courtyard eating together. And I even had the privilege of having our mayor go there. And they clapped and they were so happy that the mayor was there. These are decent people. We do have that one or two handful that are problems, but we're taking care of it. We're dealing with some people that, they're mentally, disabled. We're dealing with, people that, that need jobs. I will say very proudly that I have hired about 5, 6, 7 throughout the year, the homeless to do work, that they have gone beyond, that they have, it's okay if I
Well, I was going to ask you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Don't
That
turn-
they have gone beyond,
We hear.
because I'm talking to my community.
Actually, you're doing a good job. You
All
don't
right,
need a
I'm sorry.
microphone.
I'm just talking to
Just
my
the
community
recording for
because
the-
I want
for
everybody
the
to
TV
know.
recording.
But that we have been able to, create jobs for them. That, that shower, that they come in, they take a shower, and, they've gotten a job. We provide the clothing, underwear, socks, and everything. We dress them up. We help them with resumes, etc., so that they can go out, go out and get a job. Others, I have them working at the Shepherd Center, whether they're volunteers, whether they're paid employees. They're working together to try to, change their lives. We have so many that have gotten their apartment for the first time, and of course, as the Shepherd Center, as our mission that we have. You know, we provide not only the clothing, we provide the furniture, we provide the housewares, we just get them set up because that is our privilege, and that is what God has put into our hearts. And I'm going to tell you something. The Shepherd Center is a God-driven organization because nothing is done without him coming first. And he comes first in everything that we do. So I just want to thank everybody. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. And I'm sorry that I've been, you know, I get a little emotional when it comes to, you know, what I do.
Guys, I just wanted to get a little clarification. One is that we're going to be voting to adopt the concept that you've proposed, and then move ahead with that. One of the, and to be clear, the food operations at the Shepherd Center, including the Hope Center, would be located to this new facility. That would leave your retail store in operation, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then there will no longer be food dispensed at that location downtown?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
Let me go
it's to move the whole, you know, the food and the homeless and everyone to just a designated place where nobody will be bothered about parking, et cetera, and so forth, and, you know, whatever.
And your retail operation will continue as it is right now?
Continue to be right there.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me go to public Mr. Consolino, do you have any comments? Yeah.
This drives her crazy. But that's okay. Mayor, it's an honor. It was an honor to have you at our fundraiser. We have a working board. Every member on that board, as you saw at the fundraiser, rolls up their sleeves, and all of them, to a person on that board, has bought into Project Refuge. We passed a resolution on our board that if the city agrees, we agree, and we are ready to go to work to do whatever we have to do to fund the facility, operate the facility, move everything from downtown to that area. And just wanted you to know that the assurance of our board that we've all agreed, so.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Let's go to public comments. Are there any public comments concerning this item? Public comments. Please come forward and state your name and address, please.
Name is Chris Balaidis, 1397 Greenleaf Court, Tarpon Springs. I'm a member of the Shepherd Center Board and St. Nicholas Church Outreach. I just have to say a few words because EDAP covered all the bases. First, I want to thank the mayor and the commission for the initiative they're taking. And second, Tarpon Springs is one of the few cities in United States the way they're handling the homeless, because all of these people, they're looking for some place, a warm place to stay and have a warm meal. And we see a lot of a big difference the last year and a half or so with our Chief Young and the way he communicates with the Shepherd Center and his officers, and we see not many complaints as far as I know and as I see. So this is a very good first step in a 1,000-mile trip, and it's going to be a very nice example for the whole United States, how the city take the initiative to do something nice, positive for the fellow man. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paulides. Are there any other comments, please? Please come forward, sir.
Some friends and I, we meet at Panera Bread in the morning, and it was a good place. Everybody enjoyed themselves talking, and some of the homeless started coming in. One day, one of them was screaming obscenities, just basically barking at the moon.
Could you
going
speak
crazy,
into the
intimidating
microphone,
people.
please?
I'm
And
sorry?
also, if you could state your name and address.
Bring the microphone
Be
to you.
closer.
Speak into the
I
microphone.
did
please.
earlier, but okay. Frank Perry, 1676 Seabreeze. And it got violent. They were throwing furniture in the patio outside Panera's, throwing it all over the place. They would sleep in the booths. They try to get in the back ones where they won't be seen by the help. Manager, lady went up to tell one of them, you can't sleep here like that, and he got in her face. She didn't call the police, I don't know why, but she called her dad, and then those two were going at it, and I broke that up. I'm a retired cop. I just got tired of seeing what I was seeing there. This happened a lot, and I heard a lot of comments, people saying, you know, I don't enjoy this place anymore. Then I saw last week, it was on the news that 16 7-Elevens had closed because homeless had basically taken them over. They find a cup and they go in and get the free drinks, you know. There was a guy who was doing it there all day long. Maybe these folks know, there was one carrying a big stick with him and letting it drag on the ground behind him, and people thought, what in the heck's this guy gonna do with this thing? It was intimidating the customers. It's not all lollipops and roses, this business. It attracts a lot of people that just don't have good intentions. So, you know, you got to temper this with a little bit of reality.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Calliope Mona. I live at 41 West Oakwood Street. First of all, I'd like to say kudos to you and to the Shepherd Center for moving into the next phase of where we are going to be. Kudos to the board for participating in this project together. Nice job to all of you. Thank you. There will be homeless people. There were people who won't be able to eat, have no place to live, and who are mentally ill. That is to be expected. The fact that you're maintaining the visibility of the Shepherd Center in downtown Tarpon Springs, I think is excellent. The fact that you're moving some of your programs to a facility where they can have better access to food, transportation, the variety of issues. Nice job. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment? Mr. Delakis?
Peter Delakis, 514 Ashland Avenue. Listening here, on-the-job training, access to transportation, help building themselves up to find better places to live, all very noble. However, that's the front face. What's the back face? If you read the backup, and as the mayor mentioned, trying to combine the fill site with this project so they can maybe get some economic synergy. Do you know where the fill site is? I asked them, you can have somebody testify here. It's where they're dumping the fill on the north side of the water treatment plant, about 1.5 miles up Anklote Road, where now there's a stop sign there where the fire station is. So, you want to talk about helping people? Are there any bus stops out there? No. Any places they maybe can go work at besides the recycling places? No. You talk about finding a site, spending all this money for a realtor to go out and look for sites. You have one right in front of you. I don't know if you're aware of it, I've been doing some research, but on the northeast corner of Huey and Lime, where the new Avara Dental Center is, that's city-owned property. I'm trying to find out how y'all got it because the last transaction shows in 1999 from Miss Bartlett's trust to if that property was gone to the Shepherd Center. But next door where the health center is, that's St. Timothy's property. That big vacant lot between St. Timothy's and the Avara Health Center, St. Timothy's. I spoke to Pastor Kurt and I told him I wouldn't commit to the church, but they also have this same mission of creating a center. So, you want to save some money, and I know a lot of people see me as an environmentalist, but I'm technically voluntary, inactive real estate salesperson. Every 2 years I take my CEUs to keep qualifying, and it's all about location. And what's the advantages of that location? One, you've got plenty of employment around there, plenty of places that are looking for work, people to work. Hardee's, McDonald's, Chili's, Walmart, Big Lots, Staples, Dollar Store. You go walk by, they all got hiring. There's your jobs. They need to get down to Clearwater to go to the clerk's office, 19 bus. They need to go up to Pasco, 19 North bus. You got to look at your full options before you commit to trying to spend money for a real estate agent to go look for property when you got one right in front of you. Now, I've spoken with Pastor Kurt. I spoke with him last night. I gave him the information. Maybe he might zoom in, so I can't say for sure he had another meeting. I know they lease the property to the health people. So I don't know. I can't commit. He would have to take it to his board. Their board has to make their decision, as these boards have to make their decisions. But I'm sure some leasing arrangement can be arranged. Because here's another cue about something else about city property. Savannah Cove out on Curlew Place. That 55 or over, they got tax credits. Lease that land from the city. If you look in the budget, there's what, 12,000 a month that comes in? 72,000 here, I forget the numbers. 50 years when that lease is over, the city gets the property. There are other options to look at besides putting them out on the other side of the river. You can't hide them. You're still going to have homeless people down here, just like the man said at Panera. Thank you.
Mr. Dlakis, our interest is a disposal site. I would hope that you please direct your comments to the Shepherd Center. I'm sure that they can give you some additional details as far as the participation of this. Are there any other public comments? Please come forward, sir.
Good evening, BJ Wolf, 412 Denise Street, Tarpon Springs. I'm just actually going to comment just in what we've seen, my wife and I, since we opened our shop about 18 months ago. And we understand the need to help people. What we're seeing is a severe increase. Like especially, we're open till 8 or 9 o'clock every single night, and there's customers that tell us every single day they won't even walk down Lemon Street from, once dark hits, Lemon between Safford and Alt 19. It's only a couple blocks, but it's not lit up like the rest of everything. But I can tell you that the homeless that do come into our shop, they've stolen from us. We see them shoplifting. We try not to create an issue. We know several that do have the mental incapacity. We've run into a lot of that where we've had to, trespass. Some of them say you're not allowed in anymore. But what we're seeing is that the customers that are coming into our shop, they're noticing it, and a lot of them are they won't come back. They're like, holy cow, this is a lot different than I thought. So I'm concerned because we've seen a tremendous increase just in the year and a half that we've been there, and I'm afraid that this is just it'll be an epicenter where it's just gonna draw more and more, regardless of the location. And it's just going to be a bigger problem that we have to deal with. And we're doing tremendous things on Tarpon Ave there to try to revitalize this city, and that this is a detriment to that. So that's all I wanted to say on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments, public comments? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to make a comment on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay, let's go to the commission. Vice Mayor Lunt, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, I have some comments. Everybody knows that we have a homeless problem which is being exacerbated monthly. It's getting worse. It's not getting better. I'm not sure if I agree with the mayor as far as property of trying to look for economies of scale with some place to move, you know, parts of the Shepherd Center and the Hope Center and a disposal site. I'm not quite...
Those weren't my words. Economy of scale was Mr. Delakis' words. I can explain that, but go ahead.
All right. My apologies. One of the other things to say that I do agree with Mr. Delakis that if this goes forward, wherever it goes forward, we need to be in a position with the homeless where they do have transportation, the ability to get employed. Having said that, I did some pretty broad research around the country as far as what people are doing with the homeless. This is not a Tarpon Springs issue. This is an urban issue within the United States. I pretty much come down on the side that temporary shelters for the homeless really don't do anything for the homeless except give them temporary shelter. It doesn't solve the homeless problem. It just sort of puts it off for a little while. What we need to do as a community is look at housing for the homeless, affordable housing for the homeless, or Section 8 grants for the homeless, or whatever we can do to house them. You've got to get rid of, if a man is drowning, telling him he needs how to swim is not a good thing. You need to pull him to land, and that's what we need to do with homeless people. We need to find some place to house them permanently so they can get back on their feet, so they can get some self-respect back, so that they can start to live a more productive and whatever community acceptable life. Having said that, I do agree that we should be looking at other options for property. I'm not quite sure if anybody has talked to the people that own the Hale Center up on alternate 19. That center has been somewhat not used for a considerable amount of time and would fit very nicely into doing this. It's run by another Faith World Inc., so it's run by another religious organization. I'm not sure how they would feel about being adopted. Even without the particular center, they have quite a bit of land up there. It's just, I think, pretty much we're all familiar with where that is. So I want to say that I'm supportive of moving certain facilities away from the downtown in Tarpon Springs, because I think in fact, I know they are becoming a definite problem. I've had to deal with it myself directly lately, more than once or twice. I did want to get out there, though, that we need to go further than just operate, giving them temporary shelter. I'm surprised that the Housing Authority isn't here tonight. We need to work with all our resources, with all our community agencies, to make sure these people get housed, not sheltered, but housed. Shelters only work as a temporary solution, and they're always problematic. Anyway, that's pretty much all I got to say. Thanks.
Commissioner Carr.
Thanks, Mayor. In this aspect, everything's going along with the Shepherd Center. I think it needs to be separated between the Shepherd Center and the dredging project. Looking at lots north of the river as well, too, there's not many that are 10 acres plus or not. Doesn't mean that the city can't come to a resolution to find one, but I don't think they should be correlated together, in my opinion. I think it's best to separate the two. Are both needed? Yes, I agree. I also would like to see, is there an option for the city to do a long-term lease of a building instead of buying a piece of property? Maybe it's on US 19, closer to Klosterman, Maybe it's on US 19, closer to the Holiday Line. I don't know where that would be. But there's other avenues to going about this instead of just going down one avenue and trying to say, let's find a 10-acre piece of land for this. So I'm in support of finding a piece of property. What I would like to see, though, is that the city would work with the tenant to make sure the tenant would be responsible for all maintenance of the property, that the city would lease it for $1, but they wouldn't be responsible for the maintenance. But with that, going back around, just summarizing it, I don't think it should be just limited to a piece of raw property. I think it should be looking at buildings that are there also, or another, something creative. Just don't tell the real estate agent, go look for this. Look for an option to fit this project, but don't look for just only 5 acres, 10 acres, or something along those lines.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Eisner.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't particularly want to put any restriction on a real estate person. I want to let them know the criteria of what we need, and let them find that particular property. If they're able to find a particular property that can handle the both the spoil and the center for relocation, so be it. If I don't really lean towards that, I would like it to be separate. But if that's available, that's the route I would. We could discuss it at that time. As far as moving the homeless out of the area, as much as I am like you, Ada, I feel for the people, and I don't always know what's best for them, as we all do. But the baby step that we need to take is to first find them shelter and food. I agree with Vice Mayor that there is an end game to trying to teach them profession. Look, we'd like to get them married and have kids, but you do have to take baby steps along the way. And the first thing is there is many issues, many calls, we all get them, for issues that are going on in town that doesn't help anybody. It doesn't help the police, it doesn't help them. They get themselves in trouble, the businesses suffer. So primarily, you've also admitted that you feed too many people. You've outgrown that facility to feed people. There's no parking there. So primarily, it would behoove us to get a location outside the area. I hate saying things like we're moving them to Pasco, or that's not the answer. But I would presume that the land is cheaper there than if you're putting the land to try to purchase in the middle of Tarpon Avenue. So wherever we could find a location that's best suited for you, that's large enough to facilitate a new feeding and a place for overnight. Look, many of them don't want to be in an overnight, and you know this. They prefer to be free and in the streets. On the nights that it's frigid cold, and which luckily we don't have many, there needs to be a cold shelter. Nobody wants to have people freeze on the street. So I'm all for moving ahead with whatever is feasible to get them an overnight shelter, get them food. If it's a facility that does have both with the spoil site, I'm good with it. But we could cross that bridge when we get a list of things that are before us. I'm just happy to move forward with it, and that's it.
Okay, Commissioner Kulyas.
No solution is going to make everyone happy, and I would ask this commission, I know Vice Mayor brought up, we do have Robin Red, part of our coalition for the Homeless Alliance, and she's part of the Tarpon Springs Housing Authority. If anybody can try to reach out to her, she can talk about some of the issues that come across this topic. And I'm all for supporting a relocation of food distribution and services. Ideally, I would like to see it somewhere on the north end of the river. And we've even heard testament from Ms. Delgeist that there's a big portion of the people who do drive. And one of the main issues is the parking that comes with it with downtown. And I know not everyone's going to be able to drive to get those services, but I would definitely be in support of trying to create any bus routes, working with the county to, and this would be a coordination from Pasco. We know people are coming from Pasco down into downtown to be fed as well. So my main goal is to take care of the homeless, but also help stem and drive economic opportunity in Tarpon Springs. That's one of the biggest ones for myself as well. And there is a program, and I've talked with Ms. Del Geis, and I do want to move forward with supporting this this issue and find a realtor to try to find a property. But there is this program that happens every year with the Homeless Leadership Network in Pinellas County, and it's called it's an acronym, NOFO, NOFO, and this program gives out about $15 million a year, and they will help give grant money of big portions. I was just pulling it up, $2 million, $3 million for potential properties to be purchased for in the event of building a shelter. But I would like to get either Mr. Scarlini or Mr. Geist to make a commitment to us in the city to have a representative. And I know it's an uphill battle in those HOA boards. I feel like they only think about, Clearwater South. So it's always an uphill battle for us. But if we could really stay involved from the aspect of the Shepherd Center, having one person as a representative, start the application process. If our city can actually work, if we have a grant writer to help assist in this nonprofit, I'm not sure if we actually can do that, but stay involved with that. And because there's some money out there that I think everything that we're talking about right now can help, that we can help get. And I'm all for, and we talked about, I just want to make sure in this agreement that all food and services would be relocated, and it would just remain a thrift store as we talked about. And I think this is an investment for our town. This isn't a handout. This is an investment that helps downtown, I think, long-term, and it could help clear up many of the concerns that residents have, business owners have. We heard a couple comments about a property behind Publix, and it's a good idea, but we've also heard from some residents that it's the small few that ruin it for others when going into those plazas and, getting involved with people who are just trying to do their everyday lives. So I really want the best of both worlds. I do want a location that's on the outskirts a little bit of town. Being able to get them to come to work and go back to work, that's a whole nother scenario, but a goal for myself, and I think this commission, would be to help keep the services going and give a reason or opportunity to spark economic development and interest with investment. And I'm not sure those two are necessarily correlated, but I think it could help be a 2-for-1 for us in looking out for the community. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor Lunt, you have some additional thoughts?
I'm sorry, I neglected to mention this before. I also went to the U.S. Interagency Council on Homeless website and did some research. I'm not sure if you're aware of this. You probably are, but they set aside $10 billion to help the homeless within the ARPA funds. These funds are currently available. They're being granted to, how do I say this, organizations, communities, and cities that are following particular community guidelines and programs and so forth. There is a relatively thick document on what can be done in this particular manner that will allow you to get grant money, is setting specific community goals and creating partnerships and so forth. However, their House America plan has been put into pretty effective use in places like Houston and places like Austin already. We're starting to see some results in San Diego. I mean, I know these are larger cities than ours, but it doesn't have to mean that smaller communities are left out in this. So there's other monies and grant opportunities there that should be followed up upon.
Commissioner Eisner.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to touch base with one thing, because I know you spoke about just keeping it to Palm Harbor and Tarpon Springs, but just when this does move forward, I would love for you to have some sort of a system in place for people that are just in need of food, to have maybe a band or a little badge so that you know who is entitled to that food, and just so that it doesn't get out of hand, because you could outgrow the place in a blink of an eye when the word gets out there. And if you have some sort of, I'm not looking to stop people. If somebody's hungry, you might want to feed them, but you want to keep some sort of control on it, and some sort of control on who's staying over as well. So that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Delgeis, would you answer one question for me if you could come up? How much food does the Shepherd Center process each year for feeding people? Not just the homeless, for feeding people.
Every year we process about probably 2,750,000 pounds of food.
2 million pounds?
Almost 3 million.
So that's a lot of food. Thank you. I'm going to keep it simple. My interest as mayor of the city of Tarpon Springs is to get the river dredged. I'm not going to get into the business of telling the Shepherd Center how to deal with the homeless and what they need. They know, they're the experts. This is a partnership between us and the Shepherd Center. I'm sure they would tell us to go fly a kite if we start dictating terms as far as what they do. I know we've had discussions, not necessarily with feeding people, but what happens off campus, and that's the job that Chief Young has had to deal with and the city manager. For me, it's more of a facilitator. What can we do to improve that situation? The idea behind the disposal pond and providing a location within that area for a facility was really timed to the location of the current site, which actually is very near the Pinellas Trail. Unfortunately, that's unaffordable at this point. But the idea behind it's not an economy of scale. It's an issue of a NIMBY, not in my backyard. Wherever you relocate anything like this, there's going to be issues. There's going to be people coming forward, and they have the right to come forward, and what you need to do is make them comfortable. There's a big difference between buying a parcel of 10 acres and carving out a little 1 acre site or less. Within that 10 acres, that 10 acres forms a buffer around that 1 acre facility. It's a lot different than going out and buying a piece of property and then an acre or less, and then all the surrounding properties are privately owned. So that's one objective behind that, is to provide some peace of mind to the Shepherd Center and to the surrounding area where they would be located. I don't know whether we're going to find anything, but until we look, we're not going to know. And I don't disagree with anything that anybody has said tonight regarding the homeless, their issues, what their needs are. But those sort of things are, I think somebody used the word the end game tonight, and we're not at the end game. We're not going to solve the homeless problem in Tarpon Springs. This is just a step in addressing that issue, in managing the situation a lot better than what we're doing right now, and the fact that we've outgrown in the sense that the community is outgrown because of the support and everything that goes on at the Shepherd Center, and also our police department. For my interest, the city manager's interest, is what the police department has to do to manage the issues that occur not as part of feeding people, but once that activity ceases, these people go elsewhere. So they're beginning to consume a lot of time managing that situation when they should be providing services to our public for a variety of other things. So that's my interest in this, and this is just a step. I'm not sure how long it's going to take. I know we talked about consultants, real estate consultants, but the last thing I want to mention, identifying a location for a disposal pond is not just setting it up, buying a location and setting it up. There needs to be a path from the river to that location for an effluent line, and there needs to be a location for a path for that water to get out of the disposal site and back into the river. There's some basic fundamental requirements that are needed that are going to have to be dictated to us by the Army Corps and also the regulatory agencies, the environmental agencies in Florida. So it's a little more complicated than just buying property and somewhere that's cheap or something and then giving a little parcel to the Shepherd Center for their needs. And as far as that goes, whatever we find may not be satisfactory to the Shepherd Center, but we're not going to know until we get to that point. So it's just a cooperative effort at this point. It's to get the ball moving, to allow the Shepherd Center to begin raising an awareness of what their plans are, begin fundraising, and then for our part is really, for me, is to ensure the future of our federal channel. We need a disposal pond. That land isn't going to be available unless we bought it. I was a proponent of buying it a long time ago when that site that we're using right now was affordable. It's completely unaffordable right now. So that's all I want to say about that. Commissioner Card, do you have another comment?
Yeah, I just had a question. So if we give the city manager direction tonight to seek the services of a real estate consultant, would that come back before the board? Typically real estate, I don't know, government's very strange in procurement. So typically in real estate, the realtor is paid when a lease is signed or a sale happens. Mark, in this case, does the city put money out to hire a real estate consultant to find a piece of property, or is this, do you know how that would work?
Well, I would work with procurement. There's ways we've done it in the past. In essence, it's almost like putting out a bid and seeing what we can get for it. So that's something I have to work with Janine on and, figure out what that arrangement is and, if it goes out to bid and stuff, then it would come back.
As far as what the terms of their assisting us would be.
Whether it's a percentage, whether it's a flat fee, whether it's, it could be a bunch of different things that we go ask for a bid of the best deal.
Sure.
It could just be a flat fee to help us. But we have to examine that and look at it. Again, we did it before when we were dealing with selling of a group of city properties. We did that. I don't know, we'll go back and look at that one. It wasn't exactly the same thing, but I think there's a model there if you give the word to go forward with that Janita can use. And of course, Janita is very resourceful, look at other places and abilities to do that. So I think we can find some examples other places of how we go about it and kind of what structure of the arrangement is on it.
Mayor, I'll make a motion if you're fine with that.
Okay. Vice Mayor Lunt, you've got your light on.
I'm sorry, but to my recollection, had we already given the city manager instructions to go out and look for a disposal site? Was that not something that we'd already done? Do we have to give that permission again, or is this additional permission for him to hire a consultant?
My recollection is, and you help me out a little bit, we did an appraisal on the Stamus property. Is that, we didn't go out looking for a different site. We just, tell me what you recall.
Yeah, that was one we identified and found out. So this is kind of part of the next step, whether we add the project or not. The next step is looking for other properties.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was under the impression we were already doing that.
No, we just looked at the one property, the appraisal came in at about $3.5 million.
Well, yeah, I understand.
There have been significantly higher offers made on that property.
I'm sorry, I thought that we had already instructed you to go.
Well, there's some identified.
We needed to dispose of.
Obviously, I've tried to identify some along there, but the scope of this and what's needed and to add this on, there's probably
That changes it, yeah.
some need for some help I've done a pretty good job before, but that's not my forte. So that's why it's, in this real estate thing, looking for the contract we might do.
Okay, well,
if there's a real estate consultant that does something of that sort to
I'm all
look
for
at.
making this more formal. I
Yeah.
thought
Just
most
may
of that
need a little help
instruction
with
had
this,
already been done.
with this added on, and even the complexities that obviously you can look at a map and see some properties that might be available, but, there may be some abilities of a real estate person, some maybe not available now, to talk with some people and assist in making them available. So it's just having that consultant help, not my expertise of doing.
Okay.
Trying to kill these green lights. Commissioner Eisner.
I just wanted to add, we could also possibly use CRA money to help this along as well. So that's all I wanted to say quickly.
Oh, thank you. Commissioner Kulyas.
Just one last comment. And if I can, while this is all getting worked out, if we could get a commitment from Ms. Delgeis or Ms. Scalini to have someone from the Shepherd Center start looking into the Homeless Leadership Alliance and the no-fro programs that's coming out again this year. And I think it's something that's right down our alley and what we're looking for some additional funding. So,
you have my assurance.
thank you, sir.
Okay. If there is no further comments, I'd like a motion and a second.
Mayor, I make a motion to
who wanted to get up? Who was it?
Public comments closed, Mayor.
Yeah.
Can we-
Who?
I think we're good. We're good.
Okay.
Mayor, I make
Commissioner
a
Carr, go
motion
ahead.
to give the city manager approval to seek real estate services from a consultant or similar form of real estate for any of the three options: a dredge site by itself, a dredge site with a shared Shepherd Center feeding service, food service, or a Shepherd Center feed food service by itself.
Second.
Is there any objection to partnering with the Shepherd Center concerning Project Refuge?
That's one of the options.
Okay.
So it's a dredge site by itself, a dredge site with the Shepherd Center, or just a Shepherd Center by itself.
Okay.
That was a second for me, but are you looking for
I think
consensus on giving them a 30-year lease with the $1 a year, you're tying into this whole letter?
no. What we're talking about is the reason you have a motion. Is that correct, Commissioner Carr? All right. You have a second, right? Okay. Let's discuss it for a second. I think that what the issue is going to be is a 30-year lease at $1 a year, but that would have to go to referendum. In addition to the purchase of the property, if it's combined together with this larger parcel that's going to exceed $350,000. So both of those require referendum. The only question I have is whether that is going to give the Shepherd Center sufficient assurance that we are going to attempt to provide, identify a parcel that would satisfy both objectives. One would be for the disposal pond site, and the other would be for the Project Refuge aspect of it. If what I'm hearing from, and you may have to repeat that for me, one of your options was not to purchase property for Project Refuge. It was strictly, or was I wrong? Did I hear you wrong? You're talking about, go ahead.
Yeah,
state it.
so in this case, the consultant or real estate agent would be looking for one of three or could be looking for three different options: a dredge site by itself, a dredge site with the Shepherd Center, or just a Shepherd Center piece of property.
Either, so two of those would involve the Shepherd Center?
Yes.
Okay.
But then it also gives the direction if one was found for the Shepherd Center, the city manager still has direction to find a disposal site.
Mr. Consolino, would that work for you? Okay, that's good.
Yep.
Is that all right for you?
That's what I seconded.
That's the first, second, or for no further comments, let's do roll call.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes, thank you. All right, you need a timeout. Okay, what we're gonna do is take a 10-minute break. We're gonna reconvene at 8:55, and the next agenda item is going to be the Cohatch request for reconsideration. Take our seats. The commission, I need them back at their
Mayor,
desk.
I know where that is.
I need the commission back at their desk so we can get started.
I commuted to Austin for
Are you missed down?
good food.
Hey, John? Yeah, that's all right. I'm good, man. Thank you. I don't eat the candy typically. You're welcome to come take a candy anytime you want. There's reserves over there on the counter, too.
Would you commute?
No, I couldn't.
Okay. Got everybody here except for the city manager. All right. Let's reconvene the meeting at 8:56 p.m. The next item is item 12, Cohatch request for reconsideration. We're going to do this like a quasi-judicial procedure. It's not going to be swearing in or anything like that, but it'll be less informal, but there will be questions and answers. And this evening, I want to make sure that I want to introduce everybody. We've got Ms. Macris Fossey here is here, right there. From Cohatch, we've got Mr. Chris Watkins, who's a principal in that, and also Ms. Rosenbaum, Lauren Rosenbaum, who's the attorney for Cohatch, is here as well. And we've got Ms. Vincent, who's our planning director, here as well. So what we're going to do is, that's what I'm going to say at this point. I'm going to ask also the city attorney, because he's the one who kind of orchestrated getting this agenda item on tonight for the approach that we're going to take. So, Mr. Salzman, if you could kind of elaborate a little bit on where we are, what we have to do in this matter.
Yes, Mayor. So according to your ordinances 218, you have a procedure for rehearings. In this particular case, the request was timely made for you to rehear this matter. Before you reconsider one of your decisions, the board, after considering additional evidence or argument presented by the person making the request for the rehearing, must make a finding that evidence not previously considered or a factual mistake related to the evidence considered exists. The request to rehear shall be authorized only upon a motion of a member of the Board of Commissioners who voted on the prevailing side in the original Board of Commissioners action and upon an affirmative vote of a majority of those present and voting. If an affirmative vote occurs, granting the request to rehear, the application shall be scheduled upon due public notice in accordance with the requirements of said application. So you would have another hearing if you decide to entertain and vote for the rehearing.
Okay, so in summary, after we hear everybody, then there would be a motion, if one is made, to rehear, and then there would have to be a second to that, and then there would have to be a vote, and there would have to be a majority vote on the commission to send that back for reconsideration.
That is correct, Mayor. If there's no motion made, then there's nothing further to be done, and if there is no second, again, there would be nothing further to be done.
All right, so what we're going to do is, Ms. Macris, Ms. Fossey, if you'd like to come forward and kind of state your case, and then we'll go from there. And what I'm hoping to find out is, I understand this matter, the subject is Cohatch, but I'm also interested in finding out some of the underlying issues concerning this matter as well. That's my goal in all of this, so please go ahead.
Okay, my name's Themelina Makris-Fos. I own Ambiance Hair Salon. It's 124 Tarpon Avenue. I came back today because provisions have not been made. Nobody has said anything in particular when it comes to the parking, and that's why I had the petition signed, and I got enough Tarponites to sign this petition and come forward. So as far as the flawed parking analysis, I'm still concerned about the word-of-mouth parking. That, to me, is alarming. Handicap parking. I have handicapped clients, I have elderly clients, and as far as the map goes of the parking within the community, that's almost not doable for those type of clients that I have. If you're walking and you're a certain age, you can make it, but if you are in a wheelchair or crutches or whatever the situation may be, that's not helpful. As far as that goes, the smart code ignored. So my understanding, like again, I'm not against Cohatch coming in. I think business is going to be good as far as I'm against if they're going to be able to extend that and be able to go through the smart code and the smart code ignored in the planning and zoning board. So if I were to hypothetically purchase a building here in town and I make it twice the size at its current size, do I have to provide parking, or is that just on Tarpon Avenue? Like, these are questions and concerns that I have as a business owner of 23 years here in this community, which I've seen Tarpon grow. We're growing so fast, it's beautiful. But the community itself, the area, the parking and all that stuff, as far as the city goes, that's not growing. The community's growing, the businesses are growing, but we're also suffering at the same time. That is my major concern as a business owner here in town. I've seen the changes, they've been great, they've been positive, but take us into consideration too, because we were the heart of Tarpon. I've been a part of that heart for 23 years on Tarpon Avenue. So I think, my concerns are just as valid as anybody else's. It's great for retail, it's great for this, it's great for that. I own a hair salon. We run on time frames, we run on time schedules. I had to give up an entire wedding party and I had to give back deposits because provisions were never made for a street closure. So I'm just looking at it from a big point of view with street closures, adding in all of that on top of not having enough parking. What is my business going to do that has been here this long? My clients, I have 9 employees. We have a huge clientele. We bring a lot of walk-through traffic for the surrounding businesses as well. So, that's something to take into consideration. As far as that goes, I didn't forge anybody's signature on the petition like it was stated before. Thank you. Moving forward, I'm done. Those are my concerns, and hopefully we can resolve something today.
Thank you, Ms. Foss. Hang on a second. Do any of the commissioners have a question for Ms. Foss? Commissioner Carr, go ahead.
So with your experience on Tarpon Avenue and having a business there for many, many years, do you think parking is ultimately the biggest issue that you're stating, right?
Parking's the biggest issue right now. That's been an issue for quite some time. That has been major. It's hit me hard, more so the last 2-3 years. And the more that there's street closures on top of the parking issue, just makes it a bigger issue for me and for my employees. I have a thriving business. That is my major situation that I'm looking at it. And as far as the Cohatch going in, my biggest concern is it's going to be 8 to 10 months of construction. Where are all those employees that are going to be doing construction going to park? On the streets, in the city parking, or in the word-of-mouth parking? Because I don't trust word-of-mouth as far as that goes.
Okay.
And next question, do you feel that a parking garage would help alleviate the parking need for downtown?
I definitely believe so. Everybody wants to be like Dunedin. Dunedin got parking garages. Dunedin got parking. That's what makes them better than Tarpon right now. And I see thriving businesses down there. We were just there over the weekend on Saturday. It was great. It was beautiful. Unfortunately, we don't have that. Ours is growing so fast. Nothing is happening. Nothing is helping to accommodate that growth.
Do you feel that's a similar sentiment across all business or most business owners in downtown? Do you feel
I'll be honest with you. I've spoken to a lot of business owners about this, and it's been a very, very big concern, being that there are more businesses coming in. It's been a much bigger concern. Some businesses turn their heads, don't want to talk about it publicly, but as everybody knows, I'm being public about it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hank, don't leave. Let
yeah.
me see if anybody else has got questions. Commissioner Eisner.
Thank you for coming up. It does take guts to come up and say your mind. I do want to let the board know you and I spoke for quite some time, and I thank you for saying that. So you're really not against Cohatch, you just need parking, which is what I spoke to you about, which is one of my particular goals, and I also think it's the particular goal of this board to grow with the town. So I do want you to know that it will happen as soon as it possibly can. The other part that I need you to be a little bit, also kinder about is, and I don't wish this on anybody, but if it was your business or any other business in Tarpon that were to have a mishap, a fire, a flood, or something, they would need to come in with contractors and do work to it. And we couldn't sit there and say, well, you can't really rebuild because you just have to find somewhere for these contractors to park. Anytime you have a situation of construction, Tarpon Avenue right now is under construction. The bus stops over there in a one lane going east, and I sit behind them just waiting for everybody to get on and off the bus. I don't know what's going to be down the road, but you have to have a little bit of care and concern that somebody else is eventually going to be done, and hopefully they would be kind enough to keep their vehicles, their construction vehicles, not right there. So I'm with you, and we'll try to do whatever we can and say what you were going to say.
I totally get where you're coming from, but in the past, when there was an issue for parking and provisions were supposed to be made, let's say, for example, a First Friday, there was years ago, we're talking, this has been going on for years for me, provisions were never made years ago. They haven't been made now. I'm not against Cohatch going in. I'm against Cohatch's size that's going to go in, because there's still not going to be, even if you put 20 parking spots out there, it's not going to be enough. It's the size of the facility going in. I mean, it's going into one of the oldest buildings here in Tarpon Springs that survived the fire on the square, was it 1902? And all that's going to be changed. So I get that. People are changing, businesses are growing, I get it. But 20 spots aren't going to do it. A lot that doesn't have a lease and it's word of mouth isn't going to do it. It's not going to do it for my clients that are not local here from this community. They don't know where to park, and by the time I explain them, they're gone. So I don't want to see my business of 23 years go down the drain. I've been a member of this community. I have been on Tarpon Avenue, and the reason why my voice is being heard more now is because I have more time on my hands. So therefore, I'm going to utilize my time wisely. Thank you. Yeah.
Commissioner Kulyas.
Yes, Ms. Rosa, I just wanted to touch up, and we know one of the portions for the reconsideration is the parking, but can you go and just briefly read over a couple of the topics that your reconsideration states, and just briefly go over them, because it's a little bit more than just the parking, and I want to make sure that if and any all new evidence, if there is any, is put on the record with that consideration.
Okay, so I have a large clientele, and I have a couple clients that are developers. And one of the reasons why they won't develop certain parts of the land on Tarpon Avenue is because of the vibrating rollers that are going to go on, and they don't want to cause any more damage or harm to the surrounding buildings. I'm also part of those surrounding buildings. There's going to be impact coming from every which way. So I'm concerned about that. The flawed stormwater. If I had to write all this stuff down to be able to get the attention to be here today, I'm going to, and I did. The flawed stormwater analysis. The staff report incorrectly considers intermittent loosely laid pavers to count towards a higher existing impervious surface. I'm sorry, my glasses are playing tricks on me. Pavers likely not permitted by the city or SWFWMD. Mistakes of facts identified after the original public hearing includes the following: flawed parking analysis. That's major. You'll see parking analysis comes up several times. Let's see. No planning and zoning board review. I mean, I have a business, and I knew how hard it was for me to get certain things done, and it seems like little things were kind of, pushed through. Those are just my concerns. Anything else you want me to go over?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any more questions? Yeah.
Commissioner Kulyas, do you have anything?
And there's some topics being talked about in this backup material. Will a temporary situation in temporary parking in downtown help fill some of those people who park right on Tarpon Avenue, sit there all day in front of their business? What solutions do you think in the meantime could help, including maybe even adding additional handicap spots in that general area?
After contacting the American Disabilities Act, I think it's going to be, for the size of the structure that's going to be built, we're going to need more handicap parking, because there's only 2 directly on Tarpon Avenue. And it's not that easy, because there's not just 2 people that are handicapped in the community. A temporary solution is just going to be a Band-Aid, myself personally. It's going to work for a certain amount of time, because if it's a leased parking lot, so 5 years down the road, when that lease is up, then what? We're back to square one. So I think having a more permanent structure is going to be in our best benefit, for not just me, but I think every business owner.
Yes, ma'am. And for your type of business, hair can take a short period of time, could take hours. What do you think, like, you know, when a lady or a man comes to do their hair, it takes what, about an hour or two maybe, or could be longer?
Men take me anywhere between 15 and 20 minutes. Women can take about an hour to 2 hours max per client. So I have a high turnover, and I multitask several clients at once, so I use 3 stations, and there's witnesses to that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Ms. Fossey, the one thing that you said to me that kind of, I understand everything that you said. You said that you did the petition because you didn't hear anything back from the city as far as what we were going to do or what the city was going to do to help the problem. Okay, all right, and I'm hoping we'll have some information. There was, after that approval, there's been a lot that's gone on. Hopefully we can share some of that with you, and I'm not sure everybody's going to walk away satisfied, but at least one thing, you're going to get the impression that we just didn't, you know, whatever was, approve the project and then just forget about everything. That was done, and that's the end of it until somebody else shows up at public comments and starts complaining again. So I'm hoping we'll get to that point tonight.
And I appreciate that. And like I said, I knew how to get the attention. I did.
No, you did.
Yeah. I'm good at that. And moving forward, I want my business to be here another 15, 20 years. And I want to be here on Tarpon Avenue. Otherwise, I could have went to US 19 and been off the strip.
And thank you for doing that. Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor, I had one more question for her. So did you get to receive the responses to all of your questions from staff?
Meaning today and just
Well,
now?
the list that you gave us of what you were wanting a reconsideration, did you ever get that document that shows their answers, their response?
No, I get missed on a lot of stuff, just saying. So,
Because what I would have loved is for her to have that.
She was sent that.
She was sent that?
Yes, she was
No,
emailed.
I was not. I did not get that. Did you send it to themelinamakers@gmail.com? Because I do check my email daily.
It was emailed to you.
Okay, I'll check my
The email
spam.
that you had on file, that we had.
I'll check my spam. Thank you.
Because the question I would ask you, of course, now it's a moot point, is did you disagree with what, because every question that you posed, the staff responded to with a response.
Ms. Fossey's going to have a chance to state whether she agrees or not after Ms. Vincent's presentation.
Right, I just thought you possibly read it and there's still an issue with
We're
that.
a little early in the process for that.
Okay.
And by the way, what was sent to her is in the backup.
Got
It was on the agenda, in the backup for the agenda, what was sent to her is in there.
There's 2 parts to this, the thing that that Commissioner Eisner is asking about, and then the thing for me, which is equally important, is to kind of understand what the issues are. I don't think, in my opinion, from everything that I've heard, talked to people, it's not Cohatch per se. It's the business climate that we've got downtown, and that brought
Correct.
it to a head. So
Yes.
I just want to move forward in as positive a manner as we can in that regard. Do you have another comment? Okay.
I was shutting mine off.
Anything else for Ms. Foss? Nothing. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Vincent, and what we're going to do is, again, Ms. Vincent's going to make a presentation. If you can watch this, if you disagree with anything, fine, we'll have a chance to say something about it. And then we're going to go to public comments as well. As far as once, now that you're done, Ms. Vincent, then we're going to go to the Cohatch group and hear from them. And then the same format, questions will be asked, and then in the end, there'll be public comments made by anybody that wants to get up. So, Ms. Vincent.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Renee Vincent, Planning Director. I'm just going to very briefly go over the staff responses to the original request for rehearing and the points that were brought out. They were really kind of grouped into like three main categories. One was the compaction issue. I'll actually defer to our building official regarding that issue. The second was the flawed stormwater analysis. I just wanted to reiterate on the record, that's the stormwater solution was thoroughly reviewed by our stormwater engineers of record and was certified as compliant with our codes. So that wasn't something that city staff in a vacuum reviewed. Our engineers of record for stormwater that manage the city stormwater reviewed that and approved it. Regarding the parking, the rest of the issues were really around parking. Calling into question the library parking lot and whether or not that should have been included. It is available public parking. That's why we included it in the analysis. There was a statement about the Forbes property having vested parking. To my knowledge, there is nothing that vests any parking with the Forbes property. That property, if it does become developed, would have to go through a similar analysis to what took place for Cohatch. Regarding the smart code itself, and there's two provisions for parking exceptions. They're not mutually exclusive. One doesn't negate the other. And so we, properly applied the smart code when we did the analysis. And then, disregard, even with all of that, when the board approved the resolution for Cohatch, you put a condition of approval that requires Cohatch to provide for parking for the building addition until such time that it can be shown that it's not needed in the future. So you've applied a condition to address that. So we were very respectfully feel that the application was complete, it was correct, and that there's not been any errors or omissions in the information that was presented. With that, I'll stop and answer any questions that you might have, or if you want to hear from the building official first.
We have Mr. Powell here, who's the building director, and you have somebody else here, Mr. Powell, or is this by yourself tonight?
I'm here by myself. I don't know if the Cohatch engineers here tonight or not.
We'll get to that point, but thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners.
You want to address the vibratory impact? Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Kevin Powell, Building Development Director. I know there's been some concern about the vibratory equipment to be used at Cohatch. The Universal Engineering provided a statement that using vibratory equipment to gain the 95% density, which is standard practice within the construction industry for development. They had a blurb in there saying that if they were to notice any type of cracking or anything in adjacent buildings, to stop immediately and inform Universal Engineering Sciences. A little bit of a concern, but when you're doing construction and you're getting your foundation compacted, it's normal practice to use a plate vibrator that you walk behind, and yes, it does have some vibration to it, but I know Cohatch has offered a different method now, and I also asked if they would be willing to provide seismic monitoring during this. That way you would be able to see what is actually happening as they're doing this. This is a standard practice throughout the nation. We've got to get that foundation to a 95% density, as what the engineer called for. So they are looking at other options to the plate vibratory equipment that they proposed in the original engineering analysis.
Okay. Just hang in there. Mr. Watkins, I'm going to ask you, your engineers here, you don't need to just a nod, yes or no, that can address this?
We have our architect and our general contractor.
Okay, that's good. We'll let them deal with a non-vibratory method. That I think it was an updated report that we received, I think yesterday or today.
Yeah, I believe it was yesterday. It came out with an alternative method to it. But they did, in conversation I believe that they will agree to seismic monitoring on the site.
The building department will have somebody there as well?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We have one of our inspectors' previous jobs was with a engineering company that did soil testing, compaction testing and that. So he would be on site and available at any time. But then again, having that monitoring, we would know at any time if there is a situation as to what is going on with the surrounding buildings.
Okay, thank you.
And again, Mayor, we put that together after the last meeting. When we had the meeting and the approval, we started on that along with the parking thing, as we'll talk about later. But we got Mr. Powell working to have these extra provisions for the protection of the building and to provide maximum ability, and the city also provide another level of watchdogging and making sure on the issue.
Right, that the latest Universal report didn't get done overnight. Okay.
No. Right.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Powell. What I'm going to do is go to committee. Both of y'all, Ms. Vincent, Mr. Powell, hang loose there a second. Are there any commission questions?
I do.
Go ahead.
Couldn't they use a weighted roller?
They've provided some different information as to what they're going to use. I believe that's what they're talking about.
Yes.
Anything else? Vice Mayor Lott.
I have no questions. I had a discussion with Mr. Powell earlier today regarding the fact of the suggested compactor there. With the addition of seismic monitoring and stuff like that, I think it's fine. I did some checking, not as thorough as I usually do. That seems to be the common procedure.
You like to check things, don't you?
I absolutely check everything. So
Right.
it seems to be common construction procedure in cities where they're building between two buildings and it's a zero lot line concept, and there's concern about vibratory methods affecting the building next to it. So I'm satisfied from an engineering perspective that that's the right path to take.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Carr, do you have anything? Commissioner,
I'm good.
Okay, Commissioner Kulyas.
Briefly, Mr. Powell, can you describe in a scenario where the vibrating technique poses a threat to some of the nearby historic buildings? What would happen for this application and the process at that point in time?
If there was something that was noticeable, they would stop immediately and notify Universal Engineering. It is a common practice. I've seen it done in St. Augustine around the old buildings there in St. Augustine itself. So it is a common practice. But I believe with seismic monitoring and potentially a different type of compaction weighted roller, as Commissioner Eisner stated, I don't see where issues would be, as it is a standard construction practice.
Okay. And would if something like that did arise, what happens with the actual application? Do things need to be changed? Does anything, what would come?
That would be from the engineer of record.
Okay.
As to what would have to happen from that point. It's not that we're going to stop and say, you need to do this, or you need to change course and do that. We're going to go to the engineer of record and say, okay, what are we doing? And we would go with their recommendation at that point.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm familiar with Ms. Vincent's report, and also I've read that new update from Universal. So
Okay.
What I'm going to do is, Ms. Fossey, do you have any questions for Ms. Vincent or Mr. Powell? Okay. We're going to go to the Cohatch group now. Mr. Watkins, please, go ahead.
Sure. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to be back here in Tarpon Springs again. I've asked Lauren Rubenstein to speak on our behalf. I'm happy to take any questions after Lauren speaks.
Okay.
Thank you, Commission. Lauren Rubenstein, Denhart and Rubenstein, here on behalf of Cohatch. I think there's been a lot of things brought up already tonight. From a legal perspective, I'm going to go quickly towards what was brought up in the petition or the request for reconsideration, address those issues quickly, and then also offer some comments and hopefully solutions that can ease some minds here tonight. So the initial site plan was approved unanimously by this board on January 24th. And as the city attorney went over with you, you know, in order to grant a request for rehearing, there has to be some new evidence or a mistake of fact related to the evidence. That's what your code requires. The petition or the request that was filed was specific as to 2 areas that they considered or were named new evidence. One of which was an incomplete analysis of the impact of the vibratory roller. So I'd submit to you that's really not what we're here about today. You know, that's a mechanic of the engineering. It's not a portion of the site plan approval per se, but certainly my client, you know, hears the concerns. They did submit that updated geotechnical report, which does talk about using a static roller instead of a vibratory roller. We do have our general contractor here that can speak on that some more. They have also agrees to do the monitoring. So with the seismic monitoring included in that, I certainly don't think it's a concern. Again, Cohatch has also been involved in rehabilitation and building with historical buildings and surrounding historical areas. So it's certainly not, you know, an applicant that is not concerned and would, you know, do something to risk this historical area or their own building for that matter, certainly. The next new evidence that was presented was allegation of a flawed stormwater analysis. I think Ms. Vincent covered that pretty well. The city's engineer of record has confirmed that they're in agreement. There was no new evidence presented with that allegation, just simply a statement that they believe there were some pavers that may have been there. I hope you all have reviewed Ms. Vincent's memorandum. It was very thorough in going back and looking at historical photos back to the 1980s, and then even a 1926 fire insurance map that showed that area as being impervious. So there was no mistake there. There has been no new evidence to be considered, and we would say that based on that, that doesn't rise to the level of granting a rehearing. Next, we look at the mistakes of fact that were alleged, and there were 5 of those in the request. 2 of those dealt with the flawed parking analysis. Again, Ms. Vincent, your planning director, has gone over that. The library parking is available to the public. It's not dedicated just for library patrons. And there is no vested parking for the Forbes property. Again, all of the parking analysis was contained in the commission backup. One of the other allegations of a mistake of fact was that planning and zoning did not consider the parking analysis. That's not accurate. The Planning and Zoning Board was presented with that information on their November 21st hearing. It is included in their backup. So, you know, I'm not sure. I know there were 2 hearings in front of P&Z, and that could have led to maybe that confusion. But it certainly was presented to them and considered just as it was by the commission. There was also a claim that the SMART code was not being followed or was being ignored. In Ms. Vincent's memorandum, she does point directly to Table 4E2, which specifically provides the exemption for property in the transect zone of T5B, which this property is, from required parking where it can be demonstrated that available public or private paid parking is within a 5-minute walk. Again, that portion of the SMART code was included in the staff report. It was in the staff's presentation at the January 24th hearing, and certainly was correctly considered. In addition, I believe Ms. Vincent talked about, you know, your condition of the site plan approval, which did require additional parking for the addition that is being constructed on this building. So, you know, despite just that being exempt from it, if there is the public or the, you know, paid private parking nearby, there is also the requirement that will require that amount of parking to be provided by my client. Finally, there was just a general claim. It wasn't read here tonight, but just in general that they didn't feel that the commission considered the far-reaching impacts that this decision could have on existing downtown businesses and their ability to continue to thrive. And, you know, I certainly think from the discussion I've heard just here tonight, every one of you takes, you know, a great pride in considering all of your constituents, the businesses, and doing what's best for your community. You know, your site plan evaluation criteria states that there cannot be a recommendation or there cannot be a final approval unless the application has been found to comply with all the applicable provisions of your land development code, the comprehensive plan, the city's concurrency management system, and all other applicable city building codes. When you, as a commission, created those plans, those codes, I certainly assume that you did so in an effort to protect all of your businesses, all of your citizens, and to provide regulatory rules that have to be followed by both the city and new developers. And what's been presented to you at your January 24th hearing was that every one of those requirements was met. It was shown with substantial, competent evidence. And, you know, the concerns that were raised by Ms. Fossey here tonight, I'm not doubting that there are some valid concerns about parking downtown, and the commission is certainly interested in hearing about it and discussing it. But that may be separate and aside from this rehearing and the requirements of what's necessary to grant a rehearing. We do have our architect, our general contractor, and as you were already introduced to John Watkins, our co-principal of Cohatch. They're all here tonight. They can address additional questions. You know, they're here to be a partner and a good neighbor, and certainly, you know, feel like they've done everything they can to abide by all the rules and all the regulations, and would ask respectfully that you deny the request for reconsideration. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Rubenstein, you know, I'm going to ask two questions. One, you can confirm that there's a requirement of 18 new parking spaces that are not now available to the general public. That's a requirement for the Cohatch project.
Yes, it is
Okay.
18.
And then number two, you have we've got the property owners that are on either side of the former zone building, as I describe it here. So if we could have somebody that could speak to that non-vibratory 15-ton roller that was provided, and that discussion was provided in the latest Universal report, I would appreciate that, so they could hear it as well.
Absolutely, and I'll have Darren Thompson of the general contractor come up.
Okay.
Good evening. I'm Darren Thompson with Jared Delato and Sons. I'm the general
If we
contractor.
could pull that closer to you, and real
I'm
loud
Darren
so everybody
Thompson.
can hear.
All this pollen's getting to me. Darren Thompson with J.O. Delato and Sons. I'm the general contractor for the project. So as far as for the vibratory roller, we did get with Universal Engineering and requested them to look at alternate options. I talked with the building official also about this, and we decided that if indeed it is mandatory, that we get the compactions that we need. So really, it's not necessarily the roller that's a requirement. It's a 95% compaction that's required. So seeing as they've stated that there were pavers and things in there, this area is pretty much compacted, and we may already be at 95%. So there may not be any need for any of that at all. But as far as how the building has been laid out and everything, it's a spread footing type of system. So it's set up to where a small vibratory compactor can be used. And then in talking with Universal and the owner, we've agreed to go with seismic or vibratory monitoring for each property on either side. So that's an option that we're going to pursue.
Let me just get this straight. You've got the Universal report that went off the vibratory method to non-vibratory 15-ton roller,
yes.
the static roller.
Correct.
And I read the report, and what you're saying is that you still may need a vibratory compactor as well?
It would be a small walk behind, which you use in every footing and things like that. It's one you pick up and hand down. It's not. It's nothing to do.
But you'll have a seismic sensor.
Yes.
That would tell the Universal testing or engineer that will be there monitoring it to stop. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's it's a three-prong system that's set up next to the footings of the adjacent buildings. And it actually has a cellular call that once you meet the requirements, and FDOT has guidelines and requirements as to what that is. I think it's a 0.5. So once it meets that, if that was to be met or exceeded, it automatically throws off calls and lets you know that this has been surpassed, or the guideline has gone past. So.
Okay, thank you. Let me hold you right there and Ms. Rubenstein as well. What we're going to do is go to the commission, and then I'm going to go to Ms. Fossey, see if she's got any questions as well. And then, of course, the people that are here will be able to ask questions of anybody as well once we get to that point. Vice Mayor Lunt, go ahead.
Okay, so there's obviously been a concern about damage to adjacent property because of vibratory compaction methods. To my recollection, the building that you're renovating and adding on to is the oldest building on that street. Is it not likely in your estimation that that might be the first building to show any sort of structural stress because of the vibratory mechanism? So isn't that one of the things that you're trying to avoid in the first place?
Absolutely. Angela Hendershot, Principal Row Architects. Cohatch retained us for this project because we specialized in historic preservation, adaptive reuse, in addition to historic buildings. So this type of, the compaction is obviously necessary to have a stable foundation, but you're exactly right that the Cohatch building itself would be the most,
most likely
most
to
vulnerable
be
to any
affected
potential impact of this equipment. So obviously, we're going to be monitoring that regardless. But in addition, we'll have the seismic monitoring to make sure that there's no impact to the adjacent property. This is all very standard procedure with any historic building, to be kind of just very consciously observing the process. But we've also had our structural engineers look very, very carefully at the existing building to make sure that everything is going to be in good shape throughout the process.
Yeah, and I look at some of the specifications for the footings and the load.
Yes.
17,000 per foot, that's pretty heavy duty. I'm sure you're going to be very careful in putting those footings in.
Yes.
So like I said, I looked at the whole report. I thought it was well done.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Carr. Nothing.
No, I appreciate the details and the adjustments to the vibration and being respectful of the property owners around you, so I appreciate that effort. Thanks.
Commissioner Eisner.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to reiterate, this is a standard thing to put sensors there to protect the two adjacent buildings, to
Absolutely.
also protect your building. This is not something that you're putting something dangerous and hoping for the best.
Not remotely out of the
Okay.
ordinary.
I know that.
Yep.
So I just wanted everybody else to know that.
Yes.
The other thing is, what type of footing do you plan on putting in?
It's more of a mat footing, so that it's with grade beams. So essentially, it's got a perimeter footing that goes around the perimeter, and then there's in between, there are grade beams that tie everything together. So it's a full mat type construction that kind of the whole thing floats together.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all tied together.
Which is the reason why you have to have a very tight impact, a 95% impact, correct?
Well, it's basically because of the soils that we have here in the coastal area, that you basically have to spread the force throughout the entire area. So that foundation basically is like a large raft spreading the impact across the entire zone, so you don't have significant point loads in any one location.
So up until this point, you've not done any sort of testing to know that it could be 95% without you running anything on it?
Yeah,
Correct.
It definitely could be.
Right.
And we've started getting proctors, which is the beginning stages of it. So that determines the density of that. So the testing people will be coming out probably within next week, and so just to verify where we're at in compaction wise, and we can get with the adjacent business owners and just kind of tell them where we're at with this. So
I just want people to understand you're not going in there with, a sledgehammer just shaking the place down and everybody's business is going to fall down. That's not the intention. So this has been there over 100 years. I'm pretty sure when you have a situation like this, nobody's dug it up and, put it down like they do in a lot of houses. So I'm just in a very much agreement. I think the lack of knowledge of what sensors are and impact vibrations made people worry. And so that's what I wanted to clarify. But thank you for what you've presented.
I have no questions on the vibratory area, but I did want to ask something with
Please, go
parking.
ahead.
Mr. John, you have other cohatches, across the country and, with similar square footage. This one is probably going to be one of your bigger ones from looking at other square foots. And do you have any numbers that show that, are all the offices used? Is it full all the time, Monday through Fridays? Or there are waves of people come in and out of it? Do you have any numbers that show that, these type of buildings don't necessarily are going to take up the full occupancy of what they could during certain times of the day?
Sure. First, let me say we are in several cities where we have a similar kind of situation, lot line to lot line property, street parking is limited, limited city lots. Lakeland is an example. We're in Lakeland with 13,000 square feet. And we haven't had a problem in Lakeland. Carmel, Indiana, we're right on the corner of Main and Main, in a 11,000 square foot, not a lot of parking around, and everybody just seems to manage. Zionsville, Indiana is another example, and I was through several meetings like this in Zionsville with the various committees. It's worked, and I'd just like to say to hopefully our future neighbors that we want to be part of the solution. We've been through this before. We understand it. And we want to work with you and work with the city to accelerate the process that's already in place and play our little small role in that. In terms of your specific question, Commissioner, we have private offices, so about a third of our space is private offices, and about a third of the space is co-working, and then a third of the space is meeting rooms, conference rooms, and then of course we have the restaurant. And so it's the offices, people tend to be there most of the day, but it's ultra small and medium-sized businesses, mostly in professional services. People are in and out. Sometimes they have clients or customers that come in and out. The coworkers, think of that as a gym. There's sort of like waves that people. There's certain peak times where people come in and out. But I would say, in a similar size property, we, in other locales, we would have anywhere from 50 to 100 people at the peak times. And then it's obviously much less on a Friday afternoon or a Monday morning, in terms of, how many people are there. I would just say we pick our locations where most of the people that we're trying to attract to come and be our members can walk or bike. We look for these high-density places. We want to be where people live and where they can walk. And we call it as an extension of your home. And so we do have a lot of people that bike or walk to our locations. So the demand on traffic, when I say it's not there, it is there. It'd be disingenuous to say otherwise, but it's not like a grade A office that you think, in some sort of office park where everybody arrives at 8:30 in the morning and leaves at 5:30. It's more in and out, and it's all small businesses.
Okay, and then, so you stated that this building right here could have a full occupancy of about, what was it, 400?
Well, there's.
I can't remember the exact number. I was just.
Yeah, I think there's 31 offices.
Yeah, there's the code calculated occupancy that goes on the documents we submit for the building permit are never what's actually expected as the occupancy. It's kind of like the worst case scenario.
Of course.
You packed it as full as you possibly could with bodies, you know, how many could you fit? So that number is nowhere near what we would expect kind of a day-to-day usage to be.
And you said and you said earlier that they're buildings of similar size where, you know, on a Monday or Tuesday, there's about 100 people, you know, starting the morning off in and out of there. So, I don't know, maybe 25%, 30% of occupancy?
Of the maximum, yeah. But I mean, again, it varies from, let's say, 50 to 150 people, you know, through the course of the day. You know, rarely would you see more than 100 people in there at the same time. I mean, there'd be an event going on, you know, somebody having a board meeting or, you know, a team building event or something like that. But it's usually in the range between 50 to 75.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. I don't have anything. I wanted to ask, though, would you like to have some questions answered? Please come forward.
So, I mean, I went online and I was looking at more about Cohatch. Is this facility going to have a sleep pod where the other facilities around had sleep pods? Okay, I'm just wondering. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Vincent, I'm not going to ask you. I suspect you're okay with everything. Yeah.
Mayor, do you just want to reflect for the record that the applicant said no to the
You
question?
just did.
Okay,
Thank you. All right. Okay, so that's, we've done, Ms. Fosse, we did Ms. Vincent, Cohatch. Now, what I want to do, and I was trying to figure out the best time to do it, and I asked the city manager to put a package together today to hand out. So, and I'm going to do this now so you have it in your hand, and you can ask questions of anybody that you want, whether it's here at the city or whether it's anyone else. So, Chief, you have it, if you can have one, and make sure that if we can distribute as well as we can, and Commissioner-elect Kulianis is up there at the, yes. Yeah, if you could put them out there and get a copy of that. If you'd like, sure. All right. This is a handout. This gets back to Ms. Fosse's comment about the petition being created because she really didn't had heard anything, and that's a fair statement, so I'm not going to take issue with that. And so there's a number of things that we've done, and I'd like for you to, and I'm going to go over them quickly once everybody tends to have them in hand. And these are concepts. These are things that could happen, they may not happen. If you don't want them, then you need to let us know. If you do want them, you need to let us know. You don't need to let us know tonight, but if you've got some initial reaction, let us know. And obviously, I don't, did you talk to any of the commissioners about this?
No, in fact, that came off the presses probably
Yeah,
a few hours before the meeting.
You know, because of a variety of issues, one of them being sunshine law, there isn't anything I can do. So anyway, this was put together by several people. One of them, as you already know, is a parking study that we're doing right now. We did do, the RFP is being created at the present time and will be put out to advertising, and that would be, that's already been approved. Another item, which is, I think something that was brought up this evening, I may be wrong, was a moratorium on occupancy expansions. In other words, if you feel that we're at a critical stage with parking and that we should not allow any other businesses to increase their occupancy, number of seats, number of tables, number of whatever facilities are that brings people into that, certainly the commission could establish a moratorium until we resolve the parking. Or The next one would be modifying the special area plan and the land development code that would require any buildings in the future, whether they're existing or new, that increases their occupancy to also provide parking, which is not the case now. So that's another one. Another one that you've got some drawings in the back. If I remember right, the Forbes property, the building that was there was torn down in 2008. Honestly, I didn't agree with that decision, but it was done. And we've got a vacant lot, and the first, I think, attempt to have something built on that, and I've gone through the history on this when I was commissioner, was 2012, and I think since then we've had 2 or 3 more attempts, failed attempts at getting buildings put on that. So that building is that lot has just been basically an eyesore sitting there. The Merchants Association uses it for a stage for their events and things. So, you know, the staff decided, let's look at what we could do with regard to parking on that location and see if it makes any sense. But one thing that it does do, it would be going off Tarpon Avenue on through that parking lot. There would be about 15 parking spaces there. And then by going that way, that would lead directly into the train station parking lot, whereas now you have to go down to the corner of Safford, make a right, go all the way around to Lemon Street and kind of access it just in front of the library. That would eliminate that, and you would be able to go straight off Tarpon Avenue. The other thing, too, is I know this might make Commissioner Carr feel good. This would be a direct access to the parking garage that would be built directly off Tarpon Avenue, straight into a parking garage that would be located on the property that we've identified. I don't want to mention names, but there's a law office there right now. So, but that would be the game plan for that. So there's some advantages of doing that. There would be, I think, on site, depending on whatever approach you would want to take, you could get about 15 parking spaces, but then you would wind up having a couple eliminated on Tarpon Avenue as well. The other thing that was asked, I think, at the meeting for Cohatch back in January was timed parking, whether the businesses would, if there's an issue with some businesses where their customers are not there all day, where they're there for an hour, 2 hours, 30 minutes, would identifying some of the parking spaces as time parking, would that be acceptable? And I really didn't get an answer to that. So we put that on the table, and then the city manager's thought was, which makes a lot of sense, if you want to make that time parking on this parking lot for the Forbes, that would be a lot easier to enforce it by the police department rather than driving up and down Tarpon Avenue. So that's a thought. Again, these are concepts. No decision's been made. The commission is seeing it, as the city manager said, for the first time tonight. We're not, unless the commission wants to discuss it, we're not going to get into a lengthy discussion of each one. The purpose of this list is to demonstrate to you that we just didn't just walk away from this after the project was approved. And then the last thing was, I know Ms. Went is here. Is she still here? There you are. There is some thought, and there's another list here that shows you the number of special events that are held downtown each year. There's 33, and that doesn't include the wine walks, which are not technically special events, but they do draw a lot of people to the downtown. There's been some discussion of looking at reducing the number of special events, and I think, Ms. Fossey, that gets into your thing about tying up the parking on special events. And I did talk to Ms. Rodriguez today, and I hope you had a chance to talk to her, at least mention to her. So anyway, I didn't hear about the last one. Okay, well, I spoke to her and yesterday and then today again, and there is your organization, speaking from her, would be receptive to a discussion. So that would be something that, if you want to come forward and state your question, I can address it since.
So what does this last paragraph mean we would be discussing? What events are you referring to?
None, I don't know yet. And I think that the one thing that she brought up was the second Saturday event, and that would be another benefit to the converting that one Forbes property to relocate the second Saturday market to that location and opening up the Mears parking lot completely. That was a thought that the city manager said. I think Ms. Rodriguez brought it up as well. I don't know. You guys put the events on. I just help set up sometimes. So anyway, that's as far as we've gotten. I don't have any answers for you. It would be a matter of discussion. And again, the purpose of what I'm showing this evening is just to demonstrate that we just haven't been sitting around hoping, sticking our heads in the sand.
Are
hoping.
referring to the first Fridays?
We're not talking about First Friday.
All right. Well, we could be flexible with second Saturday where we put it.
Pull the mic down a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm short. Second Saturdays is a flexible event. I mean, you can move to someplace
Right.
and around. Get
that would be
Okay,
a discussion for
but
another.
no, this hadn't been discussed.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. That's all I have. If y'all want to say anything, Commissioner Cohatch, you've got your hand raised.
Yes, I did want to have maybe a concept for, as some property owners of downtown mentioned, a parking and lieu fee. Would something like that even be feasible?
A what?
A parking and lieu fee, basically.
Oh, in lieu fee?
Yeah,
Okay.
as Ms. Terrapini stated before. And I did speak with the Parish Council President for St. Nicholas. They did have concerns for downtown parking, but they also stated potential interest in leasing the Big Hall parking lot for some events in the future, and that was a discussion I'd had with him today. So I advised him to reach out to the city manager at some
We've been in
point.
discussion with him for the last few weeks.
And
Spanish Hall.
Cool. I know it's not the closest, but it's, definitely not a far walk to some of those events in the area. And I know we're talking about the parking garage, but I've seen that building recently be refinished, its facade. So I don't know what to make of that or any potential for us in our
It had to be because of code enforcement reasons.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Anybody else right now?
I just wanted to let you know, it wasn't redone. Most of it was removed that was falling off. And they just cleaned it up a little bit, but there was very little construction invested in it.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Carr, we're going to go to public comments here in a second.
I'd like to request a point of order. You
Not
announced
yet, Ms.
earlier, Mayor,
Terrapini.
that
We're
you
gonna get to
announced
public
earlier that you're going to
comments.
have public
Ms.
comments.
Terrapini.
And we're getting distracted by this. So where are we going to have the public
We're
comment?
gonna
Because there are a
get-
lot of us that want to talk.
I just said we're going to go to public comments.
All right, I just want to say
Not
for the
yet.
record, any
Ms.
parking
Terrapini.
solutions need to be dealt with from the bottom up, and the city should be
That's fine.
involved in that.
We can address it. Ms. Terrapini, please, we're being real civil. Nobody's interrupting anybody. We've got a process here, and I'm asking if you could just wait a couple of minutes until, if Commissioner Carr's got anything he needs to say. If he doesn't, then the floor is yours.
So after Commissioner Carr, you're going to open it up to anyone who wants to speak? I
you have
assume that's a
anything?
yes? That sigh is a yes?
Mayor, I just wanted clarification to understand what we're going to be discussing amongst the
ahead.
board right now. That's all I was trying to ask, is what we're discussing amongst the board. And then, because there's a comment from Commissioner Kulias, and then I just want
Go
to make
ahead,
sure.
ask your question.
Well, I mean, are we moving forward to discuss as a board the different items that are being proposed here that was talked about? Or just different?
If you'd like to
subjects
say
we wanna talk
something about them, we're not making any decisions on that. The business at hand tonight is the reconsideration of the Cohatch. The purpose of showing what I showed tonight, what we presented tonight, was the purpose of demonstrating that we haven't, based on what Ms. Fossey said, we haven't just been sitting, waiting, with our heads stuck in the sand.
Yeah, I mean, I've got plenty of comments I would like to make, so I'll wait until after public comment.
Okay. Ms. Terrapini.
So are we open to public comments now?
Whatever
Is that
you'd
what
like
you're
to
saying?
say.
Thank you. I just think, again, let me just make one comment about the parking, and I hope you don't discuss it tonight, because we got this tonight.
maybe, I don't know when the commission got it, there's a lot of meat in here. There's a lot of problems with regard to parking. There's a whole huge amount of solutions, and there's a huge amount of people that need to be involved in that solution, not just the city, but the business owners and the property owners, and then some consultants, as you've mentioned that you are looking for a consultant to do a parking study. So I think we need to get back to the topic tonight, which Ms. Fossey brought up, and many of us were involved in and have some concerns about. But first of all, I just want to say, to the Cohatch folks, we're not opposed to Cohatch. We're not opposed to their concept. I think it's an interesting concept. I've never seen one before. I think it's a good idea, and I welcome them to the downtown. But like any other new business to downtown, they need to meet the code, all of our codes, and they need to not negatively harm other businesses. So that's the kind of the evaluation that we look at. You're going to hear from a variety of other property owners. The property owners are on each side, immediately adjacent, that are most directly affected, and many of the property owners on that block on Tarpon Avenue. And you're also going to hear from many of the business owners, in addition to Ms. Fossey. Based on the request for the rehearing and the speakers you're going to hear tonight, we believe that it is clear that there is new evidence since the hearing and mistakes of fact. In fact, you had new evidence presented tonight about the rollers being a different method. We welcome that. We're glad to hear that. But that evidence was not provided during the first hearing that we had, that you all had on the site plan. We also welcome the new evidence that they're proposing to do seismic monitors at the two buildings adjacent. Again, new evidence that was not discussed. We welcome that. We think that's a good solution and moving proactively, but that is new evidence that was not discussed in your first hearing. And there's no way, because that hearing is, until you decide to reopen that hearing, there's no way for us to be sure that that is really going to happen. We have them saying it on the record. I'm going to hold them to their word and hope that they would do that. And I hope that you will hold them to doing all of those things they just talked about with regard to the compaction and the monitors. With regard to the off-site parking, the staff parking analysis is flawed, and anybody with common sense can see it. The actual number of permanent parking spaces are only those spaces that you own, and that number of spaces is 137 spaces. You can't count on lease parking. They're only leased for 10 years, and most of those parking space leases that you have run some time, not a lot of time, but they have run. So what happens when the 10 years is up? And that property owner doesn't want to renew the lease? The building is still there, not just Cohatch, but all the rest of us that rely on that parking, and the parking is gone. So that really should not be counted. If you discount all of that leased parking, you only have about 30% of the required parking based on the city's calculation, not mine, the city's calculation. So that's a flaw in my opinion. The library parking, and John can speak to it because he was on the board, the library parking is required by your code for a library to have its own parking. It was not built for general parking. Sometimes people do park there, obviously, but the parking for the library is required for the library. It's as if saying at the Winn-Dixie Shopping Center that the parking for the Winn-Dixie Shopping Center, that the new bank doesn't have to provide parking because the Winn-Dixie Shopping Center have parking. I mean, that's kind of the flawed analysis that the city staff is saying. And finally, you have 2 RFPs that were issued on the Forbes property that said no parking is required. So how can you say that that parking is not vested? If you put in the Forbes as a demand on parking, your parking analysis is flawed again, and it fails. The final thing I want to say about parking is about a loading space. Every commercial business in the city is required to have a loading space, and the number of them range by the size of the commercial business. In this particular case, it will be 1 loading space. Some businesses probably don't use it, and I'll finish up, but
you can get 2 minutes from somebody else if you'd like.
Well, if you'll just let me finish my sentence like you let most other people do, I'd appreciate it. The loading space in this business, you're going to have beer deliveries, you're going to have food deliveries. Where are they going to deliver that? On Tarpon Avenue? I don't think so. In the alley and block the alley for the other people who use the alley? Again, not a fair situation. We're just suggesting that they really need to provide that 1 parking space. It's not exempt in your code for loading, only for parking. So again, that's a mistake of fact in the city staff. Again, we're not opposed to Cohatch. We really are not. We really want them to fit in with our neighborhood. We think they're going to be a good solution and a good part of downtown. But they have got to not negatively harm other folks. And they are exacerbating the parking problem, and they will exacerbate the traffic on Tarpon Avenue if they use that as their loading space. So we just ask you to reconsider so that those issues can be dealt with in a new hearing. And I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Okay. Next, please.
Do I need to tell you my name?
Dwayne Johan, if you could
All right,
state your
thank
name and address.
Dwayne Johansson, 928 Bayshore Drive.
Thank you, Mr.
Tarpon
Johansson.
Springs and 111 Tarpon Avenue. My concern, one, is I won't even go there. Cohatch, you guys are all wonderful. We're glad to have you, but we don't know where we're going to put you. That's the biggest problem. The second thing that I have a real concern about is this is what the engineer said, and this is what he said, and this is what she said. I want to know what happens when the walls go down. Who's going to pay for it? It's a legitimate concern. I'm butted up right with you guys. My concern is going to be who's going to pay for it. Is it the city? No. Is it the contractor? Can anybody answer that question? Did you even think about it?
Mr. Salzman, do you want to, can you, or would you like not to?
I have to know what the actual facts are, not speculation, as to
Okay.
what's going to happen.
Well, it's speculation that everything will go well. My concern is what if it doesn't? That's all I'm saying. And I'd like to have some form of reply from them as to what kind of bond that they're going to have in case these walls do fall down. Those buildings are what, $1 million apiece? A lot of buildings. And they're all right next to each other. I think that you guys let us down in the degree that you guys went out and leased parking spaces.
Can you get a bit closer to the microphone, Dwayne?
You guys went out and rented parking spaces. And of course it did help. But now you've gone and brought somebody that has, I guess, 40 employees and supposedly 100 people a day coming in and out. There's not enough parking places in the world for them. I don't know how we planned on doing it, but Tarpon Springs has always been a Greek town, Greek businesses, and has always done real well. It's like you want to put us under the gun, and we don't understand why. That's all I got to say.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name's Cody Bracey. My address is 7920 Grimsby Lane, Trinity, Florida. I've recently helped launch a non-denominational church here in the neighborhood, and I am here today as a person that deeply cares about Tarpon Springs. It's wonderful and diverse. The communities that populate it have just been incredible. I also have a great admiration and amazing business owners that make up this downtown area. I strongly believe in them, and I think I know that so many are grateful for the warmth that they show many others, including myself. I've had the privilege of getting also to know the mission and vision of Cohatch and the members and the leadership of the team. In studying their community model and in the interactions I've had with the Cohatch team, I can tell you, and I believe that their desire is to help the community in which we conduct business to thrive. They market to local community, and they hope to provide an additional place where residents of that town can work, play, and live. And I think that's inviting to many people, and it specifically honors the community that is Tarpon Springs. I know that tonight there's much to learn, and it has already been much to learn from one another. And as a pastor, I believe that it's best practice for every person of peace that serves its neighbors and community members well. I genuinely feel that that's almost everyone's goal here tonight as well. So my prayer, my small request, is that we honor each other tonight as neighbors and have open minds and open hearts on how to best serve our neighborhood, this community, and the businesses in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comments. Anybody else?
I don't know if these are needed, but there's more signatures from petitions.
I can't hear you, Mr. Fowler.
There's more. Vasily Faklis, 139 East Tarpon Avenue. There's more signatures, from the petitions. I don't know if you want them or not.
City clerk.
City clerk will take them.
Chief, can you grab them, please? Thank you, thanks.
Do I need to restate my name, or am I in the record?
Go ahead.
Okay, good evening. I own and operate Fackless' department store and shoe repair and Fackless Orthopedic Services, located at 139 East Tarpon Avenue. We are directly adjacent and share a common wall with the Cohatch property. My family has lived in this community since 1908, and we have been in continuous business in Tarpon since 1912. We are open 6 days a week and often work 7 days. We have retail customers and medical patients that we see on a daily basis, from children to the elderly and from the handicapped to elite and professional athletes. We have people that come to see us that drive 2 and 3 hours and even from out of state, because we provide very unique services. The biggest and most consistent complaint is that there is not enough parking in the downtown area. As a business owner, my customers are my bosses. We are not an out-of-state multi-million-dollar corporation. We are a locally owned and operated growing business that has committed to being in the downtown Tarpon Springs area. We pay approximately $10,000 in property taxes just for that building alone. We own a few other buildings as well. Out of our own pockets, we have contributed through the years to our main city parking lot. We even pushed for an additional parking lot approximately 20 years ago, when we were told by the city that there is not enough parking downtown. I'm here to tell you once again that there is not enough parking. I've been here a few times saying that. We have added quite a few restaurants, bars, and new businesses to downtown without requiring additional parking. I am all for a vibrant downtown. I want us all to succeed, even the Cohatch people. If we succeed, the city succeeds. As I stated at the Planning and Zoning meeting and at the previous BOC meeting, I am not against this business or these business people. They seem like nice people. I don't fault this business. I want to be a great neighbor, and I want a vibrant downtown where everyone succeeds. If we, the business people, succeed, the city succeeds. Some of my greatest concerns are as follows. As an adjacent property owner, my biggest concern is potential structural issues and damages to my property, because we share a common wall, and other 100-plus-year-old historical properties. Our attorney is trying to address the situation with the Cohatch's attorney, because as Mr. Johansson stated, if these buildings go down, who's going to pay for them? Secondly, we are told that there will not be a great stress on parking. And truly, I'm not knocking the Cohatch people, but I don't really understand how this will work when there will be, I believe, 39 offices, a restaurant, a bar, an event space, and potential church meeting locations. If I'm wrong, correct me. That can fluctuate. You can bring, we even said that's going to be an event space for weddings or whatever. That brings a lot of people at one time. These remote parking lot agreements, while they are greatly appreciated, are not a long-term fix to our parking problem. The 5-minute walk parameter for parking doesn't work for retail, service, and medical businesses. We have St. Nicholas Cathedral, which is right there, one of the largest property holders. Just the other day, there was a funeral. We have a lot of funerals, a lot of services. I had to go see a patient at her house because she was unable to come to us. Again, because she says she can't find parking. And it's true. When I came back, I could not find a parking space at all because there was a large funeral going on. Can I ask somebody to yield more time?
Sure can. Go ahead.
Okay. I could not get back to my building, to my business, to see my customers. When I finally got there, I had to call a neighboring business and say, hey, can I park in your parking space in their parking lot? And they said yes. When I got there, Guess what? Nobody could find parking. My customer says we need to reschedule. Dennis Kappas, he asked me to speak on his behalf tonight. A local resident, major downtown property owner, couldn't make it tonight, but told me to bring up the fact, and I'm confused here, that he approached the city 3 different times to erect a building on the vacant Forbes lot and was told that there is not enough parking. I'm confused. Is the city still trying to develop this piece? Is there vested parking on this piece? If so, the parking numbers don't add up. I'm not knocking anybody, but I'm here to tell you they don't. Many events are downtown without added parking. 2 Saturdays in a row, I'm not against events, but 2 Saturdays in a row, there was events. The car show, we were closed down. There was the Touch a Truck, which is a nice event, but there's not enough parking. In the busiest time of the year, my totals were down, my revenues 2/3. 2 Saturdays in a row, I cannot survive like that. And I'll end with this. I'm not trying to be difficult or not be a good neighbor. I want more business downtown. Ideally, I'm for increasing critical mass as long as logistically everything works. I'm a big pro-business person, but there are major issues that affect our livelihood as property owners, business owners, and landlords that we are not being consulted on or listened to. I think this is great that we're talking about this, but we need to be considered on these, because we hear from our customers. All we are asking is take a step back, listen to us, and address these issues so that we all succeed and have a more vibrant and successful community. That's all.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening. Anita Protas, 901 Bay Shore Drive, former commissioner, former mayor, former investment in the city. I am not a business owner, but I am a resident of Tarpon Springs, as you well know. And I pay my taxes here, I flush my toilet here, I take my bath here. Everything is for Tarpon Springs. What are you doing with historic preservation in this community? You're killing it with this. I want them to come. If she's historically knowledgeable, don't change one of the oldest buildings in our community with a new facade. They don't need to enlarge in the back. Why didn't you offer them the lot, the Forbes property, where they could have built what they wanted? That is a tax base, not a parking lot. Mayor, you were the engineer here. You were head of the building department. And then you became city manager while I was in office. You were 100% for historic preservation. What's changed? All of you were for historic preservation. We've talked about it. To change the facade of this building is wrong. It's going to change the whole aurora of Tarpon Springs downtown. Don't lose what we've got here. Save it. Read all the magazines coming from Boston, Connecticut, all the way down the coastline, what they're doing in their magazines to preserve what they have in their communities. Don't kill us. Don't let them change the facade of this building, which is very historic, the oldest building here. I am disappointed in the planning and zoning, and you talk about having openness. There was not a sign in the window there for the historic preservation consideration. There was not a sign there that they wanted to go into the alley and enlarge the building. Nothing was advertised in that building, and let me tell you, I'm up and down that street every day. Never did I see one. I was shocked when I heard it. What's going on here? We can't have it both ways. Your responsibility as our elected officials is to bring business into town, bring tax base in the town. I'm all for new businesses. I'm also all for new development in this community to help us. We've got to pay these bills. But take care of what we've got, what all of our families through the years have built in this community. Don't change it, because once you change it, you're not going to get it back. And I'm very disappointed in our Historic Preservation Board. Transparency wasn't there, nothing on this development. Do it right, let them come in. but do it with what we've got. Don't enlarge our buildings, don't change them, don't change the face of these buildings because it's going to ruin our community.
Are there any other public comments? Any other public comments?
Good evening, everyone. Tracy Swade, Curran's Restaurant, 200 East Tarpon Avenue and 204 East Tarpon Avenue. I'm going to keep it short and sweet. All for Cohatch. Just wanted to make that perfectly clear. Economic development is the primal thing that has kept us all in business, and making us a destination here is imperative. Parking is the issue. So how you guys go about that, transparency for us, and just making it happen is really all that I'm here to comment about. So it's the first I've heard about a parking garage. Exciting. So again, just keep us in the loop and actually just make it happen so we all have more parking so we can all be a destination for Tarpon Springs. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Good evening. I'm Christy Howard. I live at 915 Bayshore Drive, and I have a business located at 155 East Tarpon Avenue. I am presently under contract to buy the building at 155 East Tarpon Avenue, so I have a lot of concerns surrounding what I'm hearing about the compaction and whatnot. I am glad to hear they have that under control with sensors and some other modifications. However, one of my biggest concerns is more related to the order of operations, how things are going to happen. Will we handle the parking situation first and then allow construction to proceed? Because when just a very small little bit of work was being done upstairs from me when they were opening up the bookstore, we were glad to have it, very little bit. She moved a couple of walls, whatever. Where to put the dumpster, the vans from just the renovation guys, that's all that were back there. It really created a lot of drama in the back of the building and the parking lot, the HVAC guys, whatever. How are materials going to get brought in? Where are they going to be unloaded while they're actually performing this construction? And a big question for me would just be, how long is this construction period due to take? Because I do believe we will work through the parking situation. I think we'll cobble it together. We always do. That kind of thing will be fine. However, that could be a couple, 3 years of a lot of impairment for all of our businesses before Cohatch ever opens at the rate that things are moving along. The other concern I would have is just generally, we're going to forever change the footprint of our historic downtown building by making that really quite a behemoth compared to other buildings downtown. And no offense to Cohatch, but co-working isn't doing the best in all the markets and whatnot. I don't know what that future looks like. The future of work is ever changing. So I don't want to be left with this behemoth building downtown that really doesn't have a great other use. And we've gone to all of this extra effort to enlarge this building, put a lot of stress on the businesses, and then what is it then? Not that it wouldn't work out, but I'm just saying what if, and then you can't, like to the previous person's comment before, you just can't change it, you can't go back. So that would be my biggest concern, of just kind of making that forever change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Terrapini, 22 North Spring Boulevard. First, I'd like to say that since 1984, I've been bringing new businesses to Tarpon Avenue and Tarpon Springs in general, and so I'd like to welcome the Cohatch people. And I'd like to thank the City Commission for requiring the 18 parking spaces. I think there's some outstanding questions concerning when those are given and when the building permits are issued. Typically, on a site plan, if it's a condition of approval, that you can't pull a building permit till you meet the conditions of approval. So I would request that the commission stipulate that they can't pull a building permit until they have acquired the 18 spaces that was a condition of your approval. as far as, and that's just some of the small details that need to be worked out. And that's one of the reasons why there was a request under your code to have a rehearing. The rehearing wasn't to try and stop Cohatch. It was to make it more palatable to the existing businesses and to what will ultimately be more palatable to Cohatch. I think that clearly there's new facts. The fact about the off-street unloading, there was nothing on the site plan where these people could load or unload. It's required in your code, section 128. It's an off-street unloading. Clearly, the staff is misinformed on the library parking and on the Forbes parcel. I sat on the library design and build committee. The parking for the library is parking for the library, for mothers to bring their kids, for older people to come get their books, for you to go get a book. It's not general purpose parking like the parking on Tarpon Avenue at Pinellas and Tarpon Avenue, like the parking on Safford and Court or in Orange and Safford. It's library parking. It's a flaw in the analysis. The Forbes property, you sent 2 RFPs saying that parking wasn't required. You signed 2 contracts to developers to build with no parking required. I would say, Mr. Salzman, that's as a construct, that says the parking, and if you want to play semantics with Renee about vested versus entitled versus reserved, the city commission, as a policy, multiple city commissions have said that because it was an existing building and they wanted the building rebuilt, that the parking would be waived, impervious surface is grandfathered in, impact fees are grandfathered in, and so there's 2 things there, plus the off-street unloading. I mean, it's sloppy. And so we're requesting, we've given you the information pursuant to your code of new information and faulty information to request a rehearing, not to defeat Cohatch, but to make a better project for the city, for the citizens, for the property owners, for the merchants, the existing merchants. Like I said, I've been leasing property on Tarpon Avenue since 1984. You know what my number 1 criteria is on a new tenant? Am I hurting the existing tenants that I have? Because if I did, or I thought I wouldn't lease to them. And that's what you guys need to think about. Are you bringing in a new business at any cost and to the detriment of the existing businesses? And I can tell you, you bet your ass you are.
Are there any other public comments?
My name is George Hurtis, 629 Palm Avenue, Tarpon Springs. I'm not a business owner here. I'm a patron of all the businesses up and down Tarpon Avenue. Probably been to every one of them at one time or another. I know for a fact, going to either the toy store or the Facklesses, sometimes it's impossible. The parking is bad. My wife is disabled, so I use the handicap parking when I can. However, that's full up, and sometimes I either drop her off or we just reschedule for another day. So parking down there is tight. If I go there and parking's full, I don't go. I go someplace else. The other thing is, these people have brought up some very valid points. If this is a historic district, how do you add on to it? I don't know. How did that get passed? So with that, yeah, y'all need to address the parking and take these people's concerns seriously. It's their business. You can't add a business and put them out or diminish their business. All right, that's it.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
East Street, Tarpon Springs. I'm not even going to take up a ton of time here. I've already stated my concern about parking, ditto with everything that we've heard. I'm probably not going to be very popular with this, but is it even possible to take the community planter box area and turn that into a parking lot that's just on Ring Street? You know which one I'm talking about? The community garden. It's a couple blocks off. I mean, I guess I can't really, you don't know if you're allowed to answer. What's that?
Not sure. Did you?
It's just up the street.
I don't want to be haunted by Jesse Burke.
I'm just,
If that's what
I'm
he's
just,
talking
I'm
about.
just,
How
I'm just,
about the
Yes.
garden?
I'm just trying to think of anything that we own that's close, because I mean, I keep thinking back to that quarter-mile walk. And I mean, I'm like, the other day, I couldn't park anywhere near our business. So I'm like, this is a little ridiculous how far I had to walk just to go and operate our store.
Let me ask, is there a deed restriction on that? She
And that's all-
donated
that's
it
all
for
I
a
had, actually,
garden
so.
club. I mean,
There'd be a problem with the location, the
Okay.
residential and everything else.
okay.
Right, thank you.
Okay. Are there any other public comments? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
I'll allow the first person in.
I'm not for or against the project. However, I find the hypocrisy funny because you know what else is bad? Traffic on 19.
Who is this?
Can you state your name and address? Okay. He's already left. And we do not have any other raised hands at
Okay,
this time.
thank you, thank you. All right, what we're going to do is, Ms. Fossey, do you have any closing comments that you'd like to make? Okay, all right. Mr. Watkins, does the Cohatch group wish to make any closing comments?
I have a couple. Didn't know whether staff was going to address any of the comments first before we.
Go ahead, if you want to hold off. Ms. Vincent, do you have anything that you'd like to say?
With respect to the loading comments, within the smart code, there are no separate loading requirements. There is only a requirement that says if you're going to have a loading zone, it cannot be on a frontage unless it's by warrant. So the section that was being cited is in the land development code. This is under the purview of the smart code. So I just did want to put that into the record. Regarding the Forbes property itself, I can tell you that the reason that no parking was being listed is because there's an exemption in the smart code that says there's no parking required in the T5B district. So that is the origin of that, to my knowledge. I could be wrong about that, but that's my understanding. So with that, I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rubenstein.
Thank you. Just a couple remarks. There was some discussion, of course, about the historical preservation, and my client did go through the historical review board and get approval. The architect is here as well. There were comments about the facade changing. My understanding is the facade, the front of the building is not changing. Yes, there is an addition being put on the back, and they had to meet all the historical review board requirements, certainly. There were also lots of comments about size. Understand the concern, although quite frankly, again, that's not what we're here on tonight. The floor area ratio was a variance that was approved back in 2021, and there were no objections to that variance when that hearing was held. And I think Ms. Vincent adequately addressed the loading requirement, that there is no loading requirement for the smart code requirements. And again, just the idea that new evidence is a construction methodology, as I stated in my initial presentation, I don't believe that's new evidence. It's not a material fact. It's not something that's part of your requirements to approve a site plan. But certainly my, client wants to be a good neighbor. Their concern is with their neighbors as well as their own building. And I think we adequately covered that. They've, gone back to their engineer to take additional safety precautions to make sure that there is not any ill effects. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rubenstein. Okay. Mr. Watkins, please.
Yeah, I would just like to say that at Cohatch, we love people. And after people, we love old historic buildings. This is not our first rodeo. We've done a lot of these. The oldest building that we've renovated is 170 years old. We've done it in a lot of jurisdictions, and we love to bring them back to life. We love to bring back the original materials, the original architect, bring back the stories from the original owners, and let these buildings speak for themselves. I mean, you all know what that building was before and what was done to it. I don't know if you were inside of it, but it was criminal. I'm exaggerating, but it was, it was just a rundown building, and we really want to bring that back to life. We know what we're doing and how to build these. And I ask that you give us a chance. We'll work with you on the parking. We understand it. We fully understand it. I sign on every business lease. I personally sign personal guarantees on every loan. So I'm a business owner here with you as well. I get it, and we want to be part of the community, and I'm hoping my grandkids 100 years from now are up here saying, my granddad, invested in a business in 2021 in Tarpon Springs. I mean, we are not a big corporation. We're family owned, and we love people and we love buildings. We want to be a part of your community.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go to commission comments now. Vice Mayor Lunt.
I understand. I think the primary problem that I've heard here tonight is parking. The fact of the matter is that when we made this decision, when the board made this decision is made from a legal perspective. The current code, which is one of the things we follow, says that this transit doesn't require parking. So the buildings and the businesses, et cetera, and I'm aware, or as far as I'm aware, and I can be corrected because I don't know everything in the world, that outside of the mayor's building, I'm not really quite sure of which businesses offer any parking on this particular strip. We hear people saying, well, my customers can't park. Well, they don't provide parking to their customers. When they say they can't park, they're talking about they can't park on the street in front of their business. And we're talking about a 1 block area or 1.5 or 2 block area, I guess, if you extend past Hibiscus to Pinellas Avenue. So this is always consistently forever going to be a problem with this particular thing. This town was not built with modern day parking needs in consideration at all. So I'm not saying one way or the other that you shouldn't feel the way you should feel or you shouldn't express how you feel about this, but think about the fact that you don't offer parking if you're a merchant on this street. Nobody complained when Currents decided to open up an event space next door because there wasn't enough parking. Just people didn't complain. You're complaining here because this is new to you. Some of you don't like the fact that they're expanding a historic building. I frankly have the same reservations about that, but I'm not allowed to operate on my personal opinions up here. I have to follow the law in this respect anyway, because it was presented to me in that particular fashion. So I think you need to consider that some of your viewpoint is coming from a not in my backyard perspective, and the fact that, yes, it's going to put more demand on parking in Tarpon Springs. Are they going to be able to provide some additional parking by leasing space or whatever that we put into the conditional use? Yes. Is it going to be enough? Probably not. Do I think that their occupation is going to be as high as they think they are? I actually don't think so, but that's my personal opinion. It's going to be tough until we get more parking downtown, period. What I haven't heard any of you say is, oh great, we get another 100 and some odd people shopping in our downtown, eating in our downtown on a regular basis. Not one person has come up and said, I'd be glad to see another 150 people in Tarpon Springs during the day shopping. Or eating, or, you know, basically having more commerce in town because of that. And that to me is a little bit surprising. So I don't really know if I'm going to go along with, I want to hear the other commissioners' comments before I decide whether this really needs a rehearing, but you understand, and you need to understand, and you guys know me by now. I'm the guy that checks every little detail out. I'm just known for that. This is a procedure where we're tied into a specific set of rules, just like a judge that says this is the law and this is what we have to follow. And there is not by the time it gets to our board, there's not a lot of leeway that we have to do that. To rehear this process, to start it all up again, I'm not quite sure what that's going to accomplish. I mean, you're talking about going back to the historic board and saying, well, the historic board can't give them permission to do this? Are you saying that they can't purchase the building that they've already purchased because they own this building? This isn't a developer coming in and saying, you know, I want to maybe do this if I can get all the permissions. They've already bought this building. They've owned it for some time. And I mean, quite frankly, the zone is a wreck. If you take a look at what the insides look like in the zone and stuff like that, if it was left for much longer, it would be falling down by itself. The only other thing I could say is there was a comment tonight about insurance, just in case something happens because of the construction with the surrounding buildings. And I'm not sure that was adequately addressed. I could be corrected, but anyway, that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Carr.
Thanks, Mayor. Appreciate all the comments tonight from the applicant, from the staff, from business owners, from residents. Obviously, as we're all aware, this is a very passionate community with a lot of family ingrained into our downtowns, with a lot of great things that are happening in our downtowns. We've seen a transformation of Tarpon Springs downtown over the past 20 years that have significantly gone in the correct direction. I'm looking forward to Cohatch coming into Tarpon Springs and being another partner in Tarpon Springs as a business in downtown Tarpon Springs. Clearly, the thing that I've been talking about for the past 6 years is the need for more parking in downtown Tarpon Springs. And I believe tonight this just proves even further that the city needs to move forward with the eminent domain of the Latour property, since he's not going to be willing to sell it to the city anytime soon, and it be addressed to move forward with a parking garage in that area. The city's addressed it, the city's looked at it, but until the city actually moves forward and makes a true effort in acquiring that piece of property, I don't think it's really showing the best foot forward that the city's really doing anything with the parking in downtown. Granted, it was my idea that I brought to Mark many years ago about leasing the properties for parking, and I appreciate you doing that, city manager and the staff. I think it's important that the city did that, and I think it's a great asset to our city with multiple leased parking lots in the downtown area. Overall, though, I don't think it's a fault of the staff. I'm not saying it's that, but I do think there's a flaw in the parking analysis as a whole. It was a unique approach that was taken. I think this time, one of the first times that they've taken this approach. So with that, I would support a rehearing because of that one aspect of the parking analysis under the analysis, how many parking spots are available in the area. through lease parking, and then also including the library parking as well too. But at the end of the day, I think the biggest thing that the city needs to look at is moving forward with the parking garage in downtown.
Commissioner Eisner.
Thank you, Mayor. As I listened to what Vice Mayor Craig Lunt said, I'm in agreement to it. I've read through the complaints that were listed, that the petition listed. I read through the comments, responses from staff. They all seem to satisfy my need for not going ahead with a rehearing. The last line in here that reads, impact on existing downtown businesses, the board did not recognize and consider this that this decision has far-reaching impacts on the existing downtown businesses and the ability to continue to thrive, is appalling to even listen to. This board listened to it completely unadulterated. It was crazy to even say something like that. We did think this through, and it was ridiculous to say that. In addition, there was a comment made that we can't have it both ways, but yet it's okay to have 404 apartments come in here and collide and just completely destroy supposedly 404 apartments to bring 808 cars in here.
You need to stop them.
I'll just wait for you to stop, so, because I didn't cut anybody off. I also sent out an email to all the businesses to please respond to me about whether we should lose 3 more spots for a jitney.
Let Commissioner Eisner finish what he's saying, please.
None of that, there were more answers of, no, we need parking than we do need this jitney. But the people that speak the loudest about it were the ones that are complaining that we won't have parking. So I just don't understand, speaking out of both sides. But I thank you for your comments. I just don't agree with them.
Okay. Commissioner Kulyas.
You know, the tough part of politics when you're in a small town and you're, born and raised here is issues are going to pop up in which a lot of people on both sides. You can't change that. You're not always going to make decisions that are going to make people happy. And, when it comes to this historic area and downtown, I made sure that front of that facade looked as best as it could. Yeah, there's a vertical modern beam that runs across it, but you're seeing that across a lot of historic buildings just going up everywhere. Now, if it was solely up to me, I would have had them go back to the historic board to have the back of the facade, or the back of the building, the same facade look, but it wasn't. Making a decision on parking, part of the transit code, they didn't have to provide parking. And as most of the business owners down here know, and property owners, you didn't have to provide parking either. And you more than likely aren't going to have to provide parking in that section if you go to put an application based off this precedent that's been set. And just a show of hands over here, how many of your businesses have been here before when the zone was opened as a nightclub? And the way that business was set up in the evening may or may not affect the way your business was operating at the time. And, there's food truck deliveries that are happening now. There's plenty of restaurants downtown. This one, when we didn't hear one person come up here and say, I'm completely against the project. We welcome Cohatch. Well, for me to get a rehearing, you'd be lucky to get that building put down to about 2,000 square feet less to provide a couple additional parking spots in the back. But that's probably the only thing I would probably consider in that application. And a lot of these property owners, this is a precedent. So you can either look at it in the future for an opportunity for yourselves, or this may be an opportunity in which your rent goes up with people in the future. I don't know what it's going to bring, but there have been businesses that come and go in Tarpon Springs. I know it's not an easy decision, and you know, the parking's always going to be the issue. I asked several residents, you know, several business owners, if the Latour property has a parking garage. You know, it's still too far away. It's still 1/8 of a mile away. But if that building's doubled in size, which at some point there are going to be buildings that doubled in size, that's exactly what's going to happen at some point as growth happens. And I know you guys see it as an issue, but it's going to be growth to the community. It's got, you know, it's a dilapidated building. It's been closed now for what, 5, 6, 7 years, if not more. So I don't know if there's any underlying issues, but if parking was the main issue here, parking's been the main issue, and parking's been the main issue. No one said Cohatch up here. They didn't welcome Cohatch. Now, is parking going to be an issue if Cohatch were just to build that building the way it was and stick the people in there? Do you think anybody up here would have been come up here putting that same fight up? You got to ask yourself that. I see it as, you know, an issue we're going to address. We're not going to always please everyone. Obviously, it's been a precedent that's been set that could work for or against this city in the future. But there's a conditional use with this application, and we're going to have to see. And so I don't think there was enough evidence. I think there's a lot of issues regarding parking that needs to be addressed. And, you know, we're talking dilapidated buildings here that need to be fixed. And yet the frustration comes in everybody wanting just to look out for their own property. And so, you know, I wish everybody just see what happens with it. I don't see no evidence to move forward with it, with any rehearing, and don't think you guys are the only businesses up there. More businesses are coming to Tarpon Springs. Tarpon Springs is an untapped community. We got a lot of money coming in here and a lot of investors. So I feel for everybody, but you know, this is a good thing to a dilapidated building that a lot of property owners over here, you know, they're creative. They could have presented applications in the future, but somehow this one comes in, and now we're tarpon killers. We hate the locals. I'm trying to get away. I'm trying to go against all the local people. I'm not trying to keep it tarpon. And that's not the case. We want to look out for everybody. It's a good application, and I didn't see any new evidence, so thank you.
Do you want to say something else?
Yeah, if I could, Mayor, real quick. A couple things that were brought up in this memorandum or kind of concepts for improving downtown parking. That's one thing I wanted to touch base on is time parking. I think is a good idea for certain parking lots. I'm not sure which ones those would be, but I think it's something that the city should look at for time parking somewhere in downtown. Not all of them, but in certain areas. And then also, one of the things that were brought up a few times was the construction vehicles where they would be parking. I'm not sure if the city staff has talked to the applicant about that, but I know there's a parking lot in Hibiscus and Orange Street that's leased by the city. It's underutilized most days, I believe. That would probably be the most ideal, closest spot for a parking lot for the construction workers. I would like to encourage the city to at least have that conversation and the applicant to look at that area as well too for parking vehicles. But those are just a couple of comments I wanted to make that I forgot to make.
Okay. You know, I know most of you, you know, if not all of you, either for a very, very long time, or either I work with you downtown when we set up events and things. And I don't have a business. I have no special interest in this other than to try and make the business community successful, put smiles on your face if you want to go to that kind of level of you know, description. But, and you know, it's interesting, when these projects come up, I do go talk to people. Now, this project came up before Christmas. And I went and talked to one person that's got his pulse on the entire downtown. And that person told me it was a good project. It was a good project. We deferred the item because there was some mix-up in the schedule, and and we brought it forward to the beginning of the year, the end of January. Then that same person, I said, okay, we're going to have it, you know, we're going to talk about parking. We're going to connect the parking with this project, come down so we can get support for a parking study and you know, just try and get some attention to parking on that. And then I said, you know, and I asked about the project. Well, now all of a sudden the project's a bad project because that person's been talking to somebody, and now it's a bad project. And it's like, you know, I understand people can change their mind, but I don't understand the basis for changing your mind. Now, I live in Greektown. We bought down in Greektown. We don't have a garage. Fortunately, we've got a couple of lots that I was able to, you know, we can park off street. Most houses in Greektown don't have driveways. They don't have garages. Everybody parks on the street. When the sponge docks is busy, everybody is up and down my street parking. I don't complain. I love it. That means the town is doing good. That's the way I want it to be. The people are coming to the sponge docks. When I was downtown, I think it was the Little League opening day this past weekend, right? And then in the afternoon, I went to a Shakespeare presentation at the Cultural Center. I came out and actually drove by the flagship parking lot at about 1:30. And that was, I'm talking about the old flagship now. That parking lot was less than half full. And we had the car show going on, and then we had the wine walk that was starting right after that. And that parking lot was half full. I ran into, I called you, right? I saw you, I spoke to you. And anyway, the city manager was there in the morning. The parking lot behind the flagship bank was the same way. It wasn't full. It wasn't even nearly full. I came out of the Shakespeare play a couple of hours from, I think it was maybe 3 or 4 o'clock, and I ran into our economic development director walking up and down the street getting ready for the wine walk. She too confirmed that the parking lot behind the flagship bank was not full. So I understand, I need to interrupt what I'm saying in order to extend our time by our rules that we have to adjourn by 11 o'clock. So I'd like to have an extension till midnight, please, if I can.
Motion to extend the meeting till midnight?
Second.
Roll call.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
No.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Kiotis?
Yes. So I understand the issue with parking, and I'm hoping that this parking study is going to shed some light so we can understand what the problem is, other than saying that we don't have parking downtown. I'm hoping this will characterize it. I'm hoping also that it's going to provide a connection, a way of interconnecting the Sponge Docks area with the downtown as far as creating some kind of a path for a loop. We've looked at that. We almost had something going this past fall, but that electric autonomous vehicle fell through in Dunedin. That was scheduled to come to here to run a route between the downtown and the sponge docks. So we're working on things. The list that I gave y'all tonight that Chief Young passed out was not anything that we're, that is on the, is about to come off the press and permits are going to be issued. Those things are concepts, and I'm hoping that you will take that list and you will just, talk among yourselves and see whether there's something that works for you. If there is, let us know what it is. I don't, Commissioner Carr's, I don't care whose idea it is. If you've got other ideas, if you've got a solution for the parking, and, Commissioner Carr mentioned an eminent domain. If you want eminent domain on the Latour property, you did a petition to reconsider Cohatch, do a petition to do eminent domain on the Latour property and present that to the commission. I would suspect that this commission would be happy to work with you on that. So we're also looking for solutions. I'm not a businessman. Y'all live downtown. I don't. I live here most of the time in City Hall, plus Greektown. And so Cohatch, we went through the process. I just wish, and I understand, this business of historic preservation and things. The Cohatch went through every hoop that they needed to go through to get to where they are today. And they didn't argue, they didn't game it, they didn't argue, they didn't try and do end runs, you didn't hear any double talking or anything. They were, as a matter of fact, they're the most straightforward applicant that we've had up here as far as what they were willing to do. The fact that they're going to provide 18 spaces. Mr. Watkins came up after the meeting. The reason why he wanted to get up was not to object, but to say he can do that because he did that somewhere else. He had to do the same thing somewhere else. I mean, that made me feel pretty good. So I think if anybody, be careful, from my perspective, I'm sure if there's issues with the downtown, Mr. Watkins and his team will work with you, along with us, Economic Development Director, will be involved in this, I'm sure, knowing the city manager to keep tabs on things. I can't answer the building questions as far as the structural things. You could have a boom truck drive into the side of your building during construction. It's got nothing to do with vibratory compaction. It's got to do with zero lot line construction. I can't guarantee that. It's just that that's what insurances are for, and we just have to wait to see. I think that's all I have to say. Other than I understand what everybody's saying. I wish I had a solution for you for parking. I really, really do wish I had a solution for you. I'm hoping that we'll learn more as far as what the problem actually is with a parking study. I've heard some arguments tonight as far as defective this and defective that. I don't know. I mean, you'd have to go back and look at what the Forbes property, whether it was an RPD, a planned development approach, which you can get all kinds of ability to not even comply with regard to parking. So I don't know what those, all I know is that we had to deal with Cohatch as it was presented. I talked to some people, they didn't have a problem. I was reluctant about the business initially. I talked to people, they didn't have a problem. Then all of a sudden I get surprised that everybody's upset with the business. And I don't understand why, other than the parking. And the parking problem has been developing for a very long time. Commissioner Carr's been talking about it for a very long time. The concept of a parking garage has been coming up for a very long time. The city manager's got his view on how to approach that. Commissioner Carr's had his view on how to approach that. The previous commission had their view on how to approach it. The bottom line is nothing has happened. I mean, nothing has happened. So, you put a lot of energy into this particular item for Cohatch. I would, I'm open, put the same amount of energy into telling us what you want and how to deal with the parking downtown. Not reconsider, so what if we reconsider Cohatch and reapprove Cohatch? Is that going to help the parking? No. It might buy you a percentage difference, maybe 5 or 10 spaces. I think Ms. Fossey even said that 20 parking spaces wouldn't even help. So what's a reduction of the occupancy and reducing the requirement of Cohatch by 5? That's not going to help. I mean, I had all kinds of technical stuff, looking at what the staff did, and we're talking about 18 additional parking spaces. That's 2% of the total downtown parking and all that. That's great, but that's not going to help as far as solving the problem. I'd like to solve the problem. I can't solve the problem tonight, but I'd like, if somebody's got a solution. We floated some ideas. I'm hoping that they'll come back. If you support those ideas, you tell us how to do what we're proposing to do, and by no means are they cast in stone. The parking lot configurations are just something that the city manager put together since the approval in January. He had the staff working on it to see conceptually how many parking spaces we're talking about. So you'll still see me down there helping set up on First Fridays, if, corner me and yell at me or whatever you want to do. So, but, that's how I feel about it. I wish I had a solution for you tonight. Anyway, any other last thoughts by anybody? Commissioner Eisner. Oh, yeah, you got your line.
I just want you to know I'm committed to finding parking, because that's going to be the solution. So that's what I would tell you.
I have a motion to make.
City manager, do you have anything to say?
No.
Okay. All right. What I'm going to do is, we're back to the reconsideration, and what I'm going to ask, based on the procedure that Mr. Salzman had outlined, I'm going to ask if there's a motion to reconsider I'm sorry, go ahead.
Now, the commission needs to first make a finding that there was evidence not previously considered, or there was a factual mistake related to the evidence that was considered at the previous hearing. That's your first requirement.
Okay. Can you?
Can the commission as a whole or an individual as to make the motion?
Says the board. Before reconsidering one of its decision, the Board of Commissioners, after considering the additional evidence that you've heard, must make that finding.
So let me go right back round again. Vice Mayor Lunt, do you see anything that you feel?
No.
Commissioner Carr, you've stated something, if you want to repeat it.
Yeah, mine was around the parking, including the library and the parking analysis.
Okay. Commissioner Eisner, Commissioner Kulyas.
There was no change in the parking information that was provided to us from before, from the last hearing. And so, there may be a motion out there, but that's false hope. And it's preferably, each commissioner can do what they want, but to sit there and just do something as a grandstand now as you're on your way out, it's a nice, noble thing, but there was no new evidence presented. So thank you.
Okay, I don't, for me personally, I don't see anything that's going to have an effect on this as far as any errors or new information. I appreciate the effort that Ms. Fossey put into this effort. I really, really do. I don't know that I would have, except I did do that with the sponge docks remodeling. I did put that amount of money, effort into it. So, but I just don't see, in my mind, penalizing Cohatch of having to go through that again and winding up with some perhaps slightly different concept where maybe there might be 5 or 10 parking spaces fewer than what is really needed. I think everybody stated here that they are supportive of Cohatch being here. I really think they're going to make a wonderful addition to our downtown, and I think, who was it, Commissioner, Vice Mayor Lund, about the number of new customers in town? Was it you that you brought up the number of new customers in town?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm hoping that'll actually be the case. So is there a motion by any commissioner as far as a finding of fact that is different than what was, is that correct, Mr. Salzman?
Finding of fact that there was either evidence not previously considered
Or an
or
error.
a factual mistake was related to the evidence that was previously considered.
Yeah, I mean, I'll make the motion. Again, this isn't a finding of fact. It's more, I think it was a very gray area of the analysis of the parking. And so that's where I'm coming in at. So that's my motion.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to that motion? Okay, if there's not a second to the motion, then Mr. Salzman, that ends the matter?
Yes.
Okay. That ends the matter for this evening. I'm hoping that you'll follow up with some additional things that would benefit the downtown. Would be eager to see those, including anything that you see that might be of help on that list. Thank you for being here and speaking your mind. Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Foster.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, everybody.
We're going to go to, and Mr. Watkins, thank you for being here tonight with your team. Thank you, Ms. Rubenstein. Okay, the ARPA update.
Yes, Mr. Herring is awake from his slumber upstairs waiting for this meeting, so Mr. Herring would like to come up and present the ARPA item.
Ron Herring, Finance Director. How you doing? I was afraid I was going to get bumped tonight here, but but what we got here for the ARPA, we have the two spreadsheets you should see in front of you there. The first spreadsheet, yeah, that one there. The first page has the ARPA in green that's been previously approved. Totals 8.3 million. Down below on that first front page, you've got the proposed ARPA, another 8.6 million that's been proposed of the ARPA. And if you go to the second page, we've got some new requests on the ARPA. We've got the hospital fire line at 1.5 million and the sponge docks pump station, thank you, discharge of 1.3 million. Like I say, we've got the proposed, we've got the approved, we got the proposed, and we got the new request. We're mostly here tonight to talk about the new request, I believe. The new request, like I say, being the hospital fire line, 1.5 million, which is on one of the memos attached. The sponge docks pump station, almost $1,370,122. And then the potential for the Pent Groves stormwater project, which is still pending. And then another memo behind that has a little bit more detail on the two projects, the funding that's for the sponge docks pump station and the Pent Groves stormwater project. And with that, I'll give it back to you or answer any questions.
I understand you've got an agenda item at the next meeting on, for a new printing press?
Yeah.
Okay.
For money?
Just want to add to.
I like paper.
Again, we wanted to sometime in this schedule before this board ends, bring back ARPA one more time because of the new request from the hospital. You know about what's been going on, and there'll be a future item on the sponge docks pump station drainage. There's going to be a future item to explain to you the project, where we're at, and a whole discussion. Mr. Robertson is out due to a knee surgery that had come up, so we're waiting for that. But we'll have more explanation of the expected 1.3 million we may need, and a whole discussion. As I think I said at one of the last meetings, and I know the mayor said, that project has caused me apprehension since it was first brought forward with a past board. So we need to get the information on it, the new information, so we are going to have an agenda item on that. The Pent Groves project, in talking to Mr. Salzman, it's still in negotiation. We can't put a price tag on that because we're in negotiation with the surety, but we know there's going to be a number that we're going to need extra money for that project. We're almost assuredly, there's going to be a number. Obviously, we're working feverishly to negotiate to see what that number might be and bring that back to you. So these are in consideration. He's done a bigger updated list of some of the other things you've had proposed and pending and not funding. Obviously, you see at top the number. So again, everything from what's been funded, what's pending, these new items that have come forward. We're just bringing it for you for discussion if there's any further direction at this time on ARPA or any expenditures.
Okay, let me just talk about the hospital thing first, because that's a letter. Mr. Cordoval came in to see me about that, and basically I think it's the alarm system, right?
Yes.
Is historic, our fire department, I'm not gonna blame y'all, deemed that it needed to be replaced from a public safety perspective. And he actually, Mr. Cordoval, asked to redirect the $1 million that we had approved for the awning to the purchase of that. And I suggested to him that I would prefer seeing a new request because of the importance of I did, because of the importance of the awning in terms of being the precursor to wrapping the building for hurricane protection and stuff. Anyway, so that's one of the reasons. He was very kind, and he didn't put my name in there. So I'll, if there's any lightning that strikes, I'll be the one that takes that. And then the other one was the second item was the additional money for the Sponge Docks pumping station. There was a value engineering done on that we could bump the amount down from about 4.3 million down to about 4-point-something million to save about 300,000. But the bigger issue is actually the impact of that, this construction of that and installing it. That one, there's two parts to that are going to require the bottom of that to be put 10 feet into the ground right there on Athens. It's going to be a major undertaking. So I'd like, and I told the city manager, this is something that we just don't keep moving ahead. So we halted at 60% to give you an opportunity of what that impact is, so you know going sober into what it's going to involve in order to get that thing done if we take that approach, and also the cost of that. So those are the two items. And then Mr. Herring put those in the context of everything else that we've got. The one thing that I did, I'm not sure if it was helpful, but I don't want to say more, give you all a chance to talk about it. I went through and actually checked off which are very near-term projects that where the ARPA money could be used. Remember, that money has to be spent.
26.
Mr. Herring, can you give us those dates again? It has to be obligated and has to be spent by.
Obligated by December 31st, 2024, and money totally spent by December 31st, 2026.
Okay. So
That's a lot of time.
When you see things like the Craig Park seawall project, which is basically sidewalks phase 2, is that going to be done by the time we actually have to spend the money? So I think we need to kind of look at that in a little more scrutiny as well from that perspective. So I went through and put some check marks. The fire station is another possibility. There's others. But anyway, I put some check marks of those that we potentially wouldn't be able to spend that money on it by the time that project was ready to be, actually constructed. So I'm not going to get into that, but I was able to kind of recapture. It was about $8 million by doing that, which puts us back in the green again as far as the amount goes. But I'm going to let y'all talk, and maybe that's something that Mr. LaCourse, that the staff might want to go back and take a look at it from that,
Yes.
and then refine those numbers and bring it back to
Yes.
us. So the hour's getting late, so let me go to public comments. Are there anybody here that wants to talk about the ARPA funds? Okay. Mr. Jump, any public comments? Hello?
He had to clock out at 11, so.
All right, yeah, they clocked out already. Mr. Jump, any public comments, remote access? All right, let's go to commission comments until they come back. Vice Mayor Lunt, go ahead.
Okay, so my first comment is actually in relationship to the hospital and the fire panel. I had this discussion specifically with the hospital before
You checked on this?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Before, I've seen it. Before we did the facade grant, it was number 2 on their list, or 3, I can't remember now. I specifically told them that that should be their top priority. Specifically, for them to come back at this particular juncture and say, oh, now it's our top priority, is a little bit facetious to me. I think they should take the money that we granted them already and put it towards what they should have done in the first place, for my opinion, is the fire panel.
Okay.
If they really need 1.5, I would entertain giving them another $500,000 to fix the fire panel stuff. There were 3 major things that I can remember. There was the facade coverage, whatever, which I didn't think was really all that demandingly necessary. There was the fire panel stuff, the electrical panel stuff, that I thought was number 1, in my estimation anyway. And then they had some leaks in the roof, which I think were number 2 or 3 on the list or whatever. I get the fire, whatever, that were also an issue as well. So they still have roof leaks unless they fixed them without telling me, which is probably what they did. Can't imagine they live with roof leaks through another summer. But anyway, that would be my personal take on that. Use the money we already gave you. If you need another $500,000, we could probably squeeze that out of ARPA. I mean, it is something that needs to be done in the hospital. I would hate to see it burn down, but that would be
Just, Mr. Herring, we've got about $4 million that's not encumbered at this point, is that correct, of ARPA funds?
Correct, about 4.5 million.
Okay, so we've got some money.
Yeah, I understand where we are.
Unencumbered right now.
Trust me, I know exactly where we are with
All right,
ARPA.
all right, you have anything else? Oh, yes,
So I'm really nervous about the sponge docks pumping stuff and so forth. I mean, I know we've talked about the vault and this and the pumps and all that sort of stuff, and I'm ripping up the Dodecanese to do all this, and it scares me for a bunch of reasons that we've already discussed. For the life of me personally, I think it needs to be taken another look at from an engineering perspective entirely.
or an approach as well,
I think we need a different approach to doing that.
yeah.
So I think that's kind of off the table for me right now because of different approach and stuff like that. That's pretty much all I have to say at this time.
Okay, before we go further, Chief Scott Young, sorry. Could you offer anything as far as the electrical, the safety panel, as far as its criticality, and if we don't, or if it doesn't get replaced, what happens?
The problem with the panel right now, it's outdated, it's not working correctly. When they built the new addition to the hospital, that alarm ties into the old alarm, and they don't talk well to each other, so it's setting off multiple alarms. So we're responding there quite a bit. At some point, it becomes called a nuisance alarm, and it has to be fixed or replaced. So that's where we're at with the panel.
Okay, and that's the message that they were given?
Yes, if they don't have an alarm system, they have to have a continuous fire watch, which they're doing
Like we
today.
have here
Like
for
we
right
do
now?
here, yes.
Yeah, okay. For everybody's information, the gentleman with the yellow shirt is because our fire system is down right now, and he has to make rounds. Thank you for being here. He's waved at me. He has to make rounds of the building as a fire watch. So, thank you. Commissioner Carr.
Do we need to put money to our fire panel at the city hall, city manager?
No, if you've been in here, they've been drilling and drilling. They were in my office drilling on a bad day today with a lot of work to do, but they're drilling and hopefully we'll have it finished. But we're doing extensive new alarm system that's gonna be top notch and ready to go, and they've been drilling for a month, so.
Great. Okay, great. You know, I am in support of what Vice Mayor said about the $500,000. I think Advent Health can put some money in from the parent company as well too into the investment into the fire panel. That's a combination. So, and to be honest with you, I don't really care what they use the $1.5 million for. I would prefer that the city allocates that into ARPA funding and let them make the priority themselves. If they want to use it towards the full fire panel, if they want to use it towards the overhang, if they use it towards the roof, I would say put the 3 or 4 things down and say, this is what you guys can use it for. You all use it for what you feel is best. I do think it's important that the city continue their commitment to providing some ARPA funding there, because it's obviously a huge piece of our, it's a big part of our community, right? We all could use it at any time, and I mean, we never know when you're going to need to use it. So I would support another $500,000 to Advent Health North Pinellas for the fire panel. Now, the Sponge Docks pumping station, I would support the additional funds going there too. Obviously, it sounds like there's more things going on I'm not aware of. Something has to be done at the intersection with the tidal floods. I don't know how it's going to work. You've got parking lots that don't have any retention ponds, and the water sheets off those parking lots right onto Dodecanese. And where does it go to? It goes in that intersection of Athens and Dodecanese. So all I know is something has to be done there. I'm not an engineer. I'm not going to tell anybody how it needs to be done. But if more funding is needed, I think this is a perfect opportunity to use more funding out of the ARPA funds as well too. But looking at it tonight, I would say I'm happy to support another $500,000 for the hospital to show our partnership to seeing that hospital improve. And I think that shows a good partnership to their board as well too. The second part is I do think the water lines is something that the city wants to or should be looking at to moving forward as well too, to allocating funds to that category. It's something that's been discussed. There's many, many miles of old cast iron pipe throughout our city. We've got some of the best water in Florida that's made from our plant, but I think it's something that we need to do as an investment for our residents and for our businesses to upgrade our infrastructure of moving the water through our city. And $1 million, $1.5 million is something I think that would help move that along sooner. I would support $1 million to the fire department as proposed by the finance director, and then there's also a buffer for some additional funds in case something comes up for additional cost with the project that's on gross, and any other items that may come up as well too that need to be, I guess you would call it a buffer for some additional projects. So tonight, I think it's a good idea to support water lines, support the hospital, and support the fire department.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm in agreement with Vice Mayor. I don't really care what they use the $1 million for as well. I think it would be better suited if they use the $1 million for the fire system. If they want another $500,000, which I don't understand why they wouldn't, I would really consider, I would definitely consider that to make them whole on that and not do the awning. I also am extremely concerned about the concept of the Sponge Docks pumping station. I think we have to reinvent the wheel there somehow or other. I didn't particularly care for Bob Robertson's presentation on, it came back, it could be 4 million, 5 million, and we have to consider 3 different ones. That was a little crazy. So I'm not looking to go ahead with that. But we also have some, I would like to keep some reserve of the ARPA fund to be fiscally responsible for, we don't know what's happening with the Gross Avenue here. We don't know still what's happening with Seabreeze coming up. There's a number of things that could be coming up. As at the same time, prices they've leveled off. They haven't come down. So we don't know if the clerk's office could have cost overruns. There's just so many things that are out there. I'm sorry. There's just so many things that I went through the whole list of all of the projects, the project list, which I do want to speak about as well. So, the project list is extensive. And, we may need to use that for other things. So I at first thought they wanted $2.6 million or 2.5. I think out of $12 million that we were rewarded, that's a bit much for one location. So that's where I'm at. You know, we also have the purchases, the land purchases. We have, you know, we're talking about the Shepherd
10
Center.
acres, right.
We're talking about, let's buy, you know, it's just like, I'll make the comment, buy, but that comes with dough. So that's where I'm at.
Commissioner Diaz.
Depending from the direction of this board, and I sort of agree with Vice Mayor and Commissioner Eisner as well, and I know we've already approved the 1 million for the awning, but maybe the hospital needs to come back to us and say, hey, you know, we can only do 2 out of 3, or, you know, split the money up between some of these things. But I would hate to see that we fix the awning, which, you know, I know it helps people come in and out the building, and not address the fire panel issue or any leaks up top. It just, that's the way I look at it, and hurts to see that this wire tripping issues cost $1.5 million. You know, as far as the other approved ARPA funds, I like the way they look as of right now. I definitely want to keep that cybersecurity for the water and sewer infrastructure. I don't want to be one of those cities on national television, you know, and it doesn't matter to me if we want to recircle or relook at the engineering for the intersection of the Vicanese and Athens Street, but we got to make sure that money goes there and at least fix it. You know, we still got 2 other intersections. It's, you know, I don't know if this commission will be able to handle all 3 of them in a certain amount of time, but we can tackle one. We can, you know, open the doorway for others and go from there. So, and Craig Park Seawall, I'm all about big capital improvement projects. I understand it's going to inconvenience the residents, but if we don't do them at some point, when's it going to get done? You know, so I'd like to keep that money in the, you know, the seawall, a couple of the big items as we talked about, and just keep it that way. But right now, everything looks good to me.
For me, Vice Mayor Long, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to mention one more thing. Tucked down there in the miscellaneous part of this sheet is bayou dredging.
Oh, yeah.
It is part of our code that we maintain the bayou. Some of these things aren't required by code to be done, but bayou dredging is one of them. We have in our code to maintain our waterways. It has not been done. I'm not talking about the basin or the cuts, the outer cuts. I'm talking about the inner cuts. And there's
this. I think this bayou dredging is spring bayou dredging. That was something that you brought up. I agreed, and was the silting up of the spring bayou.
Oh, there's more than Spring Bayou that needs to be dredged. The whole pathway up to Spring and Whitcomb and Kramer needs to be done.
I'm just saying that I think if we did a little more, you're looking at me, do you remember?
I'm looking at Ron. Was that extra dredging than we had planned for with what we're obligated to do, that we had to get through the dredge over here before we addressed with?
Yeah, we put a placeholder in the fiscal year 2024 budget out of the penny fund for the 1.1 million.
And this was just an option if they wanted to save penny money for some projects, they could dedicate that. That's all it was it's already in the penny money for 24. If it wanted to be moved up and done now, and it was just an option for use of ARPA.
Is it an option for us to do it while we're doing the other dredging rather than having to
It's going to be a different type of dredging. They can't.
It's a different type of dredging, I know.
Well, they can't get that barge in there. That's a huge barge that they've got.
You're right.
And I just want to remind everybody, it wasn't here. We were 7 years held up in court by a person who is still alive today on the last time we did this, 7 years. That's why in the
Well, we
complexity of
better start
attacking the
now
other.
because this has got to be done.
Well, and it's not, we have to bite the bullet and do it. And it's budgeted for the penny of 2024. We put it in the ARPA back because there's an option if we wanted to go, to use that money and go with
Far
them.
out.
So, question, how much preliminary time is required, permit-wise and whatever else we need to put into place in order to begin dredging? It seems to me it takes a rather protracted length of time.
Well, it would be a lot easier because the dredged area that the permits we obtain would be a maintenance dredge. It wouldn't be like we would have to demonstrate that they would been dredged once. So we could do those. I just don't know where they are. And it's not going to be the cuts between the islands because they weren't done to begin with. So if you're talking about a preliminary time frame, I don't think it'd be much of an effort to obtain a maintenance dredge permit for some of these areas, but you'd have to dig up some information of where we actually did that, right?
Yeah.
That was when Mr. DePasquale was here.
I'm just running off the Bath study that we did 2 years ago and ignored.
Well, you could compare that to the area that we did dredge and then get an idea of where you want to do it right away if you want to. And if they don't match up, then you're going to wind up having to go through a full-blown permitting.
Do we need, well, we did this 2 years ago. Do we need to do another Bath study?
It's required every 3 years, I believe.
Okay.
That's the one that Mr. Macris was talking about that we've got on retainer, I guess. For
It's
these
required
reasons.
every 3 years.
I think it's.
The
every
last
3
time
years.
it was done incorrectly.
3 years, do you know? Yeah, 3
Protocol
years.
was not
It's
followed.
It's in the charter every 3 years.
Yes, I know. The last time it was completely ignored. The charter, the rules. The study was done, nothing was done with the study. It sat on a table. Nobody sent it to the county administrator. There was no discussion, at least that was noted of the commission. No minutes, no recommendations, zero was done. We cannot make that mistake again. I will not let that happen again.
Okay.
We are going to do it right. So if all of this is pre-pending the fact that we have to do another Bath study in order to do this right, then
I don't know that we do. All I'm saying is that, you know, you were asking some questions and
I know,
that's
well,
something
I'm
for the
just
city
asking.
manager
I mean,
to
some of
figure
you
out.
guys have
so-
been around here a lot longer than I have, so.
All right, well,
Obviously, I'm a little passionate about this, but
Yeah,
you
no,
go
that's
through the
okay.
code and it says the
That's all right.
city's responsible for this, the city should be responsible for this.
I've got a quick comment on the dredging portion, if I could step in. So it's easy a lot of times to see like a road that needs to be repaired because you're driving down it every day. But then you don't necessarily see that the dredging needs to be done in the bayous and the rivers unless you're out there in low tide or unless you're out there on a boat. And so it's pretty clear that the dredging needs to be done, and it should have been done years ago in our bayous and in our outer cuts of our rivers. We've had residents come and ask for it before too, that they're saying, hey, in our backyards we can't get out of our houses on the water. We pay these exorbitant taxes. Granted, they're not getting more services. Yeah, I don't live on the water. I would like to one day. They're paying these exorbitant taxes, but they're not necessarily getting more benefit for those additional taxes that they're paying for, right? So they're getting the same benefit as other residents that don't live in the water. With that, I think it's a good idea to move the penny fund up. To move the funding into ARPA funding, and then if that can't get filled, that can be moved, and the penny fund can be reallocated to it if we can't do it timely. I do think it's a good idea to push that up and try to get some movement on the dredging aspect of things.
Thank you.
Go ahead. I'm in agreement. It should come from the ARPA. We should move it forward. It's not been done. It's in very bad shape.
You got anything to add?
I just think it's priority issues. We got to sit there and decide, you know, it's, when the bayous get dredged, and I understand that the channelways leading to and from the main river and to the bayous, but, you know, we got to see what the cost benefit would be to dredging those bayous. I mean, is it going to have more people out there skiing and you know, I don't know.
It's not a question of if, it's a question of when.
All right. Let's get a hold of ourselves here a second.
Sure.
And the whole idea behind the ARPA, everything that everybody's talking about, there isn't any question needs to be done. And I think what you're saying, Vice Mayor Lund, is an issue of when it's going to be done. And you'd like to see some things done sooner than where they're scheduled right now.
No, I'm saying that I understand that these things have to be done, but these things aren't in our charter. There's nothing in our charter that says the Pent Gross stormwater thing has to be done. It's not in our charter. It's part of what we're doing for a city.
The residents there have been waiting for 2 years for it to
Well,
be
yeah,
done.
I understand that. I'm just using that as a miscellaneous example. But it is in our charter that these waterways must be maintained. There is no if, and, or but. It's not a may be maintained, or if you think it should be maintained, it's a must be maintained.
Okay.
That's why I'm saying there's no choice.
Right. The only thing I was going to suggest is one, there seems to be some interest in reallocating $500,000 for the hospital. I still think that even with what you're saying, I think the city manager needs to take a look at these and look at when we can realistically encumber these funds to particular projects so they can be spent by 2026.
Correct.
And then that could possibly draw in, and then from there, we could determine what the priorities are along the lines of what you're saying. And I'm not suggesting anything more than that as far as any discussion of whether something is required or anything. I agree with you. I don't issue. It's just, right now, I think some of y'all listed some things there that I don't even know that they can be done between now and 2024 to encumber. The money's got to be encumbered. In other words, you know,
Gotta be
the
encumbered by the
project
end of
needs to be.
24. It's gotta be
contract
spent by the
right.
26.
If I'm not mistaken, is that correct, Mr. Herring? The contract has to be let, and the money has to be spent within that period of time after the contract is let. From
Yeah, just what you're saying, encumbered by December 31st,
2024,
2024, and spent by
the contract
2030
has
for
to be let,
26.
and then the money has to be completely spent before 2 years after that time frame. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I was aware of that.
Okay.
But if we need to draw up a project spreadsheet that actually
No,
minimizes the whole thing.
that's an excellent observation. Commissioner Carr.
Yeah, Mayor, I just want to bring up the water lines one more time. I know I've harped on this since the ARPA funds became available. It's truly something that, with our age infrastructure, that it needs to be a priority of our city. Our city is well over 100 years old, and our infrastructure can follow that along the lines too. We have multiple contracts in place with different companies that can install water lines. Those could break ground very quickly, and the city manager can confirm or deny, but with our contracts already in place. So I do just want to stress the importance of that. Our water is safe getting to the homes based on what our water department has tested, but I do think having an upgraded areas of our city is something that should be a top priority for our residents.
So, if I may, we've got to go to public comments, I believe. Is that correct? Okay, so let me stop here for that. Are there any public comments on this item? Mr. Jump, are there any public comments?
Time.
None? Okay. What I would ask the commission if we could have at least a motion to approve the $500,000 for the hospital, to eliminate a requirement of whether it's for an awning, or let them use the $1.5 million for whatever they want. And then also for this to be done, I think, in terms of the timing of these projects, and then come back to the commission when we've got more time to establish.
Yeah, there's no time element on this. It's just money. I mean, it goes out to, the penny fund goes out for 23,
No,
24.
penny fund, but the ARPA fund is what we're talking about right now.
I know what. Well, that's the whole spreadsheet, but yeah, I agree.
Okay. Is there a motion that I can have to that effect? And I understand what you're saying about the water lines, so.
So motion to approve the ready 1 million plus the 500,000 now.
Without any condition as far as what it would be used
No
for?
condition of
Okay.
where they're gonna spend it.
Okay. Is there a second?
Well,
Just for clarification, it's approving an additional $500,000 to Advent Health, North Pinellas, wherever it is, and then adjusting the $1 million that's already been approved to be allocated in any way that they feel need to improve the capital projects within the hospital.
Right, based on their own internal priorities.
Okay. Is there any other
Could I just interject something? When the hospital does finally, we're going to bring an agreement to you, so they really need to say at some point.
They will, that's what they're saying. They're going to come back with that agreement we're waiting for and fill in that line.
Okay.
Whatever, they're either filling a line for the awning, they're going to fill it in for the.
Whether it's a fire
Yeah,
line or
so
awning or something.
that's what they're saying.
Okay.
As long as they know that 1.5.
They're going to fill in that blank.
Okay.
Did you second?
Not yet.
Okay,
I was just trying to get
definitely need a
clarification.
second, right.
Yeah. Is there a desire by the board to put anything else in this motion tonight from a priority standpoint?
I mean, until we.
They could use it whatever they want. It's just what they're getting.
No, not the hospital. I'm talking about anything
The
else.
only thing I'm questioning
I'm
is.
just not, I'm sorry, I'm not comfortable with just giving them another $500,000 to do with whatever they want. If we're gonna up this to 1.5, it needs to be specifically put towards their fire issue.
Okay.
I would agree with that.
We definitely need to see if there's a second or
Why don't we?
redo of the motion.
All right, who made the motion? Do you want to reconsider your motion to add Vice Mayor Lunt's comment?
Yes.
Okay. As far as any additional thing, I would hope that the city manager would come back with, rework as far as the availability of numbers, given that some projects won't be able to get done by the time we need to spend the ARPA money. And then we can talk about an additional $1 million for your water lines.
Not to my house. I'm just in
Water
general.
lines.
You
know what I'm
I'll
saying.
second if there's not a second on the board yet. So
Let me ask a question. Do I have to make my motion, because we've made a motion for the $1 million to be on the awning? Do I have to change that to utilize it towards the fire?
If you're going to, yes, if you're going to add something, you have to.
You'd have to amend it.
So I'm going to amend then the motion that the $1 million that we approved in the past for the awning to be used for the fire apparatus with the 500,000 plus.
Additional added to that.
Additional.
second.
Is there, if there's no further discussion, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes.
I liked how you asked, is there no further questions?
The attorney, city attorney services would be item 14. Ms. Lewis? Right?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you for your patience. It's a late hour, I know.
I live to serve. Good evening, Mayor, Board of Commissioners. So this item is the rebid or resolicitation of the city attorney services that you have before you. We put that out again. We only received one proposal back, and that was a joint proposal from Person, Cohen, Mooney, Fernandez, and Jackson, PA, along with Eunice, Salzman, Jensen, PA. And what I have done is just kind of highlight in the backup some of the pieces of the proposal for your consideration and recommendation.
Okay. We have Ms. Kardash and Mr. Salzman. Would you like to say something?
I am here to answer questions for you all at this hour.
Okay.
So let me know if you have any.
Mr. Salzman, you got anything?
The only thing I would tell the commission is after we had the last vote, Regina and I discussed the possibility of coming forward with both firms because of the issues that you raised. So we believe that based on what we've proposed, that it meets your requirements. In essence, we would continue doing what we're currently doing for the city. Of course, it would depend on if you want to change your meeting nights. If you go to the 1st and 3rd, then Regina would sit here. if you continue on the second and fourth, then I would sit here. But we believe that there's coverage for every issue that the city needs, and that we could perform what you do.
Okay, well, we'll deal with the first and third and the second and fourth another time. So let me go to public comments. Are there any public comments concerning this? Mr. Jump, are there any public remote access comments, or Mr. Races, who's ever up there?
There's no one in the queue at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Races. First of all, let me just say thank you very much for everything that y'all have done so far, and I'm glad that you are the finalist. I'm going to go to Vice Mayor Long. I've got a few other things to say.
It's almost midnight. Are you sure you don't want to change your mind?
I'm still here.
All right.
Let's see what
Okay.
I'm fine.
Commissioner
Thank
Carr,
you. There you go.
Commissioner Eisner.
Just a quick question. In the event, you have a mutual contract now, should you decide you don't want to do this anymore, does that break the contract for both? Do you replace one and not the other? I mean, for whatever reason, I'm just asking that.
Right. Our contracts are going to be independent of each other. And that serves two purposes. One is for any conflict of interest, because the way that we have it styled is for Mr. Salzman to serve as conflict counsel when there would be a conflict of interest for the same attorney to, for instance, for your code enforcement board. The same attorney cannot be prosecuting the cases before the code enforcement board and then also advising the board. And your board does need to have an attorney for that purpose. So by having two separate attorneys, two separate contracts, there's no conflict of interest there for us to provide those services to you.
The only other question I have, for argument's sake, and I'm just speaking out loud, neither one of you can make it to our meeting. What do we do?
We both have other attorneys in our office. Tuesday happens to be a fairly popular night for meetings. I don't think that with the number of attorneys that we both have, that you would be left without services in that regard.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify. Thank you. Thank you for what you do. By the way, I get nothing but compliments on you as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. Commissioner Kulyas.
I just want to thank you both, and actually your temporary services ended up being a great thing for our city, and you know, the temporary router, which we used for some time, ended up bringing us the two best people fit to serve the city. So I'm looking forward to it and appreciate it all.
Okay. I only have one question. I think maybe somebody's talked to you about it before. The go-to attorney is a clearinghouse. For example, right now, I ask the city attorney, which attorney do I talk to for this? And he'll either say, you know, maybe Ms. Kardash or Mr. Salzman. I prefer for that to be one of you two. It would be the initial call from a commissioner, and then you can make that determination as to, for litigation, it'd be obvious, you know, maybe some other issues, it may be you, I just don't know.
The only caveat that I would provide is that there are certain things that may just be something Regina's doing, or, for example, a contract that the manager has given me to look at, or that could turn into litigation. That's why I've been dealing with some of these issues. So the only caveat would be to make sure that we know who's handling that particular matter, but we can keep you updated on that.
You know, for example, the flag issue came up tonight.
Right.
Remember? And I said,
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to get the memorandum and pass it to you. But now that the contract's in place, if something came up like that from a resident, I would want to call one attorney to ask which one of you wants to deal with that.
And you can go to Regina, that's fine. You can go to me. The other aspect is, let's just say it's something you wanted to follow up and you wanted somebody here. Regina's going to have office hours, but I'm also down the street.
Okay.
So it somewhat depends on what the situation is.
Okay. I'd like for you two right now to, you know, I also had the issue once of asking or discussing something, and our two former attorneys had a disagreement on, disagreed with each other, which didn't help us. You know, if those two disagreed, what are we gonna do? So I'd like to, you know, again, I'd like the name of, if it's Ms. Kardash, it's fine, I guess, and she could say, you need to talk to Mr. Salzman about it. If it's a litigation issue, I'm not gonna bother Ms. Kardash, I'm gonna go straight to you.
I think and Regina and I have worked together before on litigation and ordinances. We've discussed.
Yes.
We've helped out other clients together on it. So however you want to do it is fine with us.
Okay.
I mean, we will be in contact with each other.
Why don't we do it this way? We'll go ahead and approve your contracts tonight, then y'all decide how to do it and let us know. Is that okay?
Yes, it'll likely be addressed, probably the best way is in the resolution.
Right.
On who's going to have
Right.
the areas of responsibility.
I mean, there was other things. For example, I talked to the city manager about, you have a current contract for somebody for labor and employment. It's also what I do, and there's some things that Regina and I have talked about, manuals, handbooks, some policies that we want to look at. So some of that we'll have to divide and
So we
determine.
would establish it by resolution at some future date?
Correct.
That's fine with me. Okay. May I have a motion and a second, please?
Motion approved.
And the motion would be to award RFP number 230080 and read the rest of it.
Motion to award RFP number 230080.
Second.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes,
Okay.
once I get the answer, then I'll send out the agreements for review.
Okay. We're good? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Thank you both.
Have a safe drive at this late hour.
Yes, thank you
Ms.
all.
Kardash, you can go. Mr. Salzman, you've got it out with the rest of us. May I have a motion to extend the meeting till whatever you would like
Motion to extend the meeting till 1 o'clock, 1 a.m.
Second.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
No.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes, okay.
Can I take a break?
Award number, this award file number 230047, which is the Greektown Traditional Cultural Property Preservation and Placemaking Valuation Consultant. Ms. Lewis, is that right?
Yes.
Janina Lewis, Procurement Services Director. I'm not the subject matter expert on this particular consultant study, but I can tell you we put out an RFP on this particular item. We received 2 responses. We evaluated them and selected the most highly ranked proposal, and that's what you have before you.
Okay. Are there any public comments concerning this item? Thank you for your patience, Ms. Bukavalis. Dr. Bukavalis.
It's past my bedtime. But for this, I'm here. I want to thank the commission, first of all. We're finally at this point. I saw who the 2 respondents, the bids were, both fine agencies, and I think although some of us had been thinking the other one, I think Stantec with their local offices is an excellent choice. My only concern, which I have already raised with them, is some of the timing, the timeline, because we're dealing here not with a generic community, but with a very unique community with its own rhythms, such as Holy Week, where you can't have anything happen, or the great annual exodus to Greece. So we just want to be knowledgeable about that and set up our meetings in conjunction with that timeline. So we might want to start out with a bang, and then they'll have some time to sit around and formulate things and come back with us again in the fall when everyone's back from the exodus. But anyway, thank you all very much for all the consideration you've given to this project.
Thank you, Dr. Bukavalis. Mr. Races, are there any remote access comments?
We do have a raised hand.
Okay.
Please unmute to speak. Good evening. Peter Delacus, 514 Ashland Avenue. Actually, my hand was actually raised up from the previous thing, but somehow it didn't get recognized before. But I have to support Ms. Bukovalis and the city in regards to this particular item moving forward. It's important to preserve and set this area up as a National Historic District, as it should be recognized. And one thing I would like to add, in your closing statement, Mayor, on the Cohatch, when you were talking about the parking, you kind of mentioned that, oh, it's been going on for quite a while and hasn't been handled and done. So I just want to correct you briefly that a lot has been done to rectify some of that. The city manager and you both spoke about the parking behind the flagship bank, also the parking from the St. Nicholas Church, and also the redesign of Court Street. So I just want to make the citizens aware that even though you said that nothing's been done, there have been things done to resolve the parking. And I just want to make sure we clarify that issue. And as far as the attorney services, which I had originally called on, I think this is a good partnership. I would, as you mentioned, allow the attorneys to decide what they would handle, but I would also maybe suggest that they, between themselves, decide how they would like to best handle city commission meetings and come back to you as to whether the 2-4 or the 1-3 works best. And then at that point, you can either keep the meetings as they are or change them to another date. But we have done it before, and I think we should allow the attorneys to have some flexibility in determining how they best could handle those particular meetings. But otherwise, from what I've seen, they've done well on the other boards. And thank you for your time and being up this evening. We appreciate your service. God bless.
Well, thank you, Mr. Delacus, for clarification. The context I was speaking in was this parking garage. I know we've done a lot as far as, I think, over 100 parking spaces plus another 30 for something else that we converted.
Since 2018.
Yeah, so it's 130 something plus, and you know, if the Spanish Hall comes through, that'll be another 60 or 70.
Close to 80, yeah.
Another 80 on top of that. So we have made inroads. There's an insatiable appetite for parking in this town right now, so we need to continue working on it. But thank you for your comments, Mr. Delacus. Okay, so
Make a motion, Mayor?
You got it?
I'll make a motion to award 23047 PJL Greektown Traditional Culture as recommended by staff.
Second by Vice Mayor Lunt. If there are no further questions or comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. The next item is select the suite Sparkman Architecture and Interiors for the Cops and Kids Youth Center. Ms. Lewis?
Yes, good evening again. Good morning. Basically, this was for the architect services for the Cops and Kids facility. We received 3 proposals. We did the evaluations. We also brought all 3 in for interviews to further gain more insight into their abilities, and what you have before you is the one that we thought was the most highly suited for the job. The plan is to do this in 2 phases. The first phase will be kind of a site selection and scoping that out, and then the second part will be the actual design phase.
Okay, thank you. Before we go further, either City Manager LaCourse or Chief Jeff Young, could y'all elaborate a little more as far as what this is going to do? The complex versus the building, or I'm not sure, just the scope of it, I guess I should say.
Yes, and we're going to look at everything. Obviously, we've got a couple sites now for it, but we're going to look at the whole complex. We've talked about some addition, you know, where there may be some addition of some courts. Obviously, first we got to decide where the building's going, but we also want to look at this as some options for the whole complex. And one of the things looking at is availability of possibly the pickleball courts somewhere along the outfield between the 2 locations, where I think we're going to be down to the 2 locations where the building's going to be. And you know, we want to look at the whole nature of the
Dorset Park is what
of
we're
Dorset
talking about.
Park, the Cops and Kids Center, the whole complex that it's gonna end up being. So that's what we want to look at and achieve when we build the building, to have an idea of where we proceed with the whole complex, if there's any proceeding with some different things on there and some different options. We got a lot of things to, have a lot of things to look at as far as the land. Obviously, there's some other ownerships of some pieces of land we might want to use. That area, there have to be a good ground study because that is a propensity for sinkhole area. So there's a lot of things, but we want to look at that all into design of this Cops and Kids Center and surrounding the whole complex of Dorset Park, Cops and Kids Center, Old Center, you know, the whole thing we want to look at and bring to you.
Okay. I'm going to go to public comments. There's no one sitting here, so I'm going to go remote access comments. Mr. Races, is there anybody?
There's no one in the queue at this time.
Okay. Commissioner comments, questions?
Just glad this project is moving forward, or will be moving forward.
This one will move real fast, and I won't tell you why either. Commissioner Carr.
Yeah, I just think this is a great money spent to invest into our future generations of Tarpon Springs and maybe some of our underserved areas of Tarpon Springs.
Okay.
I make a motion to approve.
I don't think the pickleball court should go Dorset Park. I don't think they're going to be utilized in the right manner, or people going out there. That's just my personal opinion. I think there's other spots for pickleball courts, but looking forward to the design of the building, and you know, I don't know if you can or can't, but some type of pool maybe for that area would be nice. So just wanted to throw that out there. But other than that, looking forward to moving forward with it. Thank you.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, we're going to be looking at an access off Mears Avenue as well. Is that right, for this? Yeah, so to be accessing off Mears Avenue as well.
That's one of the possibilities.
Do you have anything to add, Chief?
Just thankful to everybody up here for getting this far with this, and very happy with the firm. And all the proposals were excellent, but this firm here I think is going to do great for us, and looking forward to this.
Yeah, that's the main thing, is city manager and, you know, chief, they're happy with the firm and comfortable, and just move forward. That's what it's about.
Motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Okay. All right, item 17, which is accept a safer grant award. Who's got that
Yeah,
one?
this is some exciting news that we didn't expect. Remember, we talked before budget time about positions and positions we want to look for the next 3 to 5 years. Obviously, both the police and fire were involved. This is some great news because, again, we still don't have a grants writer and everything else, but we sure are doing a good job at getting grants. I'll let the fire chief talk about our successful gaining of the SAFER grant, which is going to give us that personnel we were going to look at to have to budget, possibly beginning next year, the year after. It's anticipated in the next 2 or 3 years we need to add people. And also give you the good news is this grant is a little different than the ones before in a good way from the city. So I'll let you do all that good news and tell about it. It's a double whammy of good news with this grant.
Scott Young, Fire Chief. So last year we applied for the SAFER grant through the Homeland Security and FEMA. We just got news a couple weeks ago that we were accepted for the grant. We put in for 3 additional firefighters on the grant. The grant originally was going to pay, if you were awarded, 75% payment for the first 2 years, 35% the third year. We got notified that they waived that fee. It's now 100% for 3 years. So this was a total grant of $928,000 over 3 years, which will put 3 firefighters on the job. After that, the city would fund the firefighters moving forward after the 3 years. So we're very excited about it. This is the second time we've applied for it. We got it the first time about 4 years ago, and 5 years ago. Now we've gotten it again. So we're very excited about it and hope you approve it.
Okay. Remote access, public comments, Mr. Races?
And there's no one in the queue at this time.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner comments, Vice Mayor Lunt, anything?
No, I'm just, no comment. Happy it's happening.
Mr. Carr?
Yeah, this is great news. Chief Young, thank you for you and your team and city manager for fighting for these grants. This is obviously a way to fund another, I forget what you call it, but another 3 individuals for the fire department that we don't have to tack on to the city's general funds. So thank you for your follow through with this, and I think it's great news. Hopefully it makes the front page of the Beacon that the city got federal funding for almost $1 million to fund 3 more firefighters and paramedics.
We do have someone in the line at this time.
Okay, why don't we hold up on commission comments, and go ahead, Mr. Races.
Please unmute to speak. They dropped off.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Eisner.
What can I say except congratulations? This is great news. Money's great to have, and I hope you have good luck in placing good people. That's, I know, the hardest part. It's not the
That'll be
money.
the toughest part.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hey, I just want to thank you and your staff, Fire Chief, for putting these grants in and getting this funding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chief, as far as manning, where would this put us as far as like a typical per capita or however you measure your manning?
So put us getting close to the capita. The NFPA likes to have 4 on each engine, so we'll be close. What this is going to help us do is it's going to allow me to try to put another unit in service at our main station. So we'll have 2 units running out of there for EMS calls. Again, that'll help bring it'll be the rescue unit that's on order. That'll help bring the wear and tear on the engines down a little bit. Yeah. So we may be able to prolong those a little bit down the road, but it'll put us right at where we need to be, pretty close, so we're doing well.
And what about those other, that decision that county needs to do to?
That's coming up again here in the next few months when we start talking budgets with them, and I'll try to do another 3 with them. Our number is still about where it was last year, so we'll see what they say this year, but we'll try for another 3 there too.
Okay, so. Thank you. I always enjoy adding more public safety to the city. So, motion and a second.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Okay, we've got an addendum, and this is the direction on the Tim Group General Contractors Attorney's response to contract amendment. Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Tsangaris, both of you are here for this item. Let me, I'm going to let Mr. Salzman go ahead and take care of this and just listen to what Mr. Salzman's got to say, and then we'll go to you.
So obviously you see the letter, and we've had some conversations concerning the letter. And the major issue that we're here tonight on is really the increase in the amount of potential liquidated damages as a penalty. With the understanding that our intent here is try to get the project done, to get everybody moving forward, and to sign this amendment, and based on the discussions we had at the meeting in which this was increased, it's my recommendation from a legal perspective to go back to the original language of the contract on the liquidated damages. It's my understanding that if that is agreed to by the board, that the amendment will be signed, and then we can get things moving forward to try to get this project completed. Okay. So from a perspective of looking at it from a litigation issue, looking at it as trying to get the project done, it would be my recommendation to the board that we just go through those terms. If the board wants me to answer additional questions regarding it, I'm happy to, but that's what I'm recommending.
Mr. Tsangaris, you want to add anything to that?
No, we're in agreement. If the LDs are reduced to what the contract says, we'll sign it. We'll get moving.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, if you could answer, I think you're the one who injected at the last hearing. What was the liquidated damage daily rate? Do you recall what that is?
I think
It was
this one
300 and something?
Yeah, 343 on this particular one.
Either one of you would be
I
fine.
thought it was
368.
358?
Yes.
So what we
And
would
that
do,
covers the cost of like the engineer, if it runs over, we have to have the engineer come out and inspect, project manager time, any time of staff that's required.
okay, so we would go from the $1,000, which was approved last time, down to the 358, which is part of the original contract. Let me go to public comments. Remote access comments, Mr. Races?
And there is no one in the queue at this time.
Okay, Commissioner comments, Vice Mayor Lunt, anything?
You know, we're playing a game here. He won't agree to this additional clause, but he'll agree to asking for additional money, which we have to give him anyway. So I really don't have any further comment. We can go back to the original language, but this is,
Okay. Commissioner
Yeah,
Carr?
I've got no issues as long as there's some type of penalty if they don't meet the deadline that's set before them. And I would
Okay.
ask the city attorney if they could let me know what motion we need to make to reflect that.
I would, on what you just said?
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
what
I mean,
we-
that's
it's
what
just- it's not
currently the
clear, so-
amendment, I mean, that's what everything has.
Just delete the,
Yeah, everything else will remain in place.
Okay.
So the only thing that, the motion, the only thing you would be doing was changing the liquidated damages back to the original term.
Okay.
Commissioner Eisner?
As you know, I didn't vote to have this go ahead, so I'm not fond of this as well. This thing should have been completed in December. Should have been completed, then again, there was an extension. Now, if, in contracting, if you can't agree to June 1st, then there's some reason of that he or they must know something we don't know. And that concerns me. If, and I'll just say this, if he was so comfortable and confident that he's gonna get it done, it wouldn't matter if we put a $10,000 a day thing, penalty on it. So, to me, I don't agree with it. I'll go along with it, but I got a feeling that the egg is gonna be on the face of this board because there's gonna be something that comes up. The whole first week after we had our meeting, he wasn't there working, and I didn't see him working yesterday or today, so.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Kulyas?
We had this issue, discussed 2 weeks ago, and I think the individuals made a prompt and diligent effort to reach out to his attorney, and it was a busy night that night. There was a lot going on. There was, a lot of people in the auditorium. If you could help explain why maybe the reduction, or if there's something that you may see that may not be your fault that could extend past the June 1st, I wouldn't mind hearing it, but we want this project done. And this guy, he's come here with a firm telling us right away from a decision that, happened fast, that he may not have seen right away. And I'm willing to go down to the original liquidated damages. I really want to see the project done. I want everybody to, be able to move forward and just see what happens. And I don't think maybe stressing him out or the contractor or the project deadline is going to help fix this issue. So I'd really like to get reduced, and let's just move forward.
Have anything to say. So on that note, unless there's any further comments, we need a motion.
I still want to add,
Yeah.
just so that you all know, as the gentleman earlier spoke at the public hearing, there's this tremendous concern on people on the block, and not just one. I know of at least 12 or 15 people that will not tie into this because they have no confidence that this project is going to go smooth, yet we're letting it drag on possibly through June 1st with no retribution if things go astray. Having a $300-some-odd penalty is nothing in a bid of this size. having it even $1,000 a day is not a big deal. If Mr. Carlos feels that he is comfortable and confident he can get it done, he should say, yes, I can get it done. I don't care if you hit me with a $5,000 penalty. There has to be a reason he will not agree to that. And then you have the second part of this, so he gets it done, and now nobody wants to tie into it because they don't want to be the first, second, third to have their house not have sewerage, and then we have no house, tied in, and then the city is going to get sued for not supplying people with use of any of their water. So we have to really be careful, and I'm just letting you know, you have to be careful how this thing comes about, because you're going to be liable for it as well. So I just will tell you, a lot of people are not happy to be the first, second, or third to tie in.
Let's just stick to the matter at hand. Vice Mayor Lunt.
I'm just rereading it to make this a little bit fresh. So I tend to agree with you that Florida law is clear that liquidated damages are not meant to be penal. It's happened many, many cases. You don't have to cite them to me. I read through them. However, I'm not convinced in this case that liquidated damages in the amount of $1,000 a day is penal at all. So I'm reading through this. I don't think it's all
right.
I think it would be enforceable, actually. I mean, I'll defer to Andrew, but.
Well, Mayor, if I can.
Yeah, let me just explain. The issue is that unless this gets reduced from 1,000 to 358, which is the original amount, the contractor's not signing the amendment, which means that we are where we are.
So once again, he's holding us hostage. This is just great.
Can I address that? Earlier tonight, you indicated that your personal feelings couldn't be taken into account and you had to follow the law, and that's all we're asking be done here. It is penal. You're calling it a penalty. Liquidated damages are not meant to be penalties
I didn't
by
call
law.
it a penalty. I called it liquidated damages.
Everybody's calling it a penalty.
Well,
okay, so we're just asking for
no
to follow the contract. That's it.
I understand, Mr. Tsangaris. I'm not calling it a penalty. I haven't said anything about that tonight.
I agree.
Let's
I'm
just
sorry.
stick with what we need to do. And
Right. The only thing I would remind the board is a couple things. Number one, there are changes that the city has made that has added some issues here, okay? The second thing is, if you wanted to move forward the other way, we would have to declare that we'd have to notify him there's a default. We'd have to go through that process, give him a chance to cure it, go through all the terms of the contract. And what I got from the board and from what everybody was saying at the meeting is that our best direction was to try to get this project done, which is what you've all reflected on. And so from that perspective, what we discussed is, okay, if you're gonna sign this with that one condition changed, so we can get this project done, that was the reason why it's before you as it is.
I got it.
okay, so I need a motion and a second. Did you want to make it, Commissioner Carr? You have the language, unless, go ahead.
I'm fine with making a motion. Mayor, make a motion to, I'm sorry.
Delete the amended.
Right, just to return the liquidated damages to the original contract amount.
Okay, as spoken by the city attorney, to return the liquidated damages to the original amount in the contract.
Okay, is there a second from anyone?
Second.
Okay, if there's no further comments.
Sir, can I please
You have
do
a comment, Commissioner Culia?
Yeah, I would just ask the contractor, please do your best. We're counting on you. We know your name's on the line too, and we just want the best for town, so thank you.
Can I give explanation to this man over there? Because last time I don't have a chance to explain them why is the delays, but
There's no need to, so we're gonna make sure we get you the comfort you
I
need, that
think
way you
we're
can move forward.
right where we need to actually act on this, and I think whatever, we don't need to really say anything more. If you feel strongly about it, ask your attorney to send you a letter, or send your own letter into City Hall to all the commissioners. So I'd like to move on with this evening, and roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
No.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay.
Just so, will we receive that tomorrow? The signed agreement?
Did you send it to us? If you say, honestly, if you got a copy,
I'll have to take
We'd
that
have to
piece
amend-
back
we'd have
out
to
and put
amend
it.
that. Okay, then
I'll
we'll get
fix
it to
and
you
send it
tomorrow.
first thing.
yeah. If
Okay,
you- If
great.
you had a copy here, we'd sign
But
it right
how
now.
long it take to send this paper for me to sign?
First thing in the morning?
We'll get it
in the morning,
today,
we'll get
not
it today.
tomorrow, today.
Well, tomorrow, yeah,
I mean,
today.
first thing today.
Later this week.
Later today.
All right. That ends the agenda, and it's 12:25. Let's go to board and staff comments. Chief Young.
No comments, sir.
Mr. Salzman.
Other than thank you for the vote of confidence from the board, and we look forward to offering you continued service.
And congratulations. City Manager LaCourse.
No comments.
Who's next? City Clerk Jacobs. All right. Vice Mayor Lunt, do you have anything?
I'm just glad Andrew's officially on board and looking forward to working with him, so.
All
glad.
right. Commissioner Carr.
Yeah, I was at Touch a Truck this weekend in front of the library. There's a lot of great staff that put a lot of time into that from the different departments. City Manager, if you could please express that to the staff. I think they all did a great job. I know it's on the weekend, and most of them don't work typically on the weekends. I know the kids really, really enjoyed it, and it was also great to get out and see the SWAT truck and the fire trucks and the different parts of the city that keep our operations going on a day-to-day basis.
Commissioner Eisner.
Thank you. There was a comment made earlier about, when I made the comment about the millage rate, that it was coming out of the water fund, but we lowered the water fund also, so I wanted that clarification. But our weekly updates on this, on the progress, I wish, on number 41, there was a Bayshore septic to sewer. There was a 5% last week, there's a 10% this week, just on the completion. Are we getting really any sort of an update? Is 1 week too short to get these updates?
Again, from the last meeting, we talked about we're working, and thank goodness our grant person, that's project administration, who's gonna be working, we're gonna be working on some changes that we heard from all of you and stuff, so.
Because I went through there's 7 items that have been worked on from 1 week to the other out of 43. And they're so minute changes that it doesn't pay to do. Yet, all of the comments, like, the percentages were changed, but the final completion dates still have design kickoff January 23. We're way past it, and there's been no design. And that's all 3, that's 41, 42, and 43. So what's the sense of changing and updating the percentages if you didn't change the date when it's supposed to be launched? So to me, this is looking like, well, I have to get a report out for the week, so let me add 5% here or 10% there, and these are the corrections, but it hasn't really been spelled. It's not a full update. So I don't know whether it needs to be done differently or whether we need to go back to doing it 2 weeks or once a month. I don't know.
Yes.
That's all. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kulyas.
Yes, I want to talk about 2 items. I'm asking if this board can collectively agree to let the city manager write a letter to Pinellas County and its Park Division to ask to have parking fees waived for Tarpon Springs residents at Howard Park, and then if not Tarpon Springs residents, at least St. Petersburg College, Tarpon Springs campus students, and or Tarpon Springs High School students. I just want to be able to try to get these young kids, an area to hang out like we did growing up without having to pay $5 in their own hometown. So just hoping to see if maybe we can get to break away with that with the county, because I think that'd be a big effort. And the St. Nicholas Orthodox Church, the parish council, will be having a meeting on Thursday, and one of the topics will be a very minimal celebration. No aerial displays, things are being worked out that way it can be presented in a safe, confident manner for this board to look at and consider. And so I just wanted to give you guys a heads up regarding that and as things come along. So thank you.
Yeah, on anything like that, you provide it to Trish as well, so she can send it out to the commission.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
She does a really good job as long as she knows what it is.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there anything else?
No.
Okay. This past weekend was really busy in town. It's the way it should be, and I understand where the businesses are coming from and everything, and we'll just have to continue working to that effect. Let's see if we get another petition as far as what their interest would be as far as parking and how to move ahead with that. So I appreciate the commission kind of staying with it tonight and kind of working through that process. And I really appreciated the residents and how they conducted themselves in working through that and making sure that, I know it took a long time, but for something like this, we needed to actually provide as much time as needed to let the residents have a say, and also to understand what the issues are, and the issues parking. So, and I appreciated Mr. Watkins and his team being here this evening. Originally, they weren't going to be here. Mr. Watkins, I didn't think was going to be here. It was just his.
Because he comes from out of state, but he rearranged his schedule so he could make sure.
Yeah, so that was
thought it was so
very nice.
important that he needed to be there, and he rearranged his schedule.
Okay, I don't have anything else, so let's adjourn at 12:31 p.m. a.m.